Web novels and web novel audiobooks are not the same. If you simply copy and paste a web novel into an audiobook format, the final result will provide a poor listening experience. That's why I carefully revise every single chapter in this novel to ensure an enjoyable and immersive experience for you. I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and listening to make sure the narration flows naturally, almost as if you were reading it out loud yourself. This is not just a direct copy of the original novel. However, I do acknowledge that I adapted this novel for commercial purposes, so most chapters are paid content. I hope you understand that this does not violate copyright policies. The reason I do all of this is simple: I'm just a big fan. As many of you know, I love listening to web novel audiobooks, and this is one of my personal favorites. The audio speed is set to 3, but if that feels too fast, let me know. If there's a novel you'd like me to turn into an audiobook, feel free to suggest it, and I'll do my best to make it happen. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1. Here, call me Uncle. Yuto-sama has returned. Yuto-sama has returned. Quick, inform the clan leader, Yuto-sama has returned. This is the Uchiha clan's territory. A young man with black hair looked helplessly at the clan members who suddenly became busy upon his return. Finally, he shook his head and sighed, disregarding them. He took off his shoes and walked into the old wooden house, stepping onto the tatami mats. He saw a man sitting opposite him, arms crossed and looking serious, and he directly sat down across from him, shrugging his shoulders. Brother, don't have such a grim face all the time. That expression is really scary. However, his words did not change the expression of the man opposite him at all. He still wore the same cold and indifferent handsome face. Fugaku Uchiha. His brother. The current clan leader of the Uchiha family. Since birth, he had always been a serious, earnest, and expressionless person. Of course, those who knew him well understood. His brother Fugaku Uchiha was just someone who wasn't good at expressing his emotions. Moreover, most members of the Uchiha clan had this tsundere, expressionless demeanor, aside from the hereditary mental issues. There weren't many problems. As for him, Yuto Uchiha, an unlucky guy. Originally, upon discovering his identity, he thought about simply defecting to avoid becoming a victim of his nephew's blade. Unfortunately, he was naive and unfamiliar with the world. Defecting without elite-level strength was tantamount to suicide. At least by staying in Hidden Leaf Village, his father was the Uchiha clan leader, and after his father's departure, his brother would also be the Uchiha clan leader. Though, he had already been expelled from the family tree. What are you back for? Fugaku Uchiha snorted coldly, arms crossed, looking at Yuto Uchiha with a complicated expression. Although there was nearly a 10-year age gap, he was still his younger brother. He recalled that day. His younger brother had just graduated, and as an older brother, he had prepared a graduation gift for him. However, being a ninja can't save the Uchiha. He yelled at his father in anger, voluntarily removing himself from the ninja ranks, and then resolutely ran away from home, embarking on a path of becoming a merchant despised by ninjas. This was the disgrace of the Uchiha clan. You have already been expelled from the Uchiha clan by our father. You are no longer a member of the Uchiha clan. Get out of here. Brother, don't be so cold. Yuto Uchiha shrugged, not caring much. He poured himself a cup of tea and, by chance, poured a cup for the unfortunate soul opposite him as well. He hadn't died at the hands of the assassination squad in the village but rather by his own son. Although he didn't complain at the time, there was a sense of relief, or perhaps he was willing to die at his son's hands. But ultimately, it was a family tragedy, comparable to the Otsutsuki clan's maternal imprisonment case. Moreover, when he was expelled from the Uchiha clan, his eyes weren't gouged out, his name was simply crossed off the family tree. Who didn't know about the Uchiha clan's situation? Though the Uchiha clan had continuously sent ninjas to the battlefield to seek re-acceptance by the village, and even took children to the battlefield, after the second Hokage took office, the Uchiha clan was directly labeled as an evil clan, even being isolated from the rest. Thus, whether the current Uchiha clan would perish wasn't determined by how many of them could die but by whether their bloodline still existed. So, being expelled from the Uchiha clan was, in a way, a form of protection, wasn't it? My situation is known to my brother as well. Now that I've made some money and the village isn't very peaceful, and with the ninja world in chaos, I came back to see if there's anything I can help with in the clan. Although there were too many useless members in the Uchiha clan, especially with the hawks sharpening their knives toward the Hokage, they dreamt daily of producing a genius from the clan to reach the strength of their ancestor, Madara Uchiha, then eliminate the Hokage and become the Hokage themselves. If a genius were to appear, they would shout, "The Hokage takes turns sitting, this year it's our family's turn." But what to do? those with strength became double agents, and the Uchiha clan was destroyed by their own clansmen. After all, I'm still an Uchiha. If the Uchiha clan ultimately perished, he likely wouldn't fare well either. Yuta Uchiha vaguely remembered that at the time when he graduated, he received a large sum of graduation money, and that was when he activated the system. Back then, as a poor man, he fantasized about becoming a wealthy person while playing a game called The Rich Man Is Here. It was a game about doing business, making money and supporting your family. It directly became a system. Earning money and leveling up could enhance various attributes, such as stamina, energy, business acumen, etc. So, perhaps if he stacked up to level 100, his abilities would certainly improve, and he felt quite optimistic about it. Thus, tempted by the allure of making money, leveling up, and amassing wealth, he immediately gave up on his original dream of practicing hard to become the new god of the ninja world. Of course, there were reasons related to not having a suitable cheat. According to the clan's speculation, he could reach the rank of elite Jonin, but he was still far from the strength of a Hidden Leaf village Genin, so he couldn't become the god of the ninja world. Without a cheat, an elite Jonin was just a small dish. At that time, he would probably only be able to watch his brother's family tragedy unfold and end up living a wandering ninja life, struggling to get by. From the beginning, the Uchiha clan was viewed with suspicion by the higher-ups. Only if someone reached a level of Madara Uchiha could they intimidate others and maintain that for a while. Unfortunately, the Uchiha clan absolutely couldn't have geniuses. Having geniuses would only lead to bad endings. It would be better to venture into business. After all, being a ninja really can't save the Uchiha. Yuta Uchiha. Now I have nearly 30 milk tea shops spread across major cities in the Land of Fire. Just my income alone each year is equivalent to what others make from dozens of S-rank missions. I have hundreds of workers under me, including many members from the various clans in the village. If members of those clans can't become ninjas or have low talent, their status will drop, becoming the lower class in the clan, and there are quite a few within the Uchiha clan. As he finished speaking, Fugaku Uchiha's hand holding the tea trembled slightly, but he still looked expressionlessly at Yuto. That's your business, it has nothing to do with our Uchiha clan. No matter how much money you have, what good is it? Without strength, it's all in vain. After making money, we should at least return home in glory and repay the village. He had seen the consequences of not paying taxes, and regarding Fugaku Uchiha's sarcasm, he directly ignored it. How can a mere ninja understand his grand ideals? Of course, the road ahead was long and arduous. He had to come quietly, avoiding any gunfire, otherwise, before his mission was even successful, the hard-earned business empire he built would likely be snatched away by ninjas. Moreover, they were currently in the midst of the Third Ninja World War, with chaos everywhere. Business was not doing well, wanting to profit from the war wasn't as simple as just thinking about it. So, I've heard that because of the war, the village has left many orphans, widows and elderly behind. I've made my decision. Yuta Uchiha patted his chest, looking like a wealthy man returning to develop the countryside. Every year, I'll set aside a portion of funds to help the clan take care of the orphans, widows and the elderly. However, Humphrey. Fugaku Uchiha let out a cold snort. My Uchiha clan does not lack this little money. The orphans, widows and elderly of the Uchiha will take care of themselves. Before he could finish his sentence. Every year, there should be at least 1 or 200 million ryo. As soon as Yuta Uchiha finished speaking, Fugaku Uchiha was choked up, then fell silent. After that, he crossed his arms and looked expressionlessly at Yuto. Ninjas fight for money. Yuta Uchiha smiled slightly, calmly sipping his hot tea, fully displaying the demeanor of a wealthy man. There's nothing that can't be bought with money. If there is, it's just that you don't spend enough. You can even use money to buy life. Of course, I also have the right to supervise this money. After all, I know the family's situation. A group of hawks, a group of fence-sitters, a group of double agents. Once they suffer unfair treatment, the fence-sitters will turn into hawks, and the double agents will directly take up arms against their own clansmen. So, if this money is brought out directly, it will likely just be used by the hawks to train ninjas. As he finished speaking, Fugaku Uchiha still maintained a calm face and said nothing, but from his trembling hand, it could be seen that at this moment, he was not as calm inside as he appeared. 1 or 200 million ryo for free. How many S-rank missions would it take to earn that? If he brought it before the third Hokage, the third would definitely ask his old friend to quickly take the money away, then pat his shoulder with admiration and comfort, saying, truly worthy of being the inheritor of the will of fire, I can feel the strong will of fire in you, and then lavish praise on him, rewarding him with a flag. This is reality. No ninja respects ordinary merchants, but ninjas serve ordinary merchants because of money. At this moment, Just as the two were quietly sipping their tea, a gentle and beautiful woman walked in with a cute little child. Yuto Uchiha's eyes lit up instantly. He quickly pulled out a thick stack of high-denomination bills from his ninja pouch and stuffed them into the cute child's hands. Here. Call me uncle, this money is your pocket money. Chapter 2. Being a prodigal son this time, in addition to bringing happiness to the Uchiha clan and throwing around money to let them feel the warmth of family, the other purpose was to meet his nephew, whom he had never seen from birth until now. There was no other reason, nor did he want to brainwash him while he was still young, he simply wanted to give him a bit of money and see if he could cultivate him into a prodigal son. What was the eldest son of the Uchiha clan doing all day, thinking about all sorts of nonsense? He might as well squander money. If he threw this much money around, his reputation among the common people would be higher than if he completed an S-rank mission. Buy whatever you want, if you don't want to be a ninja, come help your uncle here. It'll be easy, you won't have to do anything. Just be a prodigal son, and I'll give you money. As soon as he finished speaking, the kid looked at the unfamiliar uncle in front of him with a confused and puzzled expression while holding a large stack of bills. Fugaku Uchiha slammed the table hard. You are a disgrace to the Uchiha. Don't lead Itachi astray, he will become an excellent ninja. Brother, listen to me on this matter. Being a prodigal son is definitely better than being a ninja. Yuto Uchiha sighed, looking earnestly at Fugaku Uchiha and shaking his head helplessly. It's safe, free, and there won't be any messy things. Really, you should listen to me on this matter. Why didn't he understand? As an uncle, would he harm his nephew? Please believe in your brother. Shut up. Fugaku Uchiha glared at Yuto Uchiha with a dark expression. What kind of uncle encourages his nephew to be a prodigal son? His younger brother's thoughts had been different from mother's from the start. He vaguely remembered how adorable Yuto had been back then, very eager to become a ninja. Before he even started school, he would follow his older brother around, asking, Oni-chan, can you teach me ninjutsu? And when Fugaku was busy, he would go read the ninja scrolls by himself. After starting school, he was also an excellent ninja student, excelling in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and theory. Even the Hokage praised him for having the will of fire. After graduation, he could enter the Anbu for training. Originally, he thought his brother would become a bridge between the Uchiha clan and the village, but unexpectedly, on graduation day, he went into business instead. That day, he declared, being a ninja can't save the Uchiha. It immediately angered their father and the elders so much that they almost spat blood, they simply couldn't understand what he was thinking. Despite their attempts to persuade him, it was futile, they could only threaten him with expulsion from the Uchiha clan. Yet, that was still ineffective, the young Yuto left the ninja ranks and the clan without hesitation. He didn't expect that just a few years later, he would establish a successful business. Although Fugaku felt great regret that his gifted younger brother did not become a ninja, as an older brother, he was also happy for his brother's success. Leaving the Uchiha clan was also a good thing. But now, Fugaku Uchiha's face darkened. Get out of here right now. Fugaku, Yuto is just joking, the gentle and beautiful woman beside him said, smiling helplessly as she hurriedly took back the money that Itachi was holding and returned it to Yuto. The child is still young, he can't have too much money. These two brothers. They weren't like this when they were young? How did their relationship suddenly turn out like this? Sister Mikoto, you're still so beautiful. Yuto took the money back and handed it to the bewildered child, Itachi. Don't listen to your dad, this is from uncle to you. Buy whatever you want, as long as you don't bully anyone or act arrogantly. What's wrong with spending a little money? If it's not enough, ask your uncle for more. I'll beat you, you Uchiha disgrace. Brother. Calm down, your persona has changed, and as the Uchiha clan leader, you wouldn't take a child's money, right? Fugaku Uchiha, who was reaching out to take the money, froze, snorted coldly, and then returned to his serious expression. What exactly do you want to do? Giving so much money to a little child? His salary as the Uchiha clan leader wasn't even this much. No. I was happy to see that Sister Mikoto married my brother, so I felt happy and just gave my nephew a little money. Sister Mikoto had taken care of him quite a bit back in the day. Unfortunately, in the end, she was also a pitiful person. Yuto Uchiha smiled as he patted Itachi's head. It's okay to be a prodigal, but don't keep things bottled up inside your heart. Talk more with your mom and dad. If you really can't, come find your uncle. I'll take you to have some fun and forget about the unhappy stuff, but just remember this. He suddenly became serious. No matter what, you must protect your parents. The two of them weren't bad parents either. Fugaku Uchiha, apart from having a bit of a poker face, was actually quite good. As for Mikoto Uchiha, she was even better. A devoted mother. However, After hearing these words, Fugaku Uchiha's face darkened. Taking a kid who hasn't even started ninja school out to have fun? Where could they go for fun? Should he be brought along too? Fugaku Uchiha snorted coldly, "Get out of here right now, stop leading Itachi astray." "Don't say that, Fugaku. It's rare for Yuto to be back," Mikoto said helplessly, shaking her head. "Why not stay for dinner? You can stay here tonight." Fugaku is actually quite happy inside. Although Yuto lived in the village, making it easy to get news about him, after all these years, he had finally returned home. When Fugaku heard Mikoto's words, he snorted coldly, "I'm really angry," and folded his arms, sitting back down without looking at Yuto. "Unfortunately. No, I just came back to see my nephew and sister Mikoto," Yuto said as he stood up, patting his butt. "I have things to do later, it's time for me to leave." As he said this, he looked at Fugaku, smiling as he said, "Brother, that's how it is. I'll arrange for someone to come later." After the words fell, Humphrey. Fugaku Uchiha, with an expressionless face, coldly snorted again, "Get lost. Don't come back." "Understood. I'll come again next time. And I'll bring gifts." Yuto Uchiha smiled, nodding, and ruffled Itachi's hair. "If you don't have money, come to your uncle. Kids should be a bit happier. Even if you're not happy, come to your uncle. Next time, I'll bring you a gift." After he finished speaking, Fugaku Uchiha ordered him to hurry up and leave. Listening to Yuto's hearty laughter, he shook his head helplessly. Then, seeing Itachi holding a stack of money in his hand, he remembered Yuto's earlier words about being a prodigal son, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He turned to Mikoto and nodded gently. As a couple who shared the same bed, how could Mikoto Uchiha not understand what her husband meant? With a helpless smile, she bent down and patted Itachi's head. "Come, Itachi, put the money with Mom. Mom will save it for you, and when you grow up, Mom will give it back to you." And her words. Yes. The innocent Itachi believed her. Meanwhile, as Yuto Uchiha walked out of the Uchiha clan grounds, he spotted a girl with white eyes walking toward him, and a smile appeared on his face. Sazune. Hyuga Sazune was a girl from his class. Unfortunately, her talent was insufficient, and she would originally have been sent to the battlefield as cannon fodder. However, considering their good relationship, he felt it was a shame for her to be cannon fodder, so he later hired her, and she agreed. Of course, at first, the Hyuga clan disagreed. After all, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans had been competing for the title of the strongest Tai clan, so how could they let their own clansmen accept employment from the Uchiha clan? But in the end, he ended up hiring a large number of Hyuga clan members who had retired from the battlefield and could no longer be ninjas, along with himself, the Uchiha disgrace. The Hyuga clan didn't say much after that. Although there were many stubborn old folks in the Hyuga clan more rigid than the Uchiha clan, they ultimately couldn't escape the need for money. Especially since it was a time of war, the ninjas from each clan participated in the war out of duty. Although the village also provided subsidies, it was barely enough. Nowadays, if someone was willing to bear the burden of supporting disabled people, many clans were willing to accept. It can be said that while it wasn't a time for peaceful and profitable business, the war was indeed a good opportunity for the various clans in the village to eliminate their differences. He looked at Sazune beside him, her beautiful long hair, pretty face, and elegant professional outfit that highlighted the unique wealth of the Hyuga clan girls, and smiled slightly. "Later, according to my plan, I'll send someone to the Uchiha clan to assist you with your work." Then he paused and said righteously, "By the way, has the 300 million ryo been sent to the Hokage? Without the village, how could I be at ease running my business? In this time of war, even as a businessman, I graduated from the Ninja Academy as a businessman. How could I not do my part? He is a merchant who loves his village. It has been sent. And as you requested, I also sent your handwritten note. Without Hidden Leaf Village, there would be no me, along with it." Hyuga Sazune nodded, smiling sweetly and naturally. When the third Hokage saw it, he couldn't stop laughing, slapping his thigh and saying it was great. Did he say it had to be kept confidential? Otherwise, if other clans hear about it, we'll become the target. It's not good to stick your head out. If you donate, will other clans also donate? He did. It's really reassuring to have you here, Sazune. Thank you. No. You don't have to. I'm very happy to be able to help you, Yuto-kun. Hyuga Sazune's cheeks turned red, and she smiled slightly. I'm also very happy. Hee hee. Yuto Uchiha chuckled, looking at Sazune, who was still shy. He sighed helplessly in his heart and was about to encourage her a bit when he saw a boy in the distance with a hedgehog hairstyle and goggles, and he squinted his eyes. By the way, Sazune, later arrange for someone to go to the Hokage building to assign me a few tasks with higher rewards. Chapter 3. Become my son today, I have officially become a ninja. And I've even become teammates with Rin, and that annoying guy is coming back. I'm really happy today. Obito Uchiha strode forward confidently, his shoulders bouncing with a hint of arrogance. However, suddenly, he felt a shadow in front of him, as if someone were blocking his way. As a promising young man who understood civility and politeness, Obito Uchiha immediately stepped aside to let them pass. But after stepping aside, he was blocked again. Do you need help? Obito Uchiha raised his head in confusion, only to see a handsome young man with black hair standing in front of him. He wasn't wearing a ninja forehead protector, so he didn't seem to be a ninja. But he was so young, he didn't look like someone who needed help. Before he could ask why he was blocking his way. Youth, I haven't eaten in many days. Could you lend me some money for food? The young man said weakly. I would be very grateful. At this, Obito was indeed shocked. Looking at the young man in front of him, he exclaimed, You haven't eaten in a long time? Yes. I'm about to faint from hunger. That won't do. You have to eat well. I have. Obito pulled out a few copper coins awkwardly. This is all I have left. You can have it all, brother. That's too little, it's not even enough for a bowl of ikiraku ramen with an egg. Even in a situation like this, he still wants ikiraku ramen? And with an egg. This guy. Even I've never eaten like that. Feeling deceived, Obito's expression stiffened as he took a closer look at the newcomer. He was tall, clean-looking, and slightly less attractive than Obito himself, but still quite handsome. He didn't look like someone who couldn't afford food. At that moment, Obito realized he must have been tricked. Hey, you. Before he could finish his sentence, the young man interrupted. Everyone says Obito Uchiha is charitable, kind-hearted, and a good person in Hidden Leaf Village, the inheritor of the Will of Fire. I didn't expect him not to treat a hungry person who haven't eaten in days to a bowl of ramen. I'm so disappointed. I must tell others. It's all a lie. You. Obito was furious, thinking, how could there be such shameless people in Hidden Leaf Village? But taking a deep breath and recalling his good reputation as a kind person in Hidden Leaf Village, he could only helplessly say, Fine, I'll take you to my house for a meal. My grandma cooks really well, even better than ikiraku ramen. Damn it. This annoying guy. But if you deceive me, I will definitely show you the power of the future Hokage. Just as he finished his angry words. Good. Not bad. You're qualified. The young man in front of him smiled slightly, nodding in satisfaction. Your kindness and noble character impressed me, young man. You possess sincerity and goodness that are rare. I really admire you. Don't be a ninja, come work for me. I'll give you a job as a clerk. After a year, you'll be promoted to supervisor. After 3 years, you'll be the store owner. In 5 years, you'll be a regional manager, and in 10 years, you'll be a vice president. Who wants to work for you? I'm a man who wants to become the Hokage. And you, a poor guy, what are you pretending to be? I have no money to be scammed by you. Don't be hasty. Just call me dad and I'll take you as my adopted son. I'll treat you like my own, and after 100 years, all my inheritance will be yours. Who would call you dad? Do you know what you're missing out on? My assets are beyond your imagination. You'd need to complete dozens of S-rank missions to earn the amount I make in a year. Right now, they're booming, and I'm sure they'll multiply several times over. Once you inherit them, you'll have endless money to spend. You can use it to help people, buy things you love, live in a luxurious house, and with your beloved by your side, you'll never have to worry about food or clothing. You could have 3 daughters and 2 sons, all inheriting your vast wealth. 3 daughters and 2 sons. Obito suddenly smiled lewdly for no reason, then went into a daze, mumbling to himself, that sounds amazing. So, do you agree? Don't be a busy ninja running around. Just come work for me. Call me dad now. The man was tempting him, saying, you'll have everything, more time to spend with your grandma and your beloved. Come on. I'll take you as my son. Who wants to be your son? Obito came back to his senses and shouted again, I swore that I would become Hokage. Rin is watching me. How can I easily give up my dream? And you, who can't even afford a bowl of ikiraku ramen, don't try to deceive me. Young man, do you know what you're missing out on? I will definitely become Hokage. Very good. I'm really starting to like you more and more. Here's an opportunity, you can come back anytime if you change your mind. The young man patted Obito's shoulder, turned to leave, and said earnestly, just don't wait until I regret it. Obito Uchiha. Obito Uchiha raised his kunai with a determined tone, I keep my word, I will never regret this. This is my ninja way. As he finished speaking, He watched the man walk away. What a lunatic. He snorted coldly and headed toward his house. Meanwhile, Yuto Uchiha sighed softly. Is that how it is? Does Yuto-kun really like kids? Hyuga Sazune, who was nearby, furrowed her brows and asked seriously, but I think Yuto-kun's own children would be even cuter. No. I'm just looking for some fun. Yuto Uchiha shook his head with a smile. If Obito really came to do business with him, he would actually feel a bit scared. After all, he had people behind him. Right now, he simply couldn't provoke them. His business was thriving. With the support of the system, he had absolute confidence. Just like the bubble tea shop he had now. Anything produced by the system had special abilities. Not only was the taste consistently delicious, but it also had the ability to attract customers. As he leveled up, the power to attract customers increased. It was like a form of psychological suggestion. When someone passed by the bubble tea shop, they would suddenly feel an urge to go in and try it, guaranteeing steady income. So, how could he go bankrupt? Unless he died or the shop was demolished. He pondered for a moment. Also, remember to go to the Hokage building later and issue some missions. The kind that are dirty, tiring, and stinky, specifically for the Minato no Mikaze squad. The reward can be a bit higher. Okay. Although Sazune was puzzled as to why Yuto wanted to commission such strange tasks, she still obediently complied without asking anything further, smiling gently. I'll arrange it. I have also made some arrangements, especially for elderly health checks and fitness activities. I'll plan it out for you later. Understood. Hyuga Sazune nodded, but hesitated for a moment before saying, Are you preparing to leave Hidden Leaf Village in the next few days, Yuto-kun? Can I? Before she could finish, Yuto Uchiha smiled and nodded. Yeah, I have some business to arrange outside. I'm leaving Hidden Leaf Village to you. I will take good care of things here for Yuto-kun. Hyuga Sazune paused for a moment and then smiled gently. Please don't worry. It's fine. If something unexpected happens, just don't worry about it. The most important thing is to protect yourself. After a pause, Hyuga Sazune said softly, Thank you, Yuto-kun. Meanwhile, over at the Hokage building. Good. 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 Sarutobi Hiruzen repeated the word good 3 times, then carefully folded the paper in front of him, sighing, It's been a long time since I've seen such a strong will of fire in a written piece. As he said this, he shook his head. What a pity. He could have become a ninja with an excellent will of fire. Humphrey. A coward. How can one become an excellent ninja without courage? Danzō, who was old but still robust, snorted coldly. He could have graduated early but delayed it, and after graduation, he directly chose not to be a ninja. Back then, he had also noticed that Yuto Uchiha could write well. Even Danzō, the shadow of the ninja world, couldn't help but applaud. His talent was not bad. What a pity. He was a coward, afraid of becoming a ninja, and ended up going straight into business. Of course, he noticed. A mere Uchiha clansman who could have become a Jonin wasn't worth his attention unless he had the potential to awaken those terrifying eyes. However, with such character, how could he possibly awaken those eyes? Alright. I also feel a bit regretful. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't seem to care much and said cheerfully, What a pity. So much time has passed, I suppose it's a bit late for him to want to become a ninja again. By the way, you haven't told me why you came to see me. Humphrey. It's nothing. Danzō snorted again. I just heard that you received 300 million. Chapter 4. Do you know the bubble tea shop at the village entrance? Yuto sneezed and rubbed his nose, unaware that the third Hokage and the leader of Root were currently praising him. He lowered his head to look at this year's data. The development of the bubble tea shop had reached its peak. Especially with the wars in recent years becoming increasingly intense, in another year or two, a full-scale war would likely break out, making business even harder. Unless he could open his bubble tea shops all over the ninja world, but at this stage, that was impossible. In times of war, how could the various ninja villages allow Uchiha, of all people, to freely open shops in their villages or countries? What if he was a spy with ulterior motives? What? You said he has been expelled from the Uchiha clan? Who would believe that? It's not like his eyes were gouged out. Even if they were, people still wouldn't believe it. So, at this stage, using the Uchiha name made business in the Land of Fire much easier. But trying to do business in other countries, that would be nothing but trouble. Yuto Uchiha looked at the interface of the rich man in here. The next unlockable business was a BBQ restaurant. According to the system settings, as long as it was built, he would definitely make money. So, the question wasn't whether to build it, but how to build it to maximize profit. Land wasn't a big issue. Even if he couldn't buy it, he could rent it. As one of the 2 founding clans of Hidden Leaf Village, although the village's perception of the Uchiha wasn't great, The clan still owned quite a bit of land. As long as he asked, he believed his stoic brother would definitely give it to him. No problem there. Materials and workers are also easy to find. Once the construction is almost complete, I can have the system modify it and integrate it. You could say. He was destined to become the richest man. And he needed to keep an eye on Itachi Uchiha, Shizue Uchiha, and Obito Uchiha as well. Their tendency to act impulsively wasn't a good trait. Yudo Uchiha decided to use money to corrupt their pure hearts, to make them realize that the world had many temptations. Becoming prodigals was far better than becoming terrorists. He silently looked at the first edition of the Uchiha clan elderly care plan in his hands. Let's go with this for now. If there are any imperfections, I'll fix them later. Then he shouted loudly, Sazune. Grandma. Today's dinner is so bountiful. Because Obito has graduated. The elderly woman sitting next to Obito smiled kindly. We have to celebrate today. Obito has finally become an excellent ninja. That's right, Grandma. I'll definitely become a super strong ninja. Seeing his grandmother so happy because of him, Obito puffed out his chest, laughing heartily like a child. I'll make Kakashi piss off to death. Today you look down on me, but this genius Obito will make sure that tomorrow you'll never reach his level. Come, come. Obito, you must be hungry. His grandmother smiled and nodded. But remember, you still have to get along well with your teammates, Obito. That annoying guy just keeps making fun of me. Who's his teammate? Obito angrily shoveled a spoonful of rice into his mouth, then added with a cheerful grin, oh, by the way, Grandma, I met a strange guy today. He actually wanted to recruit one of Uchiha's geniuses as his. Before he could finish speaking. Knock, knock. There was a sudden knock on the door. Both his grandmother and Obito froze, unsure who could be visiting so late. They exchanged glances. Is it one of Obito's friends? No way. Could it be? Obito suddenly grew excited. Could it be Rin coming to see me? She came so late because she missed me. He eagerly dashed over to open the door. Standing there was a middle-aged man wearing the Uchiha clan's fan symbol. Was something going on with the clan? Obito was startled and then disappointed. Is there something wrong? Obito Uchiha's house? The middle-aged man frowned and looked seriously at Obito. Is your grandmother home? What do you want with my grandmother? Obito frowned in response. Having someone from the clan suddenly come looking for his grandmother without any reason felt strange, no matter how he looked at it. At that moment, Grandma walked over, looking at the family ninja at the door with confusion. Are you looking for me? What do you want to talk to me about, Ninja-sama? Good news. The middle-aged ninja glanced at Grandma, confirming she was the one he was looking for, and then took out a bag of rice, a bag of vegetables, and a piece of meat. Take these. They're yours. Both Grandma and Obito were bewildered, staring at the rice, vegetables, and meat handed to them out of nowhere. Ninja-sama, there must be some mistake. These aren't ours. We didn't buy them. They're yours. This is a gift from the clan leader, specifically given to elderly widows in the clan. The ninja explained impatiently. Also, tomorrow morning at 10, make sure to wake up and gather in the clan square. We'll be taking you for health checkups. In the afternoon, there will be people guiding you through some exercises like badminton, singing, and dancing. I don't know the specifics, so don't ask me. Ask the people in charge tomorrow. That's it. Now just sign here. Hurry up. I still have a lot of people to notify. Honestly, it's unbelievable that the clan leader asked us to do this in the middle of the night. Startled by the ninja's sharp tone, Grandma quickly signed her name before she could even fully process what had happened, and the ninja immediately left. It was clear he was in a rush. Grandma? Obito blinked, looking at the rice and meat on the ground. What's going on? Grandma doesn't know either. She finally came to her senses and smiled helplessly. I heard it's something the clan leader is giving to the elderly. So what should we do now? Just take it inside. Obito, always remember we've been taken care of by others for a long time. So, when there's a chance, Obito, you should help others too, alright? I know it. Obito nodded firmly. The next day, a large group of elderly Uchiha, led by ninjas, began heading to their health checkups. To ensure the thoroughness of the checkups, Yudo Uchiha even had Sazune go to the Hokage building to request several medical ninjas to assist. At first, the Hokage was hesitant, especially since medical ninjas were in short supply during wartime. But when he heard it would only be for a day and that there would be high compensation, he assigned 3 ninjas to help. Of course, the strongest medical ninja stationed at the rear of the battlefield, Tsunade, had not returned. Otherwise, he would have considered asking her to help too. Early that morning, Obito Uchiha, after sending his grandma off, saw the large group of elderly Uchiha and felt at ease. It seemed the clan leader truly cared for the elderly. As expected, clan leader Fugakure was a good person. Being a member of the Uchiha clan filled Obito Uchiha with deep pride once again. Even as he walked, he felt like his steps were lighter, and he proudly showed off the Uchiha clan emblem on his back. That is until he arrived at the meeting spot for his squad. "You look disgusting. And you're late again." The annoying voice immediately reached his ears. "Mind your own business." Obito Uchiha glared at Kakashi. "You're the disgusting one." Just then, a soft voice came from the side. "Did something good happen, Obito?" It's something about the clan." Obito's expression changed instantly, and he smiled. "I'll tell you more about it later, Rin." As soon as he finished speaking, Minato-sensei appeared before them with a gentle smile. Alright. You all passed my test yesterday. Today, we're going to start our mission. Whatever the mission is, bring it on. I, the great Obito, will complete it perfectly, whether it's A rank or S rank." Obito shouted immediately. "Idiot." Kakashi gave him a sidelong glance and looked at Minato-sensei. "It's probably a D rank mission, right? Like catching a cat or cleaning up trash? Damn it. Why is it a D rank mission? That's not fitting for the great me." Kakashi expressionlessly rolled his eyes at Obito. He was the one who was truly pitiful. Even though he'd been active on the battlefield, now he had to come back and perform these boring D rank missions alongside this idiot. Idiot. Hey. Kakashi. Who are you calling an idiot? Alright, calm down, everyone, Minato laughed. Just like Kakashi said, it is indeed a D rank mission. But don't worry, the reward is pretty good. So, sensei. Rin looked curiously at Minato. What kind of mission is it? You all know about that famous bubble tea shop at the village entrance, right? Chapter 5. Who wants to be a ninja? Yudo Bubble Tea. A new bubble tea shop in Hidden Leaf Village which is said to have branches all over the Land of Fire. As members of Hidden Leaf Village, they certainly knew that this shop ranked second only to Akira. Especially on the first day of its opening, when the line stretched all the way to the village entrance. Countless people fought over a cup of bubble tea, and some even bought a cup and resold it for dozens of times the price. At that time, Obito had complained, "What a bunch of boring people, waiting in such a long line just to buy bubble tea." Oh, right. Later, when he heard that Rin wanted to try it, this boring guy specifically got up early to stand in line. He never expected that now. I'm back. Damn it. They are making the future Hokage deliver bubble tea for them. This is simply intolerable. Thank you for your hard work, Obito. It's no trouble. Seeing Rin, who was wearing a red and white work apron and a cute red hat, Obito instantly felt energized. He sat up straight. This D-rank mission is way too easy. Rin looked so cute in this outfit. Suddenly, he had the thought, actually, working here isn't so bad. Obito glanced around and noticed that Kakashi hadn't returned yet. His eyes lit up, and he burst into laughter. I can't believe I'm the first one back. Did you see that, Rin? Kakashi lost to me. That Obito. Rin hesitated, looking like she wanted to say something. However, lost in his self-absorption, Obito completely overlooked Rin's expression. Rin. Kakashi lost to me. As soon as he finished speaking. Idiot. A cold voice came from behind. Kakashi walked in, carrying a delivery box. He gave Obito a dismissive glance and ignored him. You lost. Kakashi, did you see that? I got back before you. Obito wasn't angry, he considered Kakashi's behavior a cry of a defeated dog. He walked over, emphasizing each word, Kakashi. You. Lost. Idiot. You lost. Idiot. How infuriating. You, this guy. Obito was so enraged by Kakashi's nonchalant demeanor that he rolled up his sleeves. I want to challenge you. That Obito. At this moment, Rin finally had no choice but to cautiously pull Obito back, just as she was about to say something. Rin, let go of me. I want to duel him. Obito, actually. Kakashi has already made 3 deliveries. What 3 deliveries? I want to. Obito paused, staring blankly at Rin. Huh? He has already made 3 deliveries? Then, he looked at Kakashi in disbelief. After a moment, he exclaimed, Impossible. How could he be so fast? Idiot. You must be lying to me. Idiot. I want to fight you. At this moment. Be quiet. The shop owner shouted helplessly, we just received 2 more deliveries, you 2 need to hurry up and deliver them. After you deliver them, you will get free bubble tea. Damn it. I can't believe I even lost to Kakashi at delivering bubble tea. Obito sadly covered his eyes, But a moment later, his eyes sparkled with determination as he accepted the prepared bubble tea. This time I won't lose. Kakashi. Without waiting for Kakashi to respond, he dashed out. That idiot. Kakashi sighed helplessly, shaking his head as he looked at the equally exasperated shop owner. He accepted the bubble tea, saying, I'll deliver it safely. You have to understand, bubble tea not only has to be delivered quickly, but you also have to remember not to mix it up. So, that idiot running so fast. If it gets mixed up, that's one thing, but if he drops it and spills it, he would have to run back again. On the other side. Aren't you coming in, Minato? Uchiha leaned against the railing, glancing at Minato, who was drinking bubble tea with him and smiled slightly. As the team leader, it's not good for you to just slack off here with me. Looking down from here, he could see his milk tea shop. At this stage, his business philosophy was to expand wherever possible, with the goal of reaching every town in the ninja world. Haha. It's rare to take a break without worrying about them getting into trouble, and I can enjoy some free milk tea on this mission. I'm really satisfied. Minato laughed heartily, his laughter radiating warmth and cheer. No wonder some called him the Little Sunday. His smile was incredibly infectious. On the way back, please get a strawberry smoothie, Kushina loves that. Also, get a strawberry mousse box, and remember to put some ice in the bag. By the way, you haven't visited Kushina for a while, and she's quite upset about it. I've been busy lately. And don't forget to pay me. No problem. Just deduct it from my share of the reward. Your reward was all given to Lord Hokage, you retorted with a hint of annoyance, but he didn't take it seriously. He wasn't actually after the money, it was just a joke. Looking at Kakashi, who was running steadily below, he said, how about you let me take your student? He has a great talent for being a delivery person. If he works for 2 years, I'll directly promote him to the head of the delivery department. That's way more interesting than being a ninja. Hee hee. Minato chuckled awkwardly, shaking his head helplessly. Yuto, stop joking. You know Kakashi's situation all too well. True enough. Aside from him, Uchiha, who else could transition from being a ninja to running a business? He had become a disgrace to the ninja community, but it didn't matter. Whenever he went to donate money, the old guy third Hokage still welcomed him with a smile. As for Kakashi, when the rumors about Tsukumo were flying back in the day, he hadn't yet made a name for himself, so there wasn't much he could do, especially since being a member of the Uchiha clan was pretty dangerous back then. If it were now, he could easily drop a sponsorship fee and persuade Kakashi to withdraw from being a ninja and recruit him as a brand ambassador. Who knows if he would agree? Thinking of this, he chuckled helplessly. I still need to work hard. Maybe the amount of money could surprise him? Yes. They still have to work hard. Minato replied, taking a sip of mango iced tea and sighing. Then, he spoke with determination, but I believe they will become excellent ninjas. He looked at Yuto, who had a helpless expression. What about you, Yuto? Are you really not going to be a ninja? Yuto was 1 year younger than him and was quite a genius. He had been well known in the academy, originally capable of graduating early. However, he had turned it down, saying, I'm not mature enough yet, there's still a lot of knowledge I need to learn from my teachers. He also had a strong will of fire. It was said that the new textbooks in the academy had started to include several of his representative articles. Each one reflected his unwavering spirit of the will of fire. He was indeed a serious, diligent, and talented ninja. Everyone thought that way. They believed a genius had emerged from the Uchiha clan, but little did they know. He had ventured into business instead. I heard Lord Hokage praised you today. Even as a businessman, you haven't forgotten the will of fire. After all, I'm a merchant of the village. Yuto said with a natural smile. Of course, deep down. Praise me? They are praising me for my money. Is that so? Minato laughed heartily. He probably guessed why Yuto Uchiha didn't want to be a ninja. After all, the Uchiha clan. Yuto simply wanted to use his methods to change the Uchiha clan. He patted Yuto on the shoulder. Let's work together to change everything, Yuto. I hope to see you wearing a ninja headband one day and becoming a true ninja. It's time to wrap up the missions here, I should take them back. With that, he flipped over the railing, clapped his hands, and called for his subordinates, who had just returned from delivering orders. Only Yuto Uchiha watched helplessly as Minato went below. Who wants to be a ninja? Wouldn't it be nice for him to be the richest man in the ninja world? I'm back. Competing with Kakashi was exhausting. But damn it. He lost again. Obito, carrying his tired body and holding a fruit tea in his hand, opened the door and immediately saw his grandmother changing her shoes at the entrance. His grandmother was wearing a strange blue and white, tight-fitting sports outfit, and her grayish-white hair was tied up. It seemed she was preparing to go out. Obito was taken aback and curiously asked, "Grandma, where are you going?" "Oh, Obito, you're back? Dinner is ready, it's in the pot. Just serve it yourself." His grandma looked up, smiling kindly at him. "Tonight, there's an event for the elders in the clan, it seems they're going to dance or something. I'll go check it out. After dinner, please wash the dishes, and I'll do the rest when I come back." After saying that, she opened the door and walked out, leaving Obito with a puzzled expression as he watched her leave. Dance? What kind of dance? Chapter 6. He wants to be my dad. During this time, a considerable number of D-rank missions were assigned to Minato's team, but of course, this wouldn't last long. Obito had someone watching him from behind. He couldn't stay in Hidden Leaf Village as a delivery guy forever. Even though, in these past few days, Rin worked as a waitress while he acted as a delivery person, it felt like they were a happy couple running a bubble tea shop. However, once the time came, he would have to go out to undertake more dangerous missions. Currently, at the beginning of wartime, the battlefield wasn't too tense yet. This was evident from Kakashi being temporarily recalled. Therefore, in a while, they would still need to head back to the battlefield. Kakashi, this genius, was also being watched closely by Hidden Leaf Village's higher-ups, especially by the third Hokage, who worried that the village's genius might harbor darkness in his heart. At this moment, in the office, Uchiha smiled slightly after giving a salary to Hidden Leaf Village celebrity Mike Dewey. "How has Senior Dewey been doing lately?" "Thanks to Lord Yudo's help, both my son and I now have a stable income," the kind-hearted Mike Dewey replied, always smiling at everyone. Even though he possessed bizarre strength and was often mocked, he remained cheerful and full of sunshine. He looked down at his envelope and was immediately shocked. "Lord Yudo, did you make a mistake?" After saying that, he took out a portion of the money, bending down to hand the excess back to Uchiha. "Lord Yudo, please take this back." "No need, just keep it. This is your bonus for this quarter. Also, congratulations on Guy's graduation." Uchiha pushed the money back. "I apologize for not helping to celebrate Guy's achievement earlier. But it still seemed a bit much." "It's alright, just keep it. You've done a great job with the deliveries this quarter. Your temperature control, taste, and timing have all been excellent, earning you 5-star reviews from clients. So, this extra amount is what you deserve." Uchiha shook his head with a faint smile. "Moreover, there's a job I need your help with." Mike Dewey specialized in physical techniques and couldn't use ninjutsu. Thus, his abilities were not remarkable. Over the years, his small team either promoted to Chunin or Jonin or simply disappeared. Alone, he could accept only a few tasks. Therefore, Mike Dewey had been juggling odd jobs and training. However, odd jobs ultimately didn't earn much. Believing that he was a tough person and that the job of a food delivery rider suited him well, Yudo hired him, allowing him to exercise while delivering food, all while secretly using money to corrupt his heart. As a result, Dewey grew to love the job. Rumor had it that during this time of delivering, he had developed the ability to balance bubble tea without spilling it or shaking it. So, it wasn't wrong to say he received high praise from clients. Yudo stroked his chin and smiled. "It's not a difficult task, just a bit troublesome. Lord Yudo, please tell me." Mike Dewey stood tall and all serious. "No matter what job it is, I will definitely complete it. Recently, are you aware of the activities at the Uchiha Clan Senior Citizens Center?" Uchiha looked at the serious Mike Dewey. He liked this aspect of Mike Dewey very much. A small act of kindness should be repaid with great gratitude. Thus, any work he assigned would be taken very seriously. "It's not really a hassle, it's just that there are too many old people, so there are many trivial matters. We can't use ninjutsu to manage them, so I hope to have a physical ninja to help out. Just be patient, and make sure they don't run around or fall. If they encounter any problems, send them directly to the medical department. Is that so?" "Don't worry, Lord Yudo," Mike Dewey shouted earnestly. "I will protect them well. I appreciate it. If possible, could you report there today?" "No problem." As long as there were no important missions in the village, Mike Dewey focused on this job. After all, he was a ninja. In fact, he felt very grateful to Lord Yudo. At the time, the whole village was mocking him and his son. Even the teams were prioritized for tasks. Only Lord Yudo reached out to help them, providing them with a well-paying job that also allowed for training. "I'm heading there now." After saying that, he turned around and rushed out. "Too fast. Senior Dewey." Uchiha shook his head helplessly. Hearing the noisy sounds outside the office, he frowned and walked out. Why is the store manager throwing a tantrum in the shop? Due to the village's issues, the store manager in the headquarters didn't recruit members from various clans but instead ordinary people, just a regular uncle who had injured his leg and retired from being a ninja. Yuto Uchiha stepped out and saw the shopkeeper scolding a black-haired boy who was bowing his head, instantly twitching the corner of his mouth. "Uncle Sato, you dare to scold even Takun? Aren't you afraid he'll wipe out your entire clan?" Looking at Obito Uchiha, who had a face full of grievances and was helplessly biting his lip, Yuto sighed and patted Uncle Sato's shoulder. "Uncle Sato, what happened?" He glanced at Obito, who was still looking down. The young man just started working. "It's okay to make mistakes, teach him well so he doesn't repeat them next time. Boss Yuto." Uncle Sato hurriedly said respectfully when he saw Yuto Uchiha come out, then helplessly looked at Obito Uchiha. "I've already taught him for the past few days, but this kid keeps forgetting." He rushed out for some competition, spilling several cups of bubble tea, and because he was in such a hurry, some of the bubble tea turned murky, leading to customer complaints. This time, he also delayed the delivery because he helped an old lady cross the road, and the customers complained about that too. "As expected of you, Obito." Yuto Uchiha's mouth twitched again. He walked up to Obito Uchiha and smiled, saying, "Obito, lift your head." Obito Uchiha heard someone else's voice and was curious, but because he had really made a mistake this time, he felt too embarrassed to look up. When he finally lifted his head, he was stunned to see a familiar face. "It's you. You liar. Obito." Rin's voice was tense. "You idiot." Kakashi helplessly covered his head. "Little brat, what are you saying? The boss is now your employer and also the younger brother of the Uchiha clan leader. You should call him Lord Yuto." Uncle Sato punched Obito on the head. "Doesn't the Ninja Academy teach these things anymore? It's fine. No worries." Yuto waved his hand, smiling at Obito. "Are you regretting it? If you are, you can still call me Dad now." Before he could finish, everyone nearby was stunned. Obito's dad. So young. So rich. Even Rin and Kakashi were dumbfounded. Didn't Obito's parents pass away? "Who would want to call you Dad, you despicable guy?" Obito yelled. "I'm going to become Hokage. Don't worry, as your father, I will wait for you." Yuto showed a fatherly smile, patting his head, but predictably, Obito dodged it. Then he said seriously, "Because you were late in delivering and caused damage, resulting in customer complaints, I will discuss this with Minato. Obito, as a ninja, you must be careful and cautious when carrying out tasks, regardless of the type. If this were an escort mission, and because of your actions, your employer was harmed, what would you do?" Hearing that he would talk to their teacher, Obito immediately slumped, feeling deflated as he lowered his head and muttered, "I didn't do it on purpose. It was just a series of little accidents." However, Yuto hadn't finished speaking. He patted Obito's shoulder and smiled, saying, "But there is a reason for everything. It was to help others, so to encourage your good deeds, we are awarding you a Good Samaritan certificate and a reward of 30,000 ryo. Remember your kind-heartedness now, but don't be so naive during wartime." With that, he turned to Uncle Sato. "I'm going out for a bit, so I'm leaving the store in your hands." After saying that, under the curious, excited, and puzzled gazes of everyone, he walked straight outside. After a moment, "Obito. Is that your dad?" Rin asked curiously, blinking as she looked at his departing figure. "He's really handsome and young. He looks like he's not much older than us." "Not at all. He's just a weirdo," Obito explained without hesitation, his tone somewhat proud. "I don't know who he is, but he wants to take me as his son and let me inherit his fortune. He really is too impressive." After that, Kakashi rolled his eyes. "It's just a joke. Did this idiot really take it seriously?" Yuto Uchiha, the younger brother of the Uchiha clan leader, is also a genius of the Uchiha clan. For some reason, he later refused to become a ninja and went into business. He stared at Yuto's departing figure with a puzzled expression. "It's really intriguing." As soon as he finished speaking, Rin and Obito looked at Kakashi in shock. "Kakashi, you know him?" Rin asked curiously. "Kakashi, you said he's a member of the Uchiha clan?" Obito said, astonished. Immediately, Kakashi rolled his eyes at him again. And Rin looked helplessly at Obito. "Obito. Didn't Uncle Sato just say that?" Rin whispered. "Ninjas also need to learn to gather useful information, Obito." Chapter 7. Square Dance Diplomacy. Thanks a lot, Yuto. "No problem, Minato. They're all Hidden Lee Village's hope." Yuto smiled faintly, looking at Minato. "But being too naive or too extreme is never good. You've had a tough time too, haven't you, Minato?" "Yeah. Obito is too naive and far too emotional. If he encounters an unexpected situation, he'll be devastated." Minato sighed and nodded. "Kakashi, on the other hand, thinks that missions are the most important because of what happened to Lord Sakamo. That's also why the third Hokage brought him back now. Minato recalled that the day Kakashi returned, the third Hokage met with him and discussed Kakashi, hoping Minato could guide him onto the right path and strengthen his bond with his teammates. That's probably why Obito and Kakashi were assigned to work together. Obito. He is also a ninja with the will of fire. Thinking of this, Minato glanced again at Yuto Uchiha. The Uchiha clan had both Obito Uchiha and Yuto Uchiha, two ninjas with the will of fire. Surely, they would reintegrate into Hidden Leaf Village. At that moment, Minato. A female ninja with red hair skipped over, excited to see Minato. Kushina. Sister Kushina. Yuto Uchiha smiled faintly, greeted her, then turned to Minato, saying, I'll leave you two alone. Back when he was still a student, he was quite familiar with both Kushina and Minato. Aren't you coming with us? I'll treat you to some ramen. No thanks. Your students in the store will take care of it. Don't be fooled by how Uncle Sato looks now. He was quite an excellent chunin back in the day. I won't intrude on your date. He winked playfully. Thanks. Minato blushed slightly and scratched his cheek, embarrassed. Let's go, Minato. Hurry. Kushina didn't seem to care and pulled Minato along casually. Then, she looked at Yuto and said, Well done, Yuto. You haven't come to see your sister in so long, you little brat. But I won't bother you too. She winked playfully. And? Are you having straw Baileys today? I'll make sure the shop arranges it. Yuto smiled helplessly as he watched Kushina wave goodbye, with Minato looking apologetic. Was he lucky? Or unlucky? Senior Kushina and Senior Minato are really a perfect match, said a voice next to him. Yuto turned and saw Hyuga Sazune beside him, smiling softly as she watched Minato and Kushina leave. He nodded in agreement. It's still early. Shall we take a walk? Sure, Yuto. Sazune's white eyes seemed to brighten a bit as she nodded and walked beside Yuto. The two of them walked quietly. It was the time of the Third Shinobi World War, so Hidden Leaf Village's commercial activity wasn't very prosperous. Or rather, the economy of the entire ninja world was still developing. One could say. It was full of both opportunities and risks. As a result, there wasn't much to do in the village, just a simple walk. Minato and Kushina would probably find a secluded spot in the woods to enjoy some quiet time together. Of course, nothing in Hidden Leaf Village escaped the third Hokage's jutsu. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Kushina naturally attracted more attention than most. By the way, the Uchiha clan's activities for the elderly have caught a lot of attention, and the elders of the Hyuga clan are hoping to join. My brother asked me to discuss it with you. Sazune looked a little embarrassed, sticking her tongue out playfully. The elders in the family are quite stingy. They don't want to spend their own money and are hesitant to approach the Uchiha clan leader, so they asked me to talk to you. Should I turn them down? No need, this is great. Yuto's lips curled slightly, he didn't mind others taking advantage of his generosity. A little bit of money was nothing. A few more shops could be built to cover it. What he feared was that others would distance themselves from him. But, given that it was still wartime, they had to be cautious. Any clan is welcome. If they want to join, they can. There will be professionals to guide them. It's good for the elderly to get more exercise. By the way, what does the Hokage think? After all, we're still in the middle of a war. A while ago, Sakamo Hatake had taken his own life due to the weight of his guilt. Although he was later honored as a hero of Hidden Leaf Village, the atmosphere in the village was still somewhat tense. Would having too much fun now make the Hokage think they lacked awareness of the bigger picture? The third Hokage is very supportive. He thinks the atmosphere in the village is too tense. Even though we're still in a time of war, he hopes the village can relax a bit. Sazune smiled. That way, the village will be more vibrant. She glanced at Yuto's handsome profile, recalling how she once envied his talent and felt insecure. She had always been alone back then. But Yuto, still a child at the time, had comforted and encouraged her, training alongside her. She had never expected that Yuto would end up not becoming a ninja. With determination in her voice, she said, "No matter what you choose to do, Yuto, I will support you." Yuto looked at Sazune, confused by her sudden statement, then smiled and nodded. Thank you. He owed much of his current success to Sazune's help. He remembered how, when everyone else mocked him, only Sazune had stayed by his side. They had chosen store locations together, built the shops, and even worked as servers together. They had survived the difficult early days of his business. By the way, your older brother, clan leader Hayashi, should be getting married soon, right? Yuto Uchiha seemed to remember something, frowning in thought. I don't think I'll be able to attend his wedding. Sazune, make sure to give my gift to clan leader Hayashi on my behalf. Hyuga Sazune was the younger sister of Hiashi Hyuga and Hyuga Hisashi. However, due to her lack of talent, after her eldest brother became the head of the main family and her second brother the leader of the branch family, she could only become an ordinary ninja in the branch family. Being part of the branch family with ordinary blood, the death rate was quite high in their duty to protect the main family. Yuto remembered when she was still a shy, insecure girl with no friends, no strength, and often ridiculed. Who would have thought that she'd become such an outstanding professional woman today? Yuto admired the quiet pride typical of the Hyuga women. Impressive indeed. However, after a brief silence, Sazune smiled slightly and said, "I'll remember that. When do you plan to leave, Yuto? Do you need to request an escort mission?" "The day after tomorrow. The ninja world hasn't been very peaceful lately. The sooner I leave, the sooner I can return. As for an escort, that won't be necessary. The guards in the trade caravan will suffice." Yuto sighed, glancing at the sunset. "The sun's almost set. Let me walk you home." "All right." Meanwhile, after being taught some basic ninja knowledge by Uncle Sato and completing a few deliveries, a tired Obito dragged himself home. "I'm home." However, once again, there was no response. It had been like this for several days. Every day when he returned home, his grandma wasn't there. It seemed that every morning and evening, she would go out with her friends to dance or something. Although he hadn't eaten with his grandma in a while, Obito Uchiha was still quite happy to see her in such good spirits. His grandma staying home all the time wasn't good either. Looking at the dinner already prepared in the pot, he sighed helplessly, "Looks like I'll be eating alone again tonight." He couldn't figure out what exactly his grandma had found so interesting. At the same time, in the Uchiha clan compound, an elderly Uchiha, leaning on a cane, looked at Fugaku Uchiha and said calmly, "Clan leader, I've heard that the clan has been wasting a lot of money on those useless old people recently." "It's not wasting the clan's money, elder. Yuto Uchiha. He has already been expelled from the Uchiha clan. He is a disgrace to the Uchiha. And the money? It's just his way of showing gratitude for the Uchiha clan raising him. I don't have the authority to interfere. He will handle things on his own." Fugaku crossed his arms, speaking indifferently. "Foolishness. If we had that much money, we could improve the benefits for our Uchiha ninjas, yet it's being spent on such useless things." The old man, known as the Great Elder, had a glint in his eye. "I will personally go and have a talk with that boy, Yuto." He recalled. Back then, he had been very considerate of Yuto, who had been quite a genius and very devoted to the Uchiha clan. Chapter 8. A fat sheep for others to fleece night. The evening breeze blew gently. The Uchiha clan had concluded their evening discussion for the day. The results weren't good. As the clan leader of the Uchiha family, Fugaku Uchiha did not agree, as everyone had hoped, to allocate all resources to Uchiha ninjas. The elders of the Uchiha clan watched as the clan leader walked away, letting out a long sigh of disappointment. One elder turned to the great elder beside him and asked, "Elder brother, what do we do now?" "Don't be anxious." Uchiha Satsuna, the great elder of the Uchiha clan, leaned on his cane, his face wrinkled and aged, with a calm gaze as he narrowed his eyes slightly. "Let me first go meet that kid, Yuto." Yuto Uchiha. Once the genius of the Uchiha clan, he had shown extraordinary talent at a young age, diligently studying and training, often forgetting to eat while immersed in the clan's library and training grounds. He possessed the will of fire that the third Hokage often spoke of. Although the Uchiha clan generally dismissed the concept of the will of fire, Yuto's recognition by the third Hokage and his ability to write inspiring articles about the will of fire could serve as a link between the clan and the village, potentially reintegrating the Uchiha clan into the power center of Hidden Lee village and gaining acceptance from the village. They even went to great lengths to prepare for Yuto to become a direct disciple of the third Hokage, learning under one of the legendary Sannin. Yuto was also quite promising, as he recognized the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki as his sister and met the graduation requirements at the academy after only a few years of study. Although he ultimately didn't apply for early graduation, it was evident that Yuto had great talent. A genius of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, a genius recognized by the third Hokage. At that time, they all believed that Yuto Uchiha could lead the Uchiha clan's geniuses toward a new future. Uchiha Setsuna thought so too. Unfortunately, things did not go as they had hoped. On the day of graduation, everything proceeded as expected. Everyone had been happily preparing to celebrate the Uchiha clan's genius, but that night, when it mattered most, being a ninja couldn't save the Uchiha. That brat actually said this in front of the elders and the clan leader, and he didn't even care about being expelled from the Uchiha clan. It was a disgrace to the Uchiha clan. At that time, Everyone was prepared to expel him from the Uchiha clan and let him fend for himself, but it's really a pity. Uchiha Setsuna gazed at the moon in the sky, sighed sadly, shook his head, and lightly tapped the floor with his cane. After much hesitation, he, as the great elder, decided to give the boy a chance, believing that if he lived independently for a while, he would understand that being a ninja was the future of the ninja world. Without strength, any wealth would merely become a dress for someone else. To his surprise, that brat actually made something of himself. Though that little bit of money wasn't much for the ancient Uchiha clan, it was still free money that could be acquired annually, and that amounted to a significant sum. Even the Uchiha clan couldn't spare that much each year. They might be able to, but it could affect the clan's overall operations. Therefore, if this money could be used for Uchiha ninjas, it would definitely enhance their strength. What does the elder plan to do? Asked an elder beside him, his hair equally white. Should we invite Yuto to come here directly? Let's wait a moment. You all know how stubborn that kid Yuto is, or rather, geniuses always think they are right. What a pity. Uchiha Setsuna shook his head in regret, tapping the floor with his cane and contemplating for a moment. Let me first go see what those old folks are up to. What exactly they're doing? Dancing? Singing? Is this what ninjas should be doing? Sighing, he turned around. Don't worry, I will definitely find some so-called evidence to make that brat Yuto understand what is right. Ninjas. Ninjas with absolute strength. That is the only way out for the Uchiha clan. So, since that brat said that being a ninja couldn't save the Uchiha, let him, as the great elder of the Uchiha clan, tell that brat that a few measly coins cannot save the Uchiha. They would only be seen as fat sheep for others to fleece. Being seen as a fat sheep at this stage is better than being viewed as a hidden danger for the village. After sending Hyuga Sazune back to the Hyuga clan, Yuto Uchiha walked alone down the streets of Hidden Leaf Village, reflecting on the somewhat desolate streets and shaking his head. For example, the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan, both prominent clans in Hidden Leaf Village, have always been rivals, neither willing to yield to the other. Especially the Uchiha clan. Although they once reached their peak, ever since the second Hokage initiated a series of reforms and the third Hokage reformed the ninja teams, the Uchiha clan has declined. Consequently, the Hyuga clan has become more arrogant and proud upon seeing the Uchiha clan. They believed they were the #1 Dujutsu clan in Hidden Leaf Village. However, when they saw Yuto Uchiha, they couldn't help but greet him with a smile and call him Boss Yuto. It was nothing else. He, Yuto Uchiha, is a rich and naive man. He has always relied on his money to get close to others. And he believed that in a few more years, he would become even more approachable. Yuto arrived at the orphanage on the streets of Hidden Leaf Village. After pondering for a moment, he walked inside. Brother Yuto. Boss Yuto. He was immediately greeted warmly by the children. Originally, according to the initial plan, Yuto Uchiha was supposed to possess a strong will of fire, making friends in the academy, enhancing bonds with classmates, and then showcasing his strength so that the higher-ups wouldn't underestimate him. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. He had become a wealthy man with a net worth of more than billions. There was no choice. He thought about it. If he didn't engage in business, even if he focused on research, exploring his bloodline, or developing jutsu, it would still take a long time. And he might barely begin to show promise, only to end up becoming a rogue ninja. It was too dangerous. It was better to enjoy the present, letting everyone think that Yuto Uchiha had given up the ninja path and not pay him any mind. Otherwise, relying solely on the so-called will of fire to gain the third Hokage's recognition was simply a joke. Just look at what the third Hokage said every time Danzō wanted to take action. Let me think about it. Let's wait a bit longer. Maybe there's another way. Don't act rashly. And what happened? Yuto Uchiha didn't know how many ashes were scattered under the regret, self-blame, and shame of the third Hokage. He casually ruffled a few children's heads and headed toward the office of the orphanage director. He knocked on the door, and a gentle voice called out, "Come in." Yuto walked in and immediately saw a woman with glasses, draped in a white cloak, sitting in a chair. She seemed to notice him enter and turned her head with a smile to look at him. With a gentle smile, her eyes crinkled as she softly regarded Yuto. "Is it Yuto?" "Sister Nano, it's me." Yuto nodded slightly, casually sitting down beside her. "It seems like Sister Nano is also troubled. Is something bothering you? Do you need help?" "It's nothing." Nano organized the documents with a smile, shaking her head. She poured Yuto a cup of tea, saying, "Just some minor matters at the orphanage, nothing serious." "Have there been many more orphans?" Although the war was in its early stages and not very intense, with the main focus on defending against Hidden Sand Village, there were still casualties due to the war. Yuto pondered for a moment and then, seeing Nano looking at him in confusion, smiled and said, "In a few days, I'll be opening a few barbecue restaurants and will need several apprentices." Nano was taken aback for a moment, then smiled lightly, seemingly relieved, nodding and saying, "This is a great help. I just happen to need apprentices." "I know." Nano shook her head helplessly and poured Yuto, who was looking all wealthy, another cup of tea. "I really appreciate Yuto's help. Otherwise, she and the orphanage might." As she thought of this, Nano suddenly furrowed her brows, as if recalling something. "Yuto, are you leaving the village in a few days?" "Yes." Yuto nodded. "I have some business to handle outside. After all, this war seems to be escalating, it might get very intense. So, I need to take advantage of the calm now to finish up my business." "Is that so?" Nano murmured to herself, then raised her head seriously to look at Yuto. "Please remember. You must hire more ninjas, and also..." She paused and lowered her voice, "Be careful of root ninjas." Root ninjas? Chapter 9. Hidden Leaf Village Youth Speaks Root Ninjas? Could Danzō be coming to borrow money? This was all Yuto Uchiha could think of, otherwise, he couldn't figure out why the root ninjas would be paying attention to an ordinary rich man like him. It couldn't possibly be because he was too close to the top spy in root, right? Of course, he didn't take it to heart. As long as he didn't make any mistakes, Danzō wouldn't make a move on him. As for spreading rumors like they did with Tsukumo, well, sorry, he was just an ordinary boss who owned a few milk tea shops. The next day. Morning. Yuto Uchiha once again came to the milk tea shop and was surprised to see the place full of noisy people. Why were there so many people today? He didn't remember assigning so many people to the task. Moreover, Minato didn't seem to be leading the group today. Was he too tired last night? Probably couldn't get up. Yuto saw Obito, still full of energy, once again challenging Kakashi and acting extremely arrogant in front of his friends. Yuto Uchiha showed a fatherly smile and patted Obito's head. "Obito, did you bring all your friends here today to play? Come, come. Uncle Sato, bring some snacks and treats for the kids." Then, ignoring Obito's confused and irritated expression, he patted his head kindly again. "You get the day off today. I'll talk to your team leader later. Remember to have fun." Afterwards, without paying attention to the wide-eyed kids, he headed into the office. By giving Obito fatherly love, letting him enjoy the luxurious lifestyle of a rich second-generation kid, and corrupting his innocent heart with money, Yuto hoped to see if, when Obito lost his girlfriend, he would still feel heartbroken. After all, with enough money, a certain toad could introduce him to many more girlfriends, teaching him that his first love was something to keep in his heart. He could be angry, he could be sad, but there was no need to destroy the world, kill his father and mother, and wipe out innocent people along the way. "I am your godfather, after all." When Yuto entered, except for Kakashi and Rin, who already knew, the other friends were stunned. "Obito. Your dad." Asuma, who already had a thick beard despite his young age, threw his arm around Obito's shoulder, filled with envy and jealousy. "No wonder we're cleaning the sewers while you guys are sitting here drinking milk tea. So this is what fatherly love feels like?" He sighed. "Why doesn't my old man treat me this well? And why didn't you tell us earlier? If I had known this was your shop, would I have waited in line for 7 hours to buy Kirinai's milk tea last time? He could have just gone through the back door. It's not. And don't call me Obito." Obito's mouth twitched. So frustrating. Sure, the guy was rich, but who is he? How could he, Obito Uchiha, who is destined to become Hokage, call someone dad just because of a few bucks? Isn't he though? I'm pretty familiar with that look in his eyes. Asuma furrowed his brows slightly. His old man had that same look, though it was usually before he was about to beat him. And if he's not your dad, why is he so nice to you? He's just crazy. Obito proudly lifted his head. He's taken a liking to my talent and wants to adopt me, let me inherit his fortune. Hey. Asuma gave Obito a sideways glance, clearly not buying it. How could they believe that? This guy, talented? What talent? Fire jutsu that chokes himself? Throwing kunai that stabs his own finger? Or taijutsu that trips him up? It's true, he's not Obito's father. Rin, who had a gentle demeanor, seemed to sense Obito's confusion and softly explained. He's a member of the Uchiha clan, but for some reason. She glanced at Obito. Maybe he's just joking around. As soon as Rin finished her words. Alright, kids. Uncle Sato had already brought out the snacks, cheerfully saying, go ahead and eat. After speaking, he glanced at Obito with curiosity. TSK, TSK, TSK. Shaking his head, he headed back into the kitchen. Take a good rest today. No idea what Boss Yudo sees in you, kid. Once again. Everyone silently stared at Obito. After a while. Obito, why don't you just accept it? Asuma rubbed his chin with a serious expression. Then we could come here and drink milk tea for free. For some reason, every time they passed by the shop, as long as they had money in their pockets, they felt an urge to come in and buy a cup. Get lost. Obito yelled. Who wants to acknowledge him as a father? Was the Hokage's son really this shameless? After some bickering under Kakashi's calm gaze, the group finally settled down and started enjoying the milk tea. This is really good. Plus, it has pudding and taro. A cup like this costs as much as a deluxe bowl of char-siu ramen. Shiranui Genma wiped his mouth. He's treating so many of us to milk tea and snacks. Obito, are you sure he's not your dad? I already told you, he's not. Obito grumbled, then lazily slumped over the table. Lately, my grandma's been going out early and coming home late. I don't even know what she's been up to. There were noticeably fewer elderly crossing the streets these days too. Maybe it's some kind of seniors activity? I heard a lot of the elderly joined in. Asuma nodded. They just sing and play that game with the feathered shuttlecock. It looks pretty boring. There was one thing he didn't mention. A bunch of old folks wearing those outfits. Honestly, he had to wash his eyes for a long time that night. With a complaining tone, he added, who came up with that idea anyway? Weren't the elderly supposed to sit in their courtyards, bask in the sun, and leisurely enjoy afternoon tea? I think it's nice. Everyone seems happy, Rin said softly, but no one paid attention. Everyone just wanted to complain right now. Then the handsome boy, Mijiki, chimed in, I heard it was organized by the Uchiha clan. And then? Everyone silently looked at Obito. Obito also remained silent for a moment, then reluctantly nodded. I asked about it, and yes, it was him. Yudo Uchiha. That guy's the one who got the clan to organize it. It's even made it impossible for him to have a meal with his grandma lately. But his grandma seemed really happy every day. Frustrated, Obito grumbled, ugh, I haven't had a hot, freshly cooked meal in days. After he said this. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew quiet. Obito looked up in confusion, seeing his friends staring at him in shock. What's wrong? What did you just call him? Asuma raised an eyebrow, looking at Obito in disbelief. Yudo Uchiha. Obito naturally pointed to the name on a sign. Yudo. Isn't it written right there? Yudo Uchiha. The voices rose in unison. Yudo Uchiha. Yudo Uchiha. Are you serious? Obito rolled his eyes. I already said it. Don't you think that name sounds really familiar? Do you know who wrote Hidden Leaf Village Youth Speaks? Genma sipped his milk tea slowly. And have you heard of my Hidden Leaf Village, my Hokage? That sounds really familiar. Obito paused, trying to remember. Where did I hear that? To read the full article, please answer the following questions. 1. When was the third Hokage's wife born? 2. What's the central theme of the entire piece? What the hell? Obito froze, shivering as if he remembered something terrible. Don't bother asking him, Asuma said casually, picking his nose. This guy never passed that class? Genma stared silently at Asuma. Are you even qualified to say that? Did you even get any points? Don't judge me like this. I got 2 points on that essay. Did you get the first question right? Why yes. Chapter 10. Why am I here? I am Uchiha Setsuna. I once witnessed the greatness and kindness of the first Hokage and followed the legendary Madara Uchiha, a man of unparalleled might. Now, after all these years, I've become one of the elders of the Uchiha clan. Leaning on my cane, I no longer walk with the same pride as before. I even need assistance just to go to the bathroom at night. What I long for most now is to see the Uchiha clan restored to its former glory. Unfortunately, the young man I had high hopes for ended up going into business. Early in the morning, I disguised myself and quietly followed a group of Uchiha elders to a flat, open field on the outskirts of the village. Watching the bustling crowd of elderly folks, all smiling and leisurely enjoying themselves, I let out a cold snort in my heart. Waste. A huge waste. An absolute waste. What's the point of wasting money here? Will this bring another genius to the Uchiha clan? Will this make the Uchiha clan stronger? Will this restore the Uchiha clan's former glory? Each of these questions was answered with a firm no in my mind. I was starting to feel disappointed with Yudo Uchiha, the young man I once had high hopes for. Wouldn't it be better to use this money to train Uchiha shinobi? 100 million each year. With that kind of money, think of how much the Uchiha clan could accomplish. I sighed deeply, filled with anger and frustration. That little Yudo, He's so irresponsible. To think he once opposed the decision to take his eyes. He's planning to support the Uchiha clan financially, but he didn't even consult me, the elder? That's just so immature. At that moment. Line up, line up. Everyone else is here. Sound off. A young woman leading the group clapped her hands and said, those who just arrived, please line up at the back. If you can't see, I'll arrange you in a better spot later. She then turned to the large man with thick eyebrows and a green outfit beside her. Thanks for your help, Senior Dewey. No problem. Mike Dewey flashed a smile, giving her a thumbs up. With that, his figure dashed forward, leaving behind multiple afterimages in the eyes of ordinary people. Sir, please line up over here. Are you with the Hyuga clan? You can line up here. Watching this scene made my eye twitch. I knew this guy. He's somewhat famous in Hidden Leaf Village, though. A useless taijutsu ninja. Sure, he looks fast, but if he went up against the Uchiha's Sharingan. Haha, he wouldn't stand a chance. I sighed again, muttering to myself, I can't believe Yuto has fallen so far. To be recruiting such weaklings? I couldn't take it anymore. Just as I was about to leave and have a serious talk with Yuto Uchiha. Sir, please move a bit further inside. Mike Dewey appeared beside me, noticing the clan emblem on my robe, and quickly understood. Most Uchiha members are stoic, difficult to communicate with, and a bit arrogant. As Yuto had once explained, all you needed was patience. However, I let out a cold, disdainful snort. My face filled with contempt as I prepared to throw a few sarcastic remarks to humiliate this worthless man before leaving. You're still as insufferable as ever, Setsuna. A cold, elderly voice suddenly interrupted me from the front. Elegant, calm, and disdainful. But with a hint of familiarity. Startled, I looked up to see a silver-haired old woman with the same wrinkled face as mine, but with a distinctive, though somewhat clouded, Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. I blinked in surprise. Hana, what are you doing here? Me? Hyuga Hana smiled elegantly, her old face still radiating the grace she once had as a younger woman. Just passing the time. I've been coming here for several days now. I didn't expect. She glanced up and down at me. That even you, the old stubborn one from the Uchiha, would show up. The Uchiha clan stubbornness is nothing compared to you Hyuga old-timers. I shot back, I didn't expect an old Hyuga like you would be here. It's quite relaxing and rather enjoyable. Hana smiled gently, unfazed. Your young clan member. Yuto Uchiha. Not bad. Not bad at all. With those words, Uchiha Setsuna suddenly felt choked up, unsure of what to say. Was this woman mocking the Uchiha clan? Yuto Uchiha. Once a genius of the Uchiha. Now, a disgrace to the clan. To say something like this in front of him was clearly a taunt, mocking the Uchiha for failing to protect their genius. Anger welled up in him, and just as he was about to lash out, ready to bring up the Hyuga clan's dark secret. The caged bird seal. The group leader suddenly approached with a smile, saying, is he an acquaintance of Senior Hana? Not quite familiar, but an acquaintance nonetheless. Hana smiled modestly and nodded. Before Setsuna could speak, the leader continued, then could I trouble Senior Hana to take care of this elder? Of course. After a brief exchange, the leader left, leaving Uchiha Setsuna frowning, but he didn't say anything. With a cold snort, he turned to leave. Stop. Hyuga Hana's calm voice sounded. Lift your head. Humphrey. How dull. I have no interest in. Before he could finish his sentence, Uchiha Setsuna, with a dazed expression, watched as Hyuga Hana stepped forward and grabbed both of his hands. Her cloudy Byakugan glanced at him briefly. You're already so old, yet you still act like a child? Lift your hands, and watch my movements. Uchiha Setsuna stood dumbfounded, staring at her wrinkled face and feeling the touch of her hands. His body began to move involuntarily with hers. He stared at her face in a daze, his once cloudy eyes clearing up, as if he were seeing the same beautiful, graceful face she had in her youth. At that moment, Hyuga Hana stopped her movements and frowned slightly, looking at Uchiha Setsuna as if he were in a stupor. Did you get it this time, old man? What's with the dumbfounded look? Uchiha Setsuna snapped out of it and let out another cold snort, saying flatly, I didn't get it. What kind of nonsense was that? Show me again. What happened to your Sharingan? I am old. It's useless now. Hey, Hyuga Hana chuckled softly, yes, you are old. This time, make sure you pay attention. With that, she once again guided Setsuna's hands, and as he watched her graceful, calm movements, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch into a brief, barely noticeable smile. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't notice it. But why am I even here? It felt like there was something important he had forgotten. But Hyuga Hana's stern voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Pay attention. You're still daydreaming? His inner confusion was cast aside, and his expression became focused. If I forgot it, then it must not have been important. If it wasn't important, it could wait. For now, what mattered most was showing these old Hyuga fools that no one could outshine the Uchiha when it came to dancing. Meanwhile, after a quick registration with Hidden Leaf Village's gate guards, using his merchant status to leave the village for business, and bidding a brief farewell to Sazune with a light smile, Yuta Uchiha, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, leisurely left the village. The 2 bodyguards beside him were trusted aides, registered in Hidden Leaf Village, and allowed to enter and leave with him. Naturally, they weren't very strong. Just average. After all, if they were too powerful, he wouldn't have such freedom. Once outside Hidden Leaf Village, beyond its borders, another group was waiting for him. By late afternoon. Finally, outside the range of Hidden Leaf Village, they arrived in a forest. As soon as they stepped into the woods, several black-robed figures appeared and stood before Yuta Uchiha. Boss. Daibatsu? Yuta Uchiha smiled faintly. Is it you this time? Ha ha ha, Daibatsu laughed heartily. I was bored, so I came. Boss, shall we head back now? Hold on. Yuta Uchiha shook his head, then turned around, a smirk appearing on his lips. Let's take care of the little rats following us first. Chapter 11. Money release. Have we been discovered? The 3 masked ninjas exchanged glances, each seeing the shock in the other's eyes. Yuta Uchiha, the genius of the Uchiha clan. But ever since he graduated from the Ninja Academy, he had abandoned the path of a ninja and ventured into business. And well, genius really does live up to its name, doesn't it? In just a few short years, he had established branches across most regions of the Land of Fire. Even these specially trained ninjas couldn't help but hesitate each time they passed by one of his shops, wondering whether they should go in and try something. At first, they suspected that maybe there was something special added to the tea, but after conducting research and analysis, they concluded that it was just a well-made tea. So, without a doubt, Yuta Uchiha was a business genius. However, even after all these years, they didn't believe that a businessman who hadn't been involved in ninja work since graduating from the academy could have detected their presence. Was it his bodyguards who informed him? Impossible. The 3 ninjas, dressed as Anbu, quickly dismissed that thought. They had just seen it for themselves. Yuta Uchiha had spotted them first. He noticed them even before his bodyguards. It seems Yuta Uchiha is hiding some kind of secret. The cat-faced ninja who was half-crouching in the lead said in a deep voice. To be able to detect us, he must have considerable strength. Could it be the Sharingan? To be able to detect us without being an active ninja or having any mission experience. In any case, we must report this to Lord Danzō. Moreover, Yuta Uchiha was associating with ninjas from other villages outside the village. Does he not trust his own village? That's a serious offense in the village. Especially since he is a member of the Uchiha clan. The root ninjas were all too familiar with the Uchiha clan's tense situation within the village. What do we do now? Since we've been discovered. The leader glanced at the 5 people surrounding Yuta Uchiha, noting that 2 were his bodyguards from the village. Of little concern. But the other 3 were still unknown. We'll take him back to the village for interrogation. If we can't win, gather information and retreat swiftly. With that, after a brief exchange, the 3 ninjas revealed themselves and stood in front of Yuta Uchiha. Yuta Uchiha. Come with us, the Hokage wants to see you. The Hokage? It's probably that guy, Danzō. Because the root operates in the shadows, most of their missions are carried out under the name of the Anbu, which is why they use the Hokage's name. Yuta had heard from Nano the other night that Danzō seemed to have his eyes on his wealth. A naive, wealthy, village-loving businessman. That was the image he had crafted for himself. So, he hadn't taken it seriously and was actually waiting for Danzō to approach him to talk about some sort of investment. But now that he was leaving the village, he hadn't seen anyone show up and figured he would deal with it when he returned. Who would have thought? Danzō would send 3 root ninjas to quietly follow him out of the village? Yuta Uchiha instantly understood. That old man wanted to rope him into root, to turn him into a walking wallet or directly take over his tea business across the Land of Fire. A quick payday wasn't enough, Danzō wanted it all. What Danzō didn't realize, however, was that if Yuta disappeared, all he would leave behind would be a giant mess. Yuta Uchiha smiled faintly as he looked at the 3 ninjas. He opened his mouth, and just as they thought he was about to ask why the Hokage wanted to see him, his expression shifted, and he said calmly, "Attack. Leave no one behind." At this point, there was no intention of letting these guys return. Whether it was a matter of strength or keeping Daibatsu's affairs secret, nothing could be exposed at this stage. After all, he was just an ordinary, somewhat wealthy, village-loving merchant. As for what Danzō would think when his men didn't return, let him think whatever he wants. As long as he maintained his cover as a loyal merchant, Danzō couldn't do much. He wasn't some outsider businessman from another village who could be easily branded as a spy without evidence. Did they really think someone who had thrown around hundreds of millions would be easy to mess with? If they openly tried to rob him, wouldn't that chill the hearts of the other clans in the village? So, 3 root ninjas went missing while following him? Sorry. He didn't know anything about that. Plus, why would root ninjas secretly follow a simple merchant like him? As soon as Yudo gave the order, Daibutsu grinned savagely and rushed forward. The root ninjas exchanged a glance and quickly engaged in combat. Yudo Uchiha. Are you openly defying the Hokage's orders? Does the Uchiha clan intend to betray the village? Defying the Hokage's orders? Yudo Uchiha replied righteously. You sneak around behind me, trying to deceive a loyal merchant in the name of the Hokage? Do you think I, Yudo Uchiha, lose hundreds of millions for nothing? The third Hokage is so kind and wise, he would never do something so despicable. His eyes sharpened, glowing as if with divine light. Clearly, your disguised enemy village spies trying to kill a loyal merchant and sow discord in Hidden Leaf village to steal my wealth. With that, the root ninjas were left speechless. They were Hidden Leaf village's root, the shadows protecting the village in secret. In their minds, Lord Danzō's orders were synonymous with the Hokage's. But it wasn't like they could admit, yes, we're really here to rob you, right? Daibutsu let out a furious roar, showing no mercy as he swung his large staff. Water style, water prison jutsu. Unfortunately, the ninjas who joined Root were not ordinary ninjas. In fact, ordinary ninjas were of no interest to Danzō at all. Earth style wall. One of the Root ninjas swiftly performed a hand seal, and a wall of earth rose in front of him, blocking the man-sized water sphere. Then, all 3 ninjas quickly vanished from their original positions. Immediately after, another ninja formed a hand seal and calmly said, Mind Transfer Jutsu. These elite ninjas, trained by the academy, worked flawlessly together, instantly trapping Daibutsu, the rogue ninja. But Daibutsu wasn't fighting alone. Though the other 2 were weaker, they still had the strength of Chunin, and they quickly interrupted the attack. In the blink of an eye, Daibutsu was back in action. Unfortunately, as soon as the Chunin intervened, they fell into a trap. 2 figures appeared behind them just as they were about to be finished off. Clang! 2 kunai flew through the air. Uchiha's signature throwing technique. The 2 root ninjas had no choice but to stop their attack and quickly step back to avoid the strike. Then, they stared in shock at Yudo Uchiha, who stood there with a calm and friendly smile. That throwing technique just now. His timing was impeccable. It didn't seem like the move of someone who had only received basic ninja education. The 3 root ninjas regrouped and exchanged glances. Retreat. The fact that the Uchiha clan was hiding Yudo Uchiha's strength and recruiting ninjas from other villages, combined with the current situation of the Uchiha clan, clearly indicated they were planning something. They had to report this to Danzō. However, Yudo Uchiha had no intention of letting them leave. He didn't want anyone tailing him, nor did he want his secrets exposed, so... His eyes turned blood red, with 3 Tomoe swirling in them, spinning rapidly. The 3 root ninjas widened their eyes in shock as they stared at those crimson eyes. The Sharingan? And not just any Sharingan. A fully developed 3 Tomoe Sharingan. Time is running out. Let's end this. Yudo Uchiha said with a smile, maintaining his calm and businesslike demeanor. I make millions every minute, you know. Retreat. The 3 ninjas made a decisive call. Hiding his strength, not becoming a Hidden Leaf village ninja, recruiting outside ninjas. The Uchiha clan was definitely scheming something. They had to report this to Danzō. They needed to get the intel out. But alas, it was already too late. Once the Sharingan was activated, it was inevitable that they wouldn't be allowed to leave. Although it was only a 3 Tomoe Sharingan, not quite at the level of the god of shinobi, combined with Yudo's enhanced attributes from his wealth-building techniques, his strength was not something an ordinary person could contend with. Take the opportunity by surprise. Using both Ganjutsu and Ninjutsu. At the same time, Daibutsu charged forward to block their escape. Fire style, Dragon Fire Jutsu. The Uchiha clan was not only renowned for their Ganjutsu but also for their mastery of fire techniques. The enhanced chakra brought about a qualitative change, and 3 giant dragons spewed forth from Yudo's mouth, roaring toward the root ninjas, their eyes filled with horror. Yudo's strength was on par with that of an elite Jonin. But that wasn't the end. Money style, explosive tag rain. A flurry of explosive tags filled the air, raining down around the root ninjas. Explosions echoed continuously, and, combined with the fire dragons, the entire area was engulfed in flames and destruction. Daibatsu's mouth twitched as he hurriedly retreated, shouting, "Boss! Stop throwing those. They're definitely finished." The way Yudo used explosive tags as if they were nothing. There were only 3 enemies. What kind of ninja could afford to fight like this? Only a boss as wealthy as Yudo could pull off such extravagant tactics. At this rate, they might even blow themselves up. As the dust settled, Daibatsu and Yudo lowered their defense jutsu and looked at the 3 root ninjas, who now stood back to back in a triangle formation. At this moment, the 3 ninjas were in terrible condition. Their clothes were in tatters, blood oozing from their bodies, and 2 of them were even missing limbs. Beneath them, a massive, gaping crater had formed. The outcome was already decided. Yudo Uchiha. The lead root ninja muttered weakly, his voice low as he looked at Yudo Uchiha. You broke. Before he could finish. Money release. What are you babbling about? After pulling the kunai out of the neck of the last barely alive enemy, Yudo ordered, burn it all. And clean up the surrounding area as well. After all, interrogation ninjas could extract information from corpses. Yes, boss. Daibatsu replied, his lips twitching as he looked at his boss. This fight was not exciting at all. Once the cleanup was arranged, Daibatsu hesitated for a moment before asking, "Boss, now that you've killed Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, are you planning to defect to the Land of Rain?" "What Hidden Leaf Village ninjas? What are you talking about?" Yudo Uchiha looked at Daibatsu in confusion. "Who did we kill? Let's go. It's time for us to go." Daibatsu nodded knowingly. Indeed. They hadn't killed anyone. However, after taking only a few steps, Yudo Uchiha suddenly stopped, narrowing his eyes. He casually said to Daibatsu, "By the way, later on, put a bounty in the black market for me." Who was he going to put a bounty on? Why go through the hassle of posting a bounty? If someone offends the boss, can't we just arrange someone to assassinate him? Chapter 12. The Walking Gold Coin. A few days later. In a dark and eerie cave somewhere within Hidden Leaf Village. Are the 3 of them still not back? Danzō, wrapped in bandages, sat on a rocky bench with a grim expression, looking at the root ninjas below him. Is it really taking this long for a mere merchant? What a bunch of useless fools. The root doesn't need such waste. Originally, he had intended to recruit that guy as a member of the root organization. Although Yudo Uchiha had considerable talent, he had squandered it for so many years. Even with talent, what good was it now? He could no longer become a powerful ninja. So, he planned to make him a merchant for the root organization, providing funds for their operations. The fact that he managed to establish such a massive business in such a short time indicated that his business acumen was definitely impressive. If he could be utilized by root, then the money wasted on useless endeavors, like the funds for that senior citizen center, could be redirected to root, allowing them to do much more to protect Hidden Leaf Village. That guy was just too wasteful. He wasn't using money where it was truly needed. Danzō raised his head, gazing at the kneeling root ninjas who dared not look him in the eye. He asked coolly, "Did you receive any replies?" "No, Lord Danzō." One of the root ninjas replied respectfully. "We lost contact with the 3 of them the day after they left. Given the traces left near the forest's border outside Hidden Leaf Village, I suspect they may have sacrificed themselves." After saying this, he lowered his head again. Danzō furrowed his brow, his expression darkening ominously. "Do you know who did this?" The scene was too chaotic. There were traces of earth style, water style, fire style, and a large number of explosive tags. The ninja paused and continued, "But it's currently unknown." What a bunch of useless fools. Danzō scoffed, but after that, his face continued to show concern. He had sent ninjas to follow Yudo Uchiha to keep this matter hidden from Hiruzen, intending to bring that guy under his control. And those 3 ninjas had gone missing while tracking Yudo Uchiha. Was there a connection between the 2 events? However, he was just a merchant. Since graduating from the Ninja Academy, he hadn't performed any missions, hadn't learned any jutsu, and hadn't been taught by a jonin. Was that possible? Moreover, if something happened, the root ninjas would act under the name of the Hokage's direct force. The Anbu. Would a mere merchant dare to attack the Anbu of Hidden Leaf Village? No amount of wealth could protect him. Danzō pondered for a moment and asked, "Do you know where that guy went?" According to his registration, he went to arrange for milk tea shops and other matters within the Land of Fire while also surveying new industries. Within the Land of Fire. How many branches has that guy opened by now? Danzō frowned again, tapping the floor as he thought for a moment, murmuring, "It seems I must take matters into my own hands. I need to investigate his whereabouts," and then, before he could finish, a root ninja suddenly rushed in with a panicked expression. "Report. Lord Danzō." "Humphrey." Danzō snorted, looking at the flustered ninja with some suspicion. "What happened?" A bounty for Lord Danzō has appeared in the black market. Danzō froze for a moment. He hadn't shown himself in a long time and had been within the village. Who would issue a bounty on him? Of course, he didn't really care. Was there a famous ninja who didn't have a bounty? The problem wasn't significant. Do you know who issued it? It might be from Hidden Mist Village, or it could be from Hidden Stones Village, Hidden Clouds Village, Hidden Sand Village, or Hidden Rain Village. Were his root ninjas so incompetent at gathering intelligence? They couldn't even determine where the bounty was coming from? Before Danzō, whose face was darkening, could reprimand him, the ninja continued, various places. The bounties from the national black markets have all been issued, ranging from 1 million ryo, 10 million ryo, 30 million ryo, to 50 million ryo. A string of numbers kept rising higher and higher, making Danzō's eyelids twitch. What have I been doing during this time to make people so furious? A total of 350 million ryo. The ninja lowered his head even further, almost burying it in the ground. Ranked first on the bounty list. And it may still be rising. Danzō's mouth twitched. This price was already comparable to a tailed beast. Even Lord Hashirama never had such a high bounty back then. What kind of grudge was this? Moreover, he had been busy handling the war and village matters recently and hadn't traveled to many places. I understand. Arrange for someone to investigate who issued the bounty, and everyone else, you can leave now. Yes. The ninjas replied in unison. But as soon as his words fell, another ninja spoke up. I will immediately arrange for Lord Danzō to go out personally to investigate Yudo Uchiha's matter. As soon as he finished speaking, Danzō lightly nodded, tapping on the armrest a few times, seemingly lost in thought. Find him and bring him here. There are many matters in Hidden Leaf Village that need my attention. I can't leave Hidden Leaf Village for now. After saying that, he stood up. Now everyone else can retreat. With an expressionless face, he walked toward the exit. Who exactly issued the bounty? Of course, it's me. But I won't say it, I'm just playing. Just one Asuma made Kakazu take risks, directly attacking the son of the third Hokage. What if there were 10 Asumas or 100 Asumas? They actually dared to send root ninjas to attack him and wanted to seize his wealth. Don't they fear that Takun might get angry and retaliate against their entire clan? So, there's no doubt about it. If something can be resolved with money, it's not really a problem. It's time to let the ninjas see the terrifying power of cash. Thus, Yudo Uchiha decided to secretly place a bounty on Shimura Danzō and increase it a little every once in a while. Gradually adding a bit more. The goal is to turn Danzō into a walking gold coin. By then, let's see if he still dares to sneak out of the village. I bet the moment he shows up, everyone's eyes will light up as they stare at him. Make a big score, and from then on, one would be free from worries, living a luxurious life. You never know, the ninjas in the village might feel tempted to take action just by seeing his head. If the village lacks funds at that time, he could even offer up his own head as a significant contribution to the village. If it weren't for the fact that he had spent quite a bit of money recently and was worried about a potential gap in his savings, he would have directly raised it to 1 billion. Now Danzō should pray that the third great ninja war doesn't escalate too much. Otherwise, to restore Hidden Leaf Village's economy, someone might really make him demonstrate the true meaning of the Will of Fire. After circling around for several days, taking roundabout routes to obscure his path, today, he finally snuck out of the Land of Fire's borders and arrived in the Land of Rain, which borders multiple countries. Land of Rain. A country where it rains all the time. Looking at the light drizzle before him, Yudo Uchiha, now dressed in a merchant's cloak and attire, stretched lazily and slightly smiled. Are we finally here? Chapter 13. A beautiful day today. The weather is clear and sunny. Although it seems chaotic outside the ninja village, the village itself is quite peaceful. My name is Itachi Uchiha, and I am 2 years old this year. Not long ago, my uncle, whom I had never seen since birth, suddenly appeared in front of me, and that's when I learned that I had an uncle. I just don't know when this started. It feels like something has changed somewhere. Father reminds me every day not to spend money recklessly, not to be like some prodigal son, insisting that being a ninja is the future of the Uchiha clan. My normally stoic father suddenly became a bit talkative, which made it somewhat uncomfortable for me, a 2-year-old child. Why does father keep saying these things every day for no reason? Moreover, every few days, an older sister with different eyes from mine comes over to give me money. Although it's not as much as what that uncle gave me at first, it's still a thick stack, more than the allowance my mom gives me. But every time Itachi touches it, the money disappears from his hands. Of course, he doesn't mind because he doesn't have anywhere to spend it. It's good to give it to mom, too. For example, right now, That sister just delivered money today and politely declined Mom's invitation to stay. As soon as she left, Mom came over. Itachi Uchiha held the money in his hands, lifting his chubby little head to look at his mother, who had a warm maternal smile. Itachi. You're still so young, and you can't hold on to so much money, it's too dangerous. Come. Leave it here with Mom. Mikoto Uchiha looked at Itachi with gentle eyes, gently patting his head. Don't worry, Mom won't misuse it. I'll save it for you, so when you grow up, you can use it to get a wife. Okay. Little Itachi readily agreed and handed the money to his mother without hesitation. It's okay for Mom to use it. What a dutiful child. Then Mom thanks Itachi. Mikoto Uchiha nodded with a smile. However, it's really quite helpless that Yuto sends money every time. She glanced at her husband behind her, who had been frowning with his arms crossed. It seemed that when he saw the money in her hands, he visibly relaxed. Mikoto understood in her heart. If Itachi really doesn't become a ninja like Yuto, Fugaku will surely be heartbroken. At this moment, Mom, Itachi suddenly said, Sister Sazune was stopped by the second elder. Call her Aunt Sazune. Mikoto Uchiha frowned and looked outside at the door where Itachi was pointing. Sure enough, she saw Sazune being blocked by several Uchiha ninjas. What does the second elder want? Today. The clear skies and gentle breezes. The weather is nice. The second elder of the Uchiha clan, Ishizawa Uchiha, was preparing to take advantage of the pleasant sunshine to go out for a stroll, stretch his bones, and clear his mind. A few days ago, his eldest brother, the chief elder of the Uchiha clan, went into the tiger's den without hesitation, using his aged body to investigate the enemy's situation, determined to bring the wayward Yuto Uchiha back to the right path. He was prepared with ample reasons to persuade Yuto to understand that being a ninja is a future of the ninja world, hoping to guide him back onto the right path. Unlike now. Where has all the money gone? And he's giving away the Uchiha family's money to others for free. Is that acceptable? He's simply a fool. Therefore, his elder brother has been very tired lately. To infiltrate the enemy and avoid suspicion while obtaining more accurate information, he had to shortchange Yuto's expectations. Every morning, he would wear clothes that even the ninjas found disgraceful, having to put on a cheerful facade to mingle with those fools. Ishizawa Uchiha had to watch his brother's figure with a face full of melancholy every time he left. At his age, he still had to run around for the unworthy descendants of the Uchiha clan, and by evening, he would return, all exhausted. Even though he was sore all over, to put their minds at ease, he had to maintain a cheerful smile on his face to reassure them. His brother truly worked hard for the Uchiha clan. However, what about that troublesome Yuto Uchiha? Clearly, the elders of the Uchiha clan are working so hard, yet he can't see it and shows no remorse. Not long ago, he directly left the village to avoid them. What commercial activities? That milk tea shop has already been established. What other business activities does that guy need to carry out? Let's be clear, outside, ninjutsu is rampant, and wars are everywhere. Is he really running around for commercial activities? Don't joke. He must just be avoiding those of us elders who care about the clan. Just like last time. He didn't even inform them of the hundreds of millions in funding before making decisions. Fugaku is really something else. As the clan leader, he should prioritize the clan above all else. What does it look like now? Wasting money on such trivial matters? Ishizawa Uchiha sighed inwardly whenever he thought of his elder brother, who had to pretend to be a fool and join a group of fools in his old age. If he weren't worried about being blamed by the village, he would have directly sent the Hidden Leaf village guard to interrogate him. He lifted his head and was taken aback to see a pair of Byakugan eyes within the Uchiha territory. He was stunned, and frowning, he asked, "Who is this person's companion?" Reporting to Second Elder, Lady Sazune is here on Yuto-sama's orders, the Uchiha ninja said, lowering his head. The clan's funding support is being handled and arranged by Lord Yuto through her. She is the one who is handling that ridiculous funding support? Ishizawa Uchiha was stunned. His aged face slightly wrinkled, and his eyes were fixed on the Byakugan girl. After pondering for a moment, he sighed and shook his head. How foolish. To let an outsider woman handle so much money is truly laughable. After saying that, his expression changed unpredictably, and finally, he coldly snorted, "Bring that girl here." Yes. After completing the arrangements for Yuto's departure, Sazune was also preparing to return to continue her work. The new shop is a barbecue restaurant, and the location has already been chosen, not too far from the milk tea shop. Just across the street. She needed to go check on the progress and see if it was being built according to their requirements. This barbecue restaurant is a bit larger, and Yuto values it greatly. Once stability is restored in the village, it will open a branch within the Land of Fire, just like the milk tea shop. Although she doesn't understand why Yudo wants her to deliver money to his nephew Itachi every so often and that it must be handed directly to him, since Yudo said so, she would definitely do it. Hyuga Sazune smiled slightly, holding the documents in her arms, softly murmuring, "In a month, Yudo-kun will return." Just as she finished her words, the girl from the Hyuga clan, a stern voice called out. Hyuga Sazune was taken aback. Holding her documents, she turned to see the Uchiha elder behind her. That demeanor. It must be an elder from the Uchiha clan. Like the elders from the Hyuga clan, she hesitated and said, "My lord. There's no need for an outsider to manage Uchiha matters, especially a girl from the Hyuga clan," Ishizawa Uchiha stated bluntly, coldly. "I will arrange for someone to come over and hand over the funds and matters to the Uchiha." This. Hyuga Sazune frowned but still took a deep breath and said seriously, "I'm sorry, but this is arranged by Lord Yudo. Without his orders, I won't hand it over to anyone else." As someone also from a prominent family, Sazune could probably guess what was going on. But no matter what, without Yudo's say, she would absolutely not let go. "I will personally speak to Yudo about this." Ishizawa Uchiha replied nonchalantly, "A mere girl from the branch family of the Hyuga clan wants to manage Uchiha family affairs? I'm sorry. Little girl, don't think that just because you have Yudo backing you, I won't dare to take action. I'm sorry. Someone," Ishizawa Uchiha said with a cold face and a stern voice, "grab her." Before he could finish his sentence, "What's going on? What's happening? Ishizawa, what are you doing?" Chapter 14. Ruthless capitalist. It's fine, it's fine. The little girl from the Hyuga clan, don't overthink it. Go back now, and later I'll have a good talk with this old stubborn man. Thank you, Chief Elder. Brother. Ishizawa Uchiha looked at the departing figure with some confusion and asked the elder beside him, "Why let her leave? We could have taken care of everything right now." "You're confused." Uchiha Setsuna aside, patting Ishizawa Uchiha's shoulder. "Do you think forcing things will work? The money belongs to Yudo. And Yudo has already been expelled from the Uchiha clan. But. No buts. That's how it is." Uchiha Setsuna shook his head, his murky eyes carrying a hint of melancholy. He raised his head and spoke earnestly, "Do you know how many families are involved here? Ishizawa, we're getting old, not young anymore. It's easy to become confused. Listen to your elder brother, the waters here are too deep for you to navigate. Let me handle it. You shouldn't get involved in this mess." With a long sigh, he patted Ishizawa's shoulder again and then, without saying more, shook his head and left, leaning on his cane with a thoughtful expression. "It seems there are too many newcomers today, requiring a rearrangement of the teams, so let's take a day off. But this Yudo Uchiha really is rich. Since he has chosen this path, he should do it well. Who are the people to be arranged? It's hard to arrange for such a small number of people. How can that happen? The location isn't even a good one, it's all mountains and stones, and the roads are difficult to navigate. What is he thinking? It is truly embarrassing." Uchiha Setsuna frowned and muttered, "I must have a serious talk with him when he returns." Meanwhile, Ishizawa Uchiha. He silently watched his eldest brother's retreating figure, feeling a sense of how stooped and helpless it was. His brother. Still the same as before, silently protecting the Uchiha from behind. Is the water really that deep? If even his eldest brother says that, it must be considerable trouble. No wonder he has been so busy and tired these past few days. He gets up early and returns late, and when he comes back, he collapses into bed, exhausted. It's truly heartbreaking. But since his eldest brother has said this, how can he go against his words? Yet Ishizawa Uchiha secretly vowed, his murky eyes gazing in the direction his brother had left, "It seems I have to have a serious talk with Yudo Uchiha. This is simply the disgrace of the Uchiha clan." Achoo. Yudo Uchiha rubbed his nose, frowning slightly. Is it the weather or the environment making him feel unwell after several days of rain? But managing the land of rain is essential, after all, as it is connected to several countries, including the three great nations. If the land of rain could be opened, once peace was restored, it could undoubtedly become a commercial center, bringing him substantial profits. Moreover, this place can be considered his secret base. If Itachi really doesn't become a prodigal son, he can only find another place for the Uchiha clan. So, he wonders how the spiritual young man money corruption plan is progressing now. But Yudo estimates it's probably not going very well. After all, currently, the temptations in the village are too few. As a young master of the Uchiha clan, he doesn't have to worry about food or clothing. At most, he spends a little money on a cup of milk tea or a bowl of Ikiraku ramen, and there's not much else to spend on. And he is not like future Kakashi, who even cultivated a hobby. So, he'll have to create some temptations for the kids later, giving money now, and then earning it back later. During this time, he also had the Land of Rain produce kunai, shuriken, and explosive tags while conducting some research. For example, research on various bloodline studies. Of course, he is currently studying the Uchiha clan's bloodline. Intense emotional fluctuations can produce a surge of yin chakra that awakens the Uchiha clan's bloodline and promotes the evolution of the Sharingan. This is the research result of the second Hokage. So, what exactly is this yin chakra? Is it really only yin chakra that can promote the evolution of the Sharingan? He had considered collaborating with Orochimaru, but the guy was now a Hidden Lee village idol and one of the legendary Sannin. As an ordinary businessman, partnering with him to study the Uchiha bloodline would probably raise suspicions not just from Danzō but also from the Uchiha clan about his intentions. So, after some thought, he decided to drop that idea and arrange for people to secretly study it on his own for now. Yuto Uchiha pondered for a moment. At that moment, several figures ran over. Brother Yuto. Yahiko, the leader, a guy with orange hair, smiled confidently and brightly like Minato. Upon seeing Yuto, he appeared particularly happy. I heard you were coming over last time. Everyone was really excited. Thanks for the trouble, Yuto nodded with a smile. It seems like you guys are doing quite well. Thanks to your guidance, Brother Yuto, Yahiko replied cheerfully. If it weren't for Yuto, the three of them would still be hiding in a cave, and there wouldn't be so many people coming to help. This is all your own achievement. Yuto Uchiha remembered the strategy he had prepared for managing the Land of Rain. He hadn't expected to arrive too early. The little trio from the Land of Rain had just gathered some kids who were struggling to get by, and they hadn't even established the Akatsuki organization yet. So, he stepped in. Providing funds, offering guidance, and giving assistance. Building high walls, accumulating grain, and waiting patiently to take control. He didn't need to bother with the so-called gods of the ninja world, just focus on developing slowly and steadily. It looked quite good now. As if recalling something, Yuto Uchiha said, by the way, how is that demigod of the ninja world doing? Has he made a move? We listened to you, Brother Yuto, and didn't intrude on his territory. We just occupied the places he didn't want, Yahiko smiled as he explained. At the same time, we gathered the refugees from the Land of Rain. Just as you said, we're currently recuperating and developing, so that guy hasn't bothered us. Good. Yuto Uchiha patted Yahiko's shoulder with satisfaction and said earnestly, but we must be cautious, that guy. Forget it, let me see if I can solve it with money. We just need to keep an eye on him and not worry about him for now. Since aging, the demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander, has succumbed to a life of indulgence, lacking any semblance of divine aura. Otherwise, he wouldn't have listened to Danzō's plans, lost faith in his own strength, and collaborated with an old schemer on other conspiracies. Therefore, if Danzō doesn't come out, maybe it could work. He is quite skilled with money. Looking at the gently smiling red-haired woman beside him, who resembled Kushina, he nodded to Uzumaki Kana. After she subtly returned a smile, he turned to the purple-haired girl next to her. How's the production of the explosive tags, kunai, and shuriken you were tasked with recently? I plan to take some back with me. In wartime, military supplies are in high demand, let's see if he can make a profit. As for the other matters, he can discuss them later. However, the young Conan nodded. After what Brother Yuto said, we've been working hard to produce them. We've accumulated quite a bit, roughly 10,000 explosive tags, and we have around 20,000 kunai and shuriken each. Upon hearing this, Yuto Uchiha pondered for a moment and shook his head, feeling somewhat regretful. Still not enough. Having only this little firepower made him feel a bit uneasy. However, Conan looked at Yuto in disbelief. 10,000 explosive tags. Is that really not enough? Is he expecting over 100 million? Which ninja would throw away millions of explosive tags? Does he have a mine at home? Throwing away 100 at once would be painful enough. With a helpless tone, she replied, we've done our best. Everyone gets up to work before dawn and only returns late at night to rest and sleep. How can you sleep at your age? Oh, it's nothing. Yuto Uchiha shook his head, his eyes filled with nostalgia. He sighed, looking up at a 45-degree angle, speaking with a tone full of experience. Conan. What's up, Brother Yuto? Have you ever seen the scenery of the ninja world at 4 in the morning? Chapter 15. Except for him I have seen it. A natural yet doubtful voice said. What's wrong? Why would he randomly ask such a question? Conan looked at Yuto Uchiha in confusion. I see it all the time with Nagato and Yahiko when we were wandering around. Sometimes we couldn't sleep for several days. Indeed, that's the difference, Yuto Uchiha suddenly sighed. Even if life becomes affluent and easy, don't forget the hard work we put in back then. What I mean is that no matter how life changes, we should always remember the struggles and efforts we experienced for a better life. We must not start indulging in pleasures just because life has improved a little. He glanced at Hueco, who looked deep in thought, and at Conan, who appeared somewhat bewildered, worried that he might have gone overboard with his motivational speech. He quickly changed the subject. Where's Nagato? Why isn't he here? Has he already started indulging in pleasure? He went with Kyujuke to dig a tunnel yesterday and stayed up really late, so he's still resting now, Hueco said with a wry smile. Then he became excited again. The jutsu you taught us, the non-Hanseal ninjutsu. Digging hole ball. Is really useful. We can dig a big pit quickly, and we can throw it and control it from a distance, which greatly reduces our workload. It's just so hard to learn. If we could reduce the power a bit, that would be even better. He sighed again. You said that during the Sage of Six Paths time, ninjutsu was used to reshape the world. I don't know why. Now it has become these killing machines. Hueco is just too sentimental, he's not cut out to be a successful capitalist. Yudo patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly, so you must lead everyone back onto the right path. To manage the Land of Rain, they need pit diggers. Let all the ninjas use ninjutsu in the right way. I will. Brother Yudo. Hueco said confidently, I will definitely not disappoint you. Not disappointed, not disappointed. As long as there's work to be done. Yudo Uchiha took a quick look at the Land of Rain that Hueco and the others were managing. Although the territory was small, most of it was in low-lying areas that flooded when it rained. The situation was not bad, at least Hanzo the salamander was not paying them any mind. Moreover, many refugees have come here. If they could set up factories here, that would be great. Low wages, plenty of workers, and low costs, but with everything in such a chaotic state, transporting goods over long distances is too dangerous and expensive. As a businessman, plans must be shelved for now, he wasn't considering it yet. After strolling for a while and putting away the explosive tags and kunai, the group arrived at Hueco's base, where Nagato had also woken up. Thinking about the trio. They were orphaned and homeless in the Land of Rain, later became disciples of Jiraiya, and acquired skills to be self-reliant. Then the eldest brother died, the second brother became crippled, and the youngest sister lost her dreams, starting to listen to the delusional dreams of Nagato, who became neurotic due to his disability. So, parenting is so important, it must be done well in childhood to establish correct values. Relying on destroying the world to establish peace is indeed more reliable than the idea of the god of the ninja world. If everyone is dead, isn't that peace? He just wasn't very smart and believed the words of a psychopath. The Uchiha family. Except for him, Yudo Uchiha, everyone else's brains were a little abnormal. Yudo Uchiha sighed and patted Nagato, who was getting up to eat. Nagato, in the future, stay away from psychopaths and make sure you have your own opinions. After his words fell, Nagato silently picked up a steamed bun, looked at Yudo Uchiha, then thought for a moment, nodded, and sat down opposite him. This kid is quite mischievous. As expected, his eyes aren't trustworthy, he misjudges people. Yudo Uchiha also sat down and began to eat lunch. The meal was prepared by Uzumaki Kana and tasted pretty good, especially with the local speciality, the special salamander. Tender and juicy, delicious and chewy. The fish soup and barbecue were also great. It's just that this thing is poisonous, like puffer fish. If not handled by a professional, one careless moment could lead to the whole family being poisoned. Uzumaki Kana. Back when the Third Great Ninja War hadn't started, he was on a diplomatic mission to the Land of Grass to establish a branch and encountered this wandering woman from the Uzumaki clan. He thought about it and brought her over to the Land of Rain to be with the trio. Now it seems she's doing pretty well, at least Nagato has an older sister around, and he has become a bit more playful. You better not use those eyes too much, Yudo Uchiha said after some thought, it's too taxing on your chakra. Now that you're still growing, if you're not careful, you could end up overexerting yourself, and I might have to arrange for someone to get you a wheelchair. You should also learn other ninjutsu and cultivate a positive and optimistic mindset. The Rinnegan truly lives up to its reputation as an evolution of the Sharingan, it becomes stronger with anger. Yudo Uchiha guessed that Nagato had become somewhat extreme later on, perhaps related to these eyes. So, could it be that the Sharingan is the source of the Uchiha clan's madness? And since the Sharingan originates from the god tree, I remember there were speculations that Kaguya Otsutsuki transformed from a goddess into an extremist, not merely due to giving birth or reaching menopause, perhaps she was also infected by the Rinnegan. It seems the Uchiha family's mental illness is also an ancestral mental illness. I know, Nagato nodded. These eyes are indeed somewhat strange, They become particularly spirited upon activation, causing one's mind to heat up and leading to impulsive actions if one is not careful. At the time, it didn't seem like much, but thinking back, it's quite dangerous for a ninja to lose their composure. Sister Kana checked me, and when I get excited, a chakra similar to the Uchiha clan's Sharingan appears in my eyes, making me easily confused in my heart. Yuta Uchiha chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, the mental well-being and psychological health of the Uchiha clan need to be focused on. After the meal, he and Uzumaki Kana headed to the underground laboratory that he had built at great expense. Unfortunately, there were too few researchers. And the experimental samples were also far too few. Lord Yudo, please, Uzumaki Kana, dressed in a white lab coat, smiled gently and gestured toward a surgical table-like bed. This time we just need to do a simple examination. Here, there were most of his Sharingan and chakra data. His awakening of the Sharingan was different from other Uchihas. It wasn't triggered by witnessing the death of loved ones or comrades but rather when he graduated from elementary school. Started making money, and awakened it right after the first upgrade. From then on, he awakened it naturally as his attributes increased through system upgrades. Perhaps being excited about making money is also a form of emotion. Yuta Uchiha watched as Kana leaned in close, carefully examining his eyes, her unique red hair and gentleness contrasting with Kushina, who had the same fiery red hair. It was refreshing. Unlike his soft and sweet childhood friend, Sazune, she resembled more like Nano, exuding a gentle older sister vibe. A moment later, "Are you really not going to stay in the land of rain?" Kana suddenly said softly. "Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan all hope that you will stay. Just wait a bit longer." How can he stay when there's still money to be made? Yuta Uchiha smiled and shook his head. "I can't let anyone else know I'm in the land of rain." Kana understands. Uzumaki Kana smiled with pursed lips, her eyes blinking softly, then fell silent for a moment. "Thank you." After speaking, before Yudo could respond, she smiled again and said, "The pupil power has increased, but there aren't many other changes." Saying this, she directly put away the plastic gloves, her cheeks slightly flushed, her gaze somewhat dreamy, and extended her delicate, onion-like hands toward Yuta Uchiha. "Lord. Please. Actually, biting down on your Lord, please. Thank you for your hospitality." Looking at the smiling Kana, Yuta Uchiha directly took her slender, fair index finger into his mouth, gently biting down. Instantly, a warm, liquid-like sensation flooded his mouth, as if filling his entire oral cavity, and his body felt as if it had been parched for dozens of days, crazily absorbing the energy flowing from Kana. A soft moan echoed in the closed laboratory. Yuta Uchiha wanted to pull back his mouth, but her finger remained inside, seemingly scratching him gently. What was going on? At the same time, in a somewhat luxurious house in the land of rain, a figure wearing a heavy gas mask stared at the information on the table and muttered, "Did those little kids do any strange activities today?" Chapter 16. Inspection. There is no other information for now. Is that so? Hanzo of the Salamander closed the intelligence report and fell silent for a moment. His aged body and shattered ambitions made this former demigod of the ninja world begin to fear newcomers. Or rather, who isn't afraid of those legendary eyes? He worried that everything he currently had would be shattered like bubbles and that he, the demigod of the ninja world, could ultimately be killed by a child. How ridiculous. Thus, the chaotic land of rain needed a demigod of the ninja world the most, and he, as the demigod, was in turn most in need of the chaotic land of rain. This was why he had been sitting back and watching the turmoil in the country over the past few years. As long as no other ninjas came in, he was still the demigod of the land of rain. He didn't know how long had passed. Hanzo of the Salamander raised his head, recalling a certain secret letter he had received some time ago. Once the timing is right, he would resolve the troubles in the land of rain for them, but those legendary eyes must be handed over to him. In truth, it didn't matter, those legendary eyes were inconsequential to Hanzo of the Salamander now. After a moment of contemplation, he looked up and said to his trusted aide beside him, "Have there been any updates from over there recently?" "None, my lord." The rain ninja shook his head, hesitating before adding, But what?" Hanzo of the Salamander frowned, displeased. "Well." The rain ninja hesitated, unsure how to express it, but eventually pulled out a bounty notice from his ninja pouch and respectfully placed it on Hanzo's desk. "This is the recent bounty from the black market. I heard it's still rising." Why was he handing me a bounty notice out of the blue? Hanzo of the Salamander was taken aback for a moment, lowering his head to look at the notice. Bounty, Shimura Danzō, Strength, 30, Specialized Ninjutsu, 30, Evaluation, an extremely powerful ninja. Bounty amount, 350 million Ryo, Ranked first on the bounty list, there was also a serious portrait of Danzō with crossed arms. Hanzo of the Salamander raised an eyebrow. He fell silent. Just continued quietly gazing at the bounty notice on the desk. After a series of examinations, Uchiha put on his merchant's clothing. The overuse of the Sharingan can indeed put a strain on the body. Kana recorded the data, seriously examining him before saying solemnly, "My chakra can restore part of this loss, but I'm not sure if it can recover fully in severe cases, so Lord Yudo needs to be cautious." "I understand." Yudo adjusted his clothes, wiped his mouth, and nodded. "What about the evolution of the Sharingan? It couldn't be as simple as he initially thought, right? Otherwise, he'd have to cultivate beloved friends and brothers?" In truth, he also deeply admired the third Hokage and Danzō, who silently protected Hidden Leaf Village from the shadows. Moreover, the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan is largely related to one's inner desires and beliefs. Originally, his belief was to become the new god of the ninja world, but after acquiring wealth, Uchiha found himself starting to lose direction. He no longer had a dream. Thinking of this, he let out a long sigh. "What's wrong, Lord Yudo?" Kana looked at Uchiha in confusion, but upon seeing his indifferent expression, her soft voice carried a hint of embarrassment. "Sorry, I haven't thought of a solution yet." "It's fine." If Plan A didn't work, he still had Plan B. Uchiha casually said, then stretched his bones. "Every time I absorb your chakra, I feel much more comfortable." After he spoke, Kana nodded seriously. That's also something Kana has discovered. Saying this, she took out a stack of wave graphs. "The unique chakra produced by the Sharingan seems to blend with my chakra, making it feel less cold, of course. It seems to vanish in an instant. I can't understand. But it's probably a fusion of yin release chakra and yang release chakra." Thinking of how his energetic nephew had absorbed for so long and was still in high spirits, Uchiha didn't mind it anymore. But Hashirama could make Sasuke and Madara's eyes evolve into Rinnegan. He wondered if Naruto could also do it. Uchiha checked. There don't seem to be any other changes in the body, but I do feel much more spirited. As for that graph, he couldn't understand it at all. With the system he had, the operational profits were directly given as results, straightforward and clear. "Is that so?" Kana pondered for a moment, then smiled gently. "Perhaps that's a good thing? I'll pay attention and continue to study it. Thank you for your trouble." "No need." Kana should be grateful to Lord Yudo. At that time, thanks to Yudo, she was able to come here and see her fellow clansmen. Kana seemed to remember something and furrowed her brows. "Nagato's Rinnegan is somewhat similar to the Sharingan. I wonder what the ultimate evolution of the Sharingan, the Mangekyo, looks like. It's part of a system. For example, the Uchiha, Senshu, and Uzumaki clans all have a common ancestor." "Of course," Yudo didn't explain. After Kana gently drew some blood and collected some samples, the two of them returned upstairs. At that moment, Hueco was the only one inside the house. Nagato had already gone out to dig a tunnel, and Conan had gone to prepare some explosive tags. "These guys are really serious?" he asked Hueco, who was working hard on his business. Hueco was taken aback, looked up, and frowned. "Rest time? If you're tired, rest when it gets dark. As for vacations, there aren't any because there are too many issues that need to be resolved, so we're short on manpower." The Land of Rain had already been affected by war and climate issues, so there were very few people, not to mention ninjas. Plus, they had only claimed a small territory, meaning even fewer people. Of course, the future was bright. Hueco had always believed that. Seeing Yudo suddenly clutching his chest, he asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Brother Yudo?" "Nothing. Just a sudden pang of conscience." He still had some conscience left. He was not yet a qualified capitalist. Uchiha sighed. "Thanks to you, Hueco." "No. It's thanks to your guidance, Brother Yudo. I've only done a trivial thing." He had only made a little money. Uchiha pondered for a moment. The war has already arrived, although it's currently just a small-scale war, it will only intensify in the future. So, Hueco, you should prepare for defense. Avoid going out if you can. Let's hunker down. War. Hueco sighed, seemingly recalling something, a hint of sadness in his eyes. Is it another war that sweeps through the entire ninja world? Nagato, Conan, and I will protect this place. Hueco paused and nodded seriously. Brother Yuto, please be assured. Protecting yourself is the most important. Yuto patted Hueco's shoulder. During this time, stock up on some explosive tags, and if there are any for sale outside, buy them. If we can avoid a fight, let's do so and use explosive tags to attack. That would be a big loss, Brother Yuto. Which ninja would fight like that? However, Yuto, who was wealthy and extravagant, patted Yahiko's shoulder. It's fine, spend freely. Don't worry, the chain barbecue restaurant will be opening soon. Chapter 17. Yuto's theory. In the following days, there wasn't much happening in the Land of Rain. The main purpose for coming here was to have a physical checkup, leave Kana some blood and tissue samples, and practice some ninjutsu. In Hidden Leaf Village, you can only use simple ninjutsu like the 3 basic jutsu, transformation, clone, and substitution jutsus, and kunai throwing could be practiced. Uchiha's kunai throwing technique was especially renowned throughout the ninja world. As a former Uchiha genius with strong will of fire, Yuto was particularly skilled at kunai throwing, so no one said anything when he threw darts at the store. However, the ancestral fire style and ganjutsu had to be practiced elsewhere. Apologies. He was Yuto Uchiha, a wealthy merchant of Hidden Leaf Village. By day, he was an ordinary rich man, but by night, he was actually a powerful rich man. The Land of Rain had abundant iron ore, which explained how they later managed to construct such a grand underground drainage system. Yahiko had already arranged for workers to begin the underground drainage project, and with Yuto's advice, if successful, it would likely turn into a modern, wealthy small town. After staying for more than a month, it was time for Yuto Uchiha to return to the village. Having been away for nearly 2 months, the atmosphere in the ninja world was becoming more and more tense. On Yuto's suggestion, Yahiko decisively sealed off the surrounding area, preparing to avoid chaos. As for Hanzo of the Salamander, using Yahiko's name, Yuto had planned to invite the visible leaders of the Land of Rain for a meal before his departure to see if they could cooperate and get rich together. He was a legitimate businessman, after all. Never one to use underhanded tactics. Unfortunately, Hanzo never showed up in the end. Of course, for a figure like Hanzo, who had lived half a lifetime as a warlord, it wasn't so easy to lure him into someone else's territory with just one letter. People like him usually stayed secure in the rear, not taking risks by running around. A meeting? That would have to be on his turf. So, after giving Yahiko and the others a few more instructions, Yuto Uchiha prepared to leave. Are you really not staying, brother Yuto? We need you. Yahiko held Yuto Uchiha's hand with deep emotion, his eyes full of reluctance. The country needs you. If you need anything, send a letter. I'm just in the neighboring country. Yuto Uchiha, expressionless, withdrew his hand. I can't stay right now, this place is in your hands. He had defected from the village. By tomorrow, this group would be joining the Ninja World War. Was all this emotion really necessary? Yahiko and his companions were the pillars of the Land of Rain. The Land of Fire was a massive market. If he stayed in the Land of Rain, the bubble tea shop would probably be shut down. Remember, don't go into Hanzo's territory unless absolutely necessary. If you have to go, take a stack of explosive tags and a group of people. You're ninjas. You don't need to talk about honor. If you encounter an enemy, just charge forward. He turned and slapped Nagato, who was yawning nearby, in exasperation. Especially you. Stay calm when things happen. Hide if you can, avoid direct confrontation. If you can use explosive tags, blow them up. Don't be a fool and charge in when provoked. If your legs get blown off by an explosive tag, what will you do then? Do you remember the mantra I taught you? Nagato rolled his eyes, clearly wanting Yuto to leave. Yuto Uchiha, still exasperated, patted Nagato on the head. Say it again, quickly. Taking advantage of his status as the older brother figure, he could tap Pain on the head whenever he wanted. Was Nagato really going to ask him to lift sacks of rice now? Staring seriously at Nagato, Nagato had no choice. Reluctantly, he muttered under his breath, kunai smeared with, beep, ninja god will be reborn. And the rest? Grab the, beep, with bare hands, the 6 paths will be in distress. Use explosive tags for the kill in, beep, the tailed beasts will suffer. Strike his, beep, he'll collapse in pain. Beep, on his face, the god will descend. Speak no more, and you're sure to win. The more Nagato spoke, the softer his voice became. But Yuto Uchiha nodded with satisfaction. Looks like you've remembered well. No, I wish I'd never heard it in the first place. However, Yuto Uchiha glanced at the strange looks from those around him, clenched his right fist, and placed it under his chin, coughing twice. With a serious tone, he explained, I didn't actually mean for you to literally smear, beep, on the kunai. What I wanted to convey was that when you face difficulties, don't panic. There are always more solutions than problems. Don't let a moment of impulsiveness land you in a trap. The crudeness of the phrase was only meant to help you develop a strong mindset. Really. It's all for your own good. After he finished speaking, except Nagato, who rolled his eyes, and Kana, who smiled while covering her mouth, everyone else nodded in realization. Better write down Yudo's life lessons. Yudo then looked at Conan and, after a moment of silence, sighed, girls need to rest well. Got it, brother Yudo? Conan nodded, folding the paper in her hands into a small flower. She handed it to him with a cheerful smile. Brother Yuto, take care of yourself too. Same goes for you. Don't run around recklessly. What if you get captured? Stay safe at home, alright? Yudo gave a few more warnings, then smiled gently at Kana. Thanks for everything. With that, stay safe, Lord Yudo, Kana said, placing her hands at her waist and bowing with a warm smile. You don't need to worry about us. Well then. Goodbye, everyone. Yudo Uchiha waved with a smile and, accompanied by the 2 guards who came with him, quietly began his journey back to Hidden Leaf Village. By the time he got back, the barbecue restaurant that Sazune was building was probably finished. With this, Yudo Group would take another step forward. Meanwhile, behind him. Sister Kana, we should head back, Nagato yawned. Don't worry, brother Yudo is so regal. Ahem. He glanced nervously at Kana's gentle but intense gaze and chuckled awkwardly. He's so smart, he'll be fine. Exactly. Conan nodded with a smile. Sister Kana, don't worry. And if you ever want to see brother Yuto, we may not be able to go, but if you write him a letter, he'll definitely come. You're such a chatterbox. Kana smiled helplessly, patting Conan's head. Just remember what Lord Yudo said, and you better not run around, little girl. I won't. Conan said cheerfully. However, as the 2 of them continued chatting, Nagato suddenly frowned, muttering, I overheard brother Yudo's guard saying something about him being involved with a Hyuga girl in Hidden Leaf Village. Uchiha and Hyuga. Brother Yuto might be in some. Before he could finish, a cold shiver ran down his spine as icy rain began to fall. Nagato looked up in frustration. It's raining again, and there's thunder this time. Wait, Yahiko, why are you pulling me? Stop talking and get back to digging. Kyujuki's waiting for you. Yahiko said, exasperated, looking at his clueless younger brother. Does he even realize what he's saying? If brother Yudo hears about this, he'll have Nagato digging for 3 days straight. Meanwhile, it was also raining in Hidden Leaf Village, a rare occurrence. The tense atmosphere from the war seemed to ease a bit as the village quieted down. Many villagers stood silently, watching the gentle rainfall from the sky. A girl with Byakugan smiled softly, her eyes curving as she gazed at the neon sign in front of her, which flickered with the words, Yuto BBQ. In a soft murmur, she said, Yuto should be back soon, right? Just then, the village erupted in excited chatter. The villagers were all looking joyfully toward the entrance. Lord Jiraiya is back. Lord Jiraiya is back. A figure riding a giant toad appeared before everyone's eyes, wearing a mischievous grin and waving at the villagers from atop the toad. It was none other than one of the legendary Sannin. Jiraiya, the Toad Sage. Chapter 18. The ladies of each clan are actually. Are you back? I came back as soon as I got the letter from the old man. Another war is starting? The 3rd Kusagakure of Hidden Sand Village has gone missing. Recently, Hidden Sand Village has been acting frequently, and everyone was wondering what was going on. But now it's been exposed. War is inevitable. What a headache, Jiraiya sighed, seeing the similarly helpless expression on the old man's face. He then grinned mischievously and asked, by the way, where's Tsunade? Worried that something might happen, I sent her to guard the battlefield. Her hemophobia. Don't worry. The 3rd Hokage removed the pipe from his mouth and looked at Jiraiya. I placed her in the rear, nothing will happen to her. He sighed again, I hope those kids grow up quickly. If there's nothing else, I'll go rest for now. Jiraiya, clearly uninterested in listening to the old man's worries, dug at his ear. Just let me know when you need me for something. Without waiting for a response from the 3rd Hokage, Jiraiya turned and walked away. However, as he reached the door, he suddenly stopped, as if remembering something. He pulled a piece of paper from his robe and tossed it behind him. Oh, one more thing. I came across something interesting outside. The paper fluttered gently onto the desk, landing open in front of the 3rd Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the paper and was momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, he furrowed his brows, set down his pipe, and murmured, Shimura Danzō. Why hadn't he received such an important bounty notice until now? What were his intelligence agents doing out there? Or had it been intercepted? The 3rd Hokage pondered for a moment, glancing down at the amount listed on the paper. Suddenly, a chuckle escaped his lips as he muttered, that's quite a high sum. 360 million ryo. But, as the 3rd Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village, he wouldn't stoop so low as to cash in on his old friend. A mere 360 million ryo. As the leader of the most powerful village in the ninja world, that amount was nothing. Yudo bubble tea, Jiraiya muttered as he gazed at the milk tea shop in front of him. He shook his head with a hint of admiration. I can't believe he really built this up in just a few short years. He remembered that kid back then. Cheerful, thoughtful, and not like the usual Uchiha with their constant scowls. This boy was always smiling. Optimistic, full of energy, and brimming with the will of fire. He had talent too, only slightly below Jiraiya himself. He could have become Jiraiya's apprentice, but on graduation day, he ventured into business instead. What a shame. Still, for some reason, every time he passed by this milk tea shop, he couldn't help but stop and consider going in for a drink. At first, he thought it might be some kind of genjutsu, but it wasn't. He just genuinely wanted to try it. Letting out a long sigh, Jiraiya was about to head inside when... Jiraiya-sensei. A familiar voice sounded from behind. Jiraiya let out a hearty laugh, turning around to see Minato. His eyes lit up. You're in the village, Minato. Then he looked at the red-haired woman standing beside Minato. Whoa, Kushina's grown more beautiful too. Humphrey. Kushina huffed in displeasure, raising her fist. If you corrupt Minato, pervy sage, I'll beat you up. You've got me all wrong, Kushina. I'm not that kind of guy. Tsunade-sensei said she once broke your... Kushina. Minato sighed helplessly, gently pulling her hand and then turning to Jiraiya with a wry smile. Welcome back, Jiraiya-sensei. I'm leading my own team now. My squad is currently working on a mission here. Really? Already have your own squad? Time sure flies. Jiraiya nodded with nostalgia, then glanced behind Minato. Doing a mission here? Selling milk tea? No. Just running errands. Minato chuckled. Thanks to Yudo, the village has plenty of D-rank missions now. Newly graduated ninjas always needed to take on these tedious tasks to help develop teamwork and cultivate a serious, patient, and responsible attitude toward each mission. During this period, Obito had learned a lot from delivering orders. At the very least, it helped him calm down and take things a bit more seriously. Of course, they wouldn't stay here forever. In a few days, Minato planned to take on a C-rank escort or bandit elimination mission so Obito and Rin could see the harsher side of being a ninja. As for Kakashi, he'd already seen it. Entering the milk tea shop with Kushina and Jiraiya, Minato ordered a drink for Kushina and himself, choosing a beverage called Kukunai so delicious it makes you meow tea. The name was quite a mouthful. He had already suggested a better name to Yudo multiple times, proposing Wave Bullet Series Bounce Milk Tea. It was a great name. When a new version came out, they'd only need to change Series 1 to Series 2. But Yudo had rejected it. It was such a great name though. Of course, it wasn't without gain. He got a flash of inspiration from those translucent pearls, which helped him break through the research bottleneck that had been stalling his ninjutsu for a while. Why not shape it into a ball, like a pearl? He thought of calling it the Pearl Ball but no, that didn't sound quite right. Minato had a feeling that the ninjutsu he had been working on for so long was about to succeed. Perhaps now that his teacher was back, he could even get some help. After both Minato and Kushina placed their orders, Minato patted his chest and invited Jiraiya to order whatever he wanted. It was Minato's treat today. I'll have the taro balls, pudding, cheese and coconut nachos, thanks, Jiraiya casually ordered, clearly well versed in the menu. After that, the three of them found a place to sit. When Minato explained his idea, Jiraiya was stunned at first, then nodded seriously. It might just work. A ninjutsu without hand signs. It's finally happening? Jiraiya looked at Minato with excitement. Minato, you're a genius. No. It's all thanks to your teachings, sensei. Haha, no need to say that. I can't really help with this. Jiraiya, the Toad Sage, wouldn't dream of taking credit for his student's accomplishment. After thinking for a moment, he added, for this, you'll probably need incredibly precise chakra control. If you could. He glanced toward the milk tea shop's kitchen. Maybe seeing how they make those round pearls could give you more inspiration? I was thinking the same, but unfortunately, Yudo isn't back yet, Minato sighed. I could ask Sazune, but I feel like something this important should be discussed directly with Yudo. True. Jiraiya nodded. Where did Yudo go? Because the atmosphere in the ninja world has been getting more tense, he's worried something might happen. So, he went to manage some affairs at one of his other stores, but he should be back soon. The Yuto BBQ was also ready to open, likely within a few days, so Yudo should be returning by then. That kid really is something. When word got out that he wasn't going to be a ninja, a lot of people were mocking him, waiting for him to fail. But he actually succeeded. Jiraiya laughed heartily, picking up the milk tea that was ready. He then winked and lowered his voice, saying, tonight. Before he could finish, he noticed Kushina's disapproving look. Realizing he'd been caught, he quickly gave a sheepish smile and corrected himself. Tonight, how about we head to the forest outside the village to practice new ninjutsu together? No, no. Minato laughed awkwardly, rubbing his waist. You just got back, Jiraiya-sensei. You should get some proper rest tonight. At this, Kushina seemed to remember something, and with a sly smile, she said, Oh, and pervy sage, if you're thinking of practicing ninjutsu, don't go to that forest. It's where all the ladies from different clans go for dancing now. They wear tight outfits, and... well, it wouldn't be good if others saw you there. Jiraiya's ears perked up. He immediately put on a serious face and asked, when did this happen? How come I didn't know about it? What had he missed after being away from Hidden Leaf Village for so long? Seeing the disdainful looks he was getting, Jiraiya quickly straightened up and said, Come on, Kushina, tell me where it is. I promise I won't go. Jiraiya-sensei. Don't tell him, Minato. He'll definitely sneak over there. Kushina shot a scornful look at Jiraiya. Pervy sage. At the same time, she stealthily pinched Minato's waist, instantly silencing him. I'm not like that. Jiraiya shook his head. I just want to know where it is so I can avoid it. I don't want anyone to misunderstand. The Toad Sage never lies. Really? Kushina eyed him suspiciously. Really? Jiraiya nodded earnestly. Alright then, I'll tell you, but you have to swear you won't go. I swear on my name as Toad Sage. It's just that. As soon as Kushina mysteriously revealed the location, Jiraiya jumped to his feet, holding his milk tea, and said seriously, I just remembered I haven't reported back to the old man yet. I need to leave for now. With that, he vanished in a flash before either Minato or Kushina could respond. Minato paused for a moment, then quietly muttered, Kushina, isn't this a bit much? Tricking Jiraiya-sensei like that? Before he could finish, Kushina giggled mischievously and winked. Did I trick him? No, she hadn't. Everything she said was true. Meanwhile, on the other side of the village, Jiraiya, having dashed over with the body flicker jutsu, arrived at the place Kushina had mentioned. He heard soft singing and the rhythmic sound of footsteps coming from the forest. His whole body shivered in anticipation. Fixing his hair and putting on his signature charming smile, he slowly approached the source of the song. Chapter 19. Isn't this a coincidence? Jiraiya originally thought that after being away from Hidden Leaf Village for a while, the village had become much more open-minded, but he never imagined it had become this open. At that moment, the sight of those tight training outfits, which seemed to embody the will of fire itself, flashed before his eyes. One figure after another passed through his mind, deeply etching themselves into his memory, forcing him to mentally replay all the memories he'd gathered for research over the years. He needed to cleanse his eyes. What were the old people of Hidden Leaf Village even doing? Gathering together to dance? Do they have too much free time? And wearing tight ninja outfits that are the same style as the third Hokage's but in different colors. Jiraiya tilted his head up at a 45-degree angle and sighed deeply. By now, he knew full well that he'd been tricked by that girl Kushina. What a setup. It seemed like tonight he'd waste more time gathering new material just to overwrite the deeply burned images from earlier. A fleeting moment. Even now, with his eyes closed, he could still picture those tight-fitting Will of Fire suits. He had originally planned to return to the village to relax a bit and rest up before the looming chaos in the ninja world, but now, as usual, plans couldn't keep up with changes. He had to get serious and gather research again. Turns out, it wasn't that he didn't want to rest, it was that he simply couldn't. With a long, drawn-out sigh, he muttered, I really need to have a talk with Minato about how his wife can even trick her own teacher. He wasn't doing anything wrong, though. All of this was for the sake of art. He wasn't in the wrong. Well, alright, maybe a little. Now he had to wash his eyes. Just as he finished speaking, he turned around in frustration, preparing to quietly slip away and pretend he had never been there. A green flash shot past his eyes. As one of the legendary Sannin, his reflexes were sharp. He immediately crossed his arms in defense. Although the impact left his hands aching, he quickly pulled away to put some distance between himself and the attacker. Jiraiya, a bit startled, looked at the man in front of him, who was wearing a very recognizable outfit. Then, his usual carefree smile returned, and he said, just a wandering sage passing by, didn't mean to disturb anyone, so I'll just... Before he could finish, Lord Jiraiya. Mike Dewey's loud voice instantly grabbed everyone's attention. He stood at attention and bowed respectfully, my apologies. I thought someone was sneaking around, so I got a little suspicious. Please, stop talking. Stop talking. Jiraiya's face almost turned green with embarrassment as he noticed the crowd of elderly men and women looking at him with curious glances. He forced an awkward laugh and tried to play it off. I just returned to the village. I was planning to come here to practice some ninjutsu, but it looks like the place is already occupied. Is that so? Might Dewey nodded seriously. If you're going to train ninjutsu, the area by the river might be better. Also. He hesitated for a moment before expressing concern. Why are Lord Jiraiya's eyes so red? Have you been rubbing them? Jiraiya quickly responded with another laugh, scratching his head as he said, "Oh, it's nothing. I've just been busy with too much work and not getting enough sleep, so my eyes are a little irritated. If there's nothing else, I'll just be on my way." Without waiting for Might Dewey to respond, Jiraiya turned on his heel and ran off as fast as he could, not stopping for even a moment. Those eyes. Too terrifying. Jiraiya feared that if Might Dewey kept talking, even if he hadn't been peeking, everyone would assume he had been. However, what Jiraiya didn't realize was, with his reputation for lurking around women's bathhouses for research, a group of gossipy old ladies and men had already started whispering. "Isn't that one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya? I heard he's not exactly an upright guy. My kid told me Lord Jiraiya used to show up at the hot springs all the time." "Well, your kid isn't exactly an upstanding person either. He was just relaxing at the hot springs. What's so wrong with that?" Sometimes, that's how rumors get started. A few days later, after completing a series of D-rank missions, Minato's team was finally assigned their first mission outside the village. It seemed like this particular mission was specifically designated for Minato no Mikaze, though it seemed a bit early for a mission like this during peacetime, considering it was wartime. Such exceptions weren't unusual. The mission might be a bit advanced for new Geinin, but with a Jonin leading them, it didn't seem like there would be any problems. Minato glanced at Kakashi and Rin standing before him and smiled helplessly. "Obito, is he late again?" Kakashi leaned silently against a tree, glancing up briefly without saying a word, then continued staring quietly at the sky. He was used to it. Lately, Obito had been receiving the most complaints about his delivery service, yet Uncle Sato has ignored them. There wasn't much that could be done about it. After all, that guy might one day become Uncle Sato's boss. As for Rin, she gave a soft, somewhat apologetic smile and said gently, "Obito might have run into someone who needed help again." "Ha ha ha, that's probably it." Minato didn't mind. They still had some time before they needed to leave the village, so it wasn't a big deal. After laughing heartily for a moment, he looked back at the village with a slightly exasperated expression. These past few days, rumors had been spreading. Jiraiya-sensei must be having a hard time. Since that day they met, Minato hadn't seen Jiraiya-sensei for several days. Minato sighed and murmured to himself, "I'll have to bring Kushina to apologize to him when we get back. Maybe by the time they return, that new barbecue restaurant would be open? When that happens, he could use their mission reward to treat Jiraiya-sensei to a big meal." It wasn't that Minato was worried about Jiraiya getting angry. Those rumors. To Jiraiya, they were child's play. After all, Jiraiya was one of the legendary Sannin and the Toad Sage. He was a renowned ninja throughout the ninja world. Just then, Minato-sensei. Obito came rushing over, seeing the three pairs of eyes on him. He laughed sheepishly. "Haha, sorry. I'm late." "It's alright, we just got here ourselves." Minato smiled gently and shook his head. Then, suddenly turning serious, he looked at Obito. "But Obito, punctuality is part of being a ninja. Look at Kakashi. No matter what, he's never late." "I understand, Minato-sensei." Obito, knowing he was in the wrong, didn't argue and kept his head down, accepting the lecture, even though he'd heard it many times before. It wasn't like he wanted to be late. It was just that lately, besides helping old ladies cross the street, he also had to make his own lunch and clean the house. It was exhausting. Ever since his grandmother started dancing, his daily chores had increased. But as long as his grandmother was happy, it was all worth it. And she'd been much more energetic lately. Seeing that Obito had already realized his mistake, Minato didn't say anything further. He simply smiled and patted Obito's head. "So, is everyone ready?" At that, Kakashi responded with a short, "Yes. Ready," Rin said softly. Then, the three turned to look at Obito, who wiped his nose and smirked confidently, flashing a toothy grin as he gave a thumbs up. "I was ready last night." "Well then." Minato took a deep breath, raised his hand with enthusiasm, and was about to give the signal for the team to set out when a luxurious carriage slowly rolled up in front of them. As everyone looked on in confusion, a handsome face peeked out from inside the carriage. Upon noticing something, his eyes widened in surprise, then narrowed as he gazed at the goggle-wearing boy in Minato's team. "Isn't this a coincidence?" Chapter 20. "You are not penniless, Yudo, you're back?" Minato watched as Yuto Uchiha was helped down from the carriage by his guards, slowly making his way out. Minato couldn't help but feel a bit emotional, thinking to himself, Yuto really is drifting further away from being a ninja. Of course, everyone has their own path, just like ninjas with their unique ways of the ninja. It was a bit of a shame, but there wasn't much he could say about it. That being said, he was still quite happy that Yuto had returned. It's really chaotic outside right now, so after handling my affairs, I came back, Yuto Uchiha said with a gentle smile, looking over at Minato's team. Are you heading out on a mission? Yes. They've been trained, so it's time for them to start doing missions outside the village. Is that so? Yuto Uchiha sighed in nostalgia, then reached out with a fatherly smile, ruffling Obito's hair. It's really dangerous out there. Take care, son. Don't make your dad worry. Who's your son? Obito shouted immediately. Of all the people in the village, he disliked this guy the most, even more than Kakashi. First, Yuto tricked him, and now he wanted to act like his dad. Absolutely intolerable. You're only a few years older than me. Age is not the issue. That's not the point. You jerk. However, no matter how much Obito protested, Yuto Uchiha remained unfazed, speaking earnestly, remember, you're not penniless. Even if you can't be a ninja, you can still inherit your dad's billions. So don't worry about finishing your mission. If you're in danger, just run. Even though I'm only a few years older than you, and even though you might die before I do, that doesn't stop me from adopting you and giving you a chance to inherit my wealth. You idiot. I'm going to be Hokage. Obito was so angry that he even pulled out a kunai, but as a ninja, he couldn't harm a village civilian for no reason. That would violate the ninja code. If I become Hokage, I'll ban milk tea shops in Hidden Leaf Village and see how he deals with that. Yuto, you. Minato chuckled helplessly, shaking his head. Stop teasing Obito. I'm serious about adopting him. Is that really the point? Minato was speechless, shaking his head in disbelief. He then turned to Obito and the others, saying, still, you should all remember what Yuto said. Always prioritize your own safety in dangerous situations. The two of them nodded, acknowledging they understood, while Kakashi remained silent, arms crossed. How ironic, Yuto thought. If someone told Kakashi that bonds were the most important thing, who would believe it? In his early years, he lost his father. Later, he lost his best friend, his female friend, his teacher, and his teacher's wife. Without Kakaparia dice to help him release some stress, Kakashi probably would have gone dark. Obito, on the other hand, was different. He only had a helpful heart, with no other hobbies. Without an outlet, he bottled up his emotions. Losing his first love made him completely despair of the world. So yes, bottling up emotions is bad. Having a hobby is incredibly important. For the sake of peace in the ninja world and business opportunities, Yuto patted Obito on the shoulder. If you ever need to, take up a hobby. If things get too tough, just came to me, and I'll take you out for some fun. All four of them had lines of exasperation on their foreheads. But Yuto Uchiha didn't seem to care. He simply pulled out a huge stack of explosive tags from his robe. Probably over 1,000. And handed them to Obito. Here, take these. If you encounter any enemies, don't worry. Just throw these at them. Don't be foolish and charge in head first. Who would even want these? And stop trying to claim me as your son, you idiot. Minato and Kakashi's faces both twitched. What kind of ninja would use so many explosive tags on a mission? Normally, 4 or 5 would do, or maybe a dozen to set a trap. Using this many? Isn't it impossible to recover the cost? Don't be shy. Yuto shoved the tags into Obito's hands, then turned to Minato and gave a quick nod. I won't hold you up any longer. There's still a lot of work to be done in the village. With that, he waved goodbye to the group and left with his guards, heading toward the shop. Minato watched Yuto Uchiha's retreating figure and smiled helplessly, shaking his head again. He then looked at the stack of explosive tags in Obito's hands and sighed. Your father's pretty good to you. Minato-sensei. Ha ha ha, just kidding. Minato laughed, then said more seriously, keep those explosive tags safe. Lately, someone's been buying them in bulk, and their price has gone up several times. One tag now costs almost as much as a bowl of ramen with extra pork. Looking down at the pile of tags, Minato thought, could Yuto be behind this? After his daily routine of adopting sons, Yuto found himself on the streets of Hidden Leaf Village once again. Honestly, if it weren't for Fugaku being his brother, he would have wanted to adopt Hitachi as well. Adopt all those with issues and make them heirs to his fortune. Turning them into prodigals was his dream. Although they might die before he did. But that didn't stop him from being their dad. Unfortunately, Adopting Itachi and raising him to be a prodigal would probably drive his brother insane, possibly enough to hit him with a great fireball jutsu. Arriving at Yudo BBQ, he glanced at the shop front, 3 times the size of the milk tea shop next door, and nodded in satisfaction before heading over to Yudo Bubble Tea. The moment he stepped inside, he spotted Uncle Sato busy at work. "The boss is back?" Uncle Sato exclaimed happily. "Yes, I'm back." Yuto smiled slightly, looking at Sato. "Seems like it's busy today." "It's been quite hectic. With the war escalating, tensions outside are getting worse, and a lot of ninjas come in for a cup of milk tea to relax after returning," Uncle Sato said with a sigh. "A while ago, a batch of ninjas rotated back to the village, so we've been getting a lot more orders these past few days. Of course, the average daily orders had also dropped a little." "Ah, war." Yudo Uchiha sighed wistfully. "It's really bad for business, isn't it?" Just as he finished speaking, "Yudo." A familiar voice rang out. Sazune came running up, full of joy, her arms full of paperwork and wearing the proud demeanor typical of the Hyuga clan. "You're back?" "Just got back." Yuto nodded, acknowledging her presence. "Nothing's happened lately, has it?" "Nope." Sazune smiled. "Everything's been going according to your instructions, and the Yuto BBQ is finished as well. Just waiting for you to come back." "Is that so? Then let's open it in a week." With his current status, at the very least, there needed to be a ribbon-cutting ceremony, right? If it weren't for the ongoing war, he would have even wanted the third Hokage to attend and cut the ribbon, to show off his status as a businessman with the will of fire. If that didn't work out, he could settle for inviting Lady Saratobi by Hueco, the Hokage's wife. Although they didn't meet often and weren't very familiar, back when he was still a student, he wrote an essay titled On the Nobility of the Third Hokage and the Elegance of the Hokage's Wife, and according to Kushina, Lady Hueco had taken quite a liking to him since then. Of course, he would still need to plan the grand opening event. Yudo pondered for a moment, then suddenly noticed a suspicious figure at the entrance, wrapped up tightly and moving sneakily. Surprised, he furrowed his brow. "Jiraiya-sensei, you." MMPH. Before he could finish speaking, a flash of light streaked by, and his mouth was swiftly covered. Chapter 21. How could this be considered plagiarism? Jiraiya hadn't had it easy recently either. Who were those old men and women dancing? Most of them weren't ordinary people, they had several children and grandchildren. So, when they casually mentioned something during dinner to their kids and grandkids, well, you could imagine. The village wasn't that big. As a result, by the next day, almost the entire village knew. Rumors spread about things like, "My mom and my grandma, although she was a beauty back in the day, is old now." Who would have thought Lord Jiraiya would? Of course, Jiraiya didn't care about these rumors at all. Peeking? What could they do to him for that? It was research after all. But this time, the subject of his research. It had truly tarnished the great name of the Toad Sage. A student of the third Hokage, one of the legendary Sannin, one of the strongest in the current ninja world. Caught peeking at old ladies dancing. It was enough to make him want to die. Jiraiya let out a long sigh, looking at Yudo, who was trying to hold back his laughter. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. "If you want to laugh, just laugh. Don't worry, I'm a professional," Yudo Uchiha said with a smile. "In most cases, I won't laugh." He hadn't seen Jiraiya-sensei in a while, and now Jiraiya was acting so bold. Impressive. As for why he called Jiraiya-sensei, that goes back to when he, with his unwavering dedication to the ideals of the first Hokage, practiced the theories of the second while studying hard under the leadership of the third for the prosperity of Hidden Leaf Village. Handsome, with steadfast ideals, decent talent, and excellent writing on the will of fire, Hidden Leaf Village had never seen someone like him before. Naturally, he caught the eye of the creator of the theory of the will of fire. None other than the third Hokage. Originally, he had wanted to take Tsunade as his mentor, and with Kushina's help, he could have learned excellent medical ninjutsu. And no, it wasn't because Tsunade was bold, beautiful, and well endowed. Unfortunately, the Uchiha clan had inherited Indra's power, excelling in yin release. As for yang release, while he had a trace of it, it wasn't enough to meet Tsunade's requirements for accepting disciples. Plus, he didn't have the patience to study medical ninjutsu anyway. Because of his natural limitations, he had to give up the idea. After all, becoming a student was a mutual decision. His clan had hoped he would become Orochimaru's disciple, since Orochimaru was gaining fame and was a strong candidate for the position of Hokage. If Orochimaru were chosen, the Uchiha clan could rise to power with him. However, Yudo worried that one day he might end up on Orochimaru's operating table. Plus, a few years later, Orochimaru would betray the village, and the Uchiha clan would only have more to answer for in the eyes of the higher-ups. It wasn't worth the risk. So, in the end, he figured Jiraiya was the best bet for a solid backing. But who knew that after graduating, he would abandon ninja life for the business world? Fate works in mysterious ways. In the end, the idea of apprenticeship fell through, though Jiraiya didn't mind. So, like Minato, Yuto still called him Jiraiya-sensei. Of course, Jiraiya didn't know that Yuto's dream mentor had always been Tsunade. If it weren't for his shift to business, he might have become a medical ninja. Rumors stop with the wise, Jiraiya-sensei. You don't need to worry. Maybe after a while, everyone will understand that you're not that kind of person. Let's hope so. Jiraiya sighed, taking a cup of tea that Sazune had poured for him. In a few days, I'm planning to lay low for a while. With tensions rising in the ninja world, it's better to head out early and make some preparations. This hidden leaf village. It's better not to stay here. If the old man hadn't summoned him back after 3 years, he wouldn't have returned at all. So, Jiraiya-sensei, why did you come looking for me today? Yuto didn't say much else since Jiraiya would eventually join the four-way battle that Hidden Leaf Village would face. Whether he left sooner or later didn't really matter. Before Yuto could finish speaking, Jiraiya burst out laughing. With a confident smile, he said, I saw you return to the village and came over specially. With that, he pulled out a thick stack of papers, almost like a manuscript, and handed it over with a smirk. This is my most confident work yet. Minato read it and said it was great. Here, take a look and give me some feedback. A new work? Was this the soon-to-be famous Kaka Paradise? Yuto Uchiha was stunned as he accepted the manuscript from Jiraiya. Under Jiraiya's expectant gaze, he carefully flipped through the pages. The room fell into silence as time ticked by. After who knows how long, Yuto's mouth twitched as he closed the manuscript. This story seemed a bit familiar. It told the tale of a genius boy from a remote ninja village called Kusagakure. One day, for some unknown reason, the boy couldn't perform ninjutsu anymore, his chakra slowed, and it diminished each time he tried. He became a failure, and his fiancée left him. After uttering the line, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, he resolved to pursue the ninja path again. He discovered that his chakra was being drained by a legendary ninja from the Warring States period, and soon after, the village was destroyed by enemies. To seek revenge, he embarked on a journey and, under the legendary ninja's guidance, became a powerful warrior. Yuto Uchiha quietly took a sip of tea while eyeing the confident Jiraiya. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke, Jiraiya-sensei, plagiarism isn't good. He had once introduced Jiraiya to this kind of popular online story. How can an author's work be called plagiarism? This is a reference, a reference. That's a good point. Jiraiya was merely writing in the same genre with a somewhat similar plot. How could that be considered plagiarism? The characters weren't even the same. His protagonist was named Uzumaki-en. Yuto glanced at the title, The Tale of Ninja Perseverance. To have altered the story this much and still tie it to this title. Impressive, truly impressive. After a moment of thought, Yuto suggested, how about calling it Ninja Breaks Through the Heavens? That's too much. Jiraiya rubbed his hands awkwardly. Changing the title like that would make it feel more like outright plagiarism. Never mind, let's call it The Tale of Ninja Perseverance. So, what do you think of the book? It's great. Definitely worthy of legendary status. But about the female lead? Of course, I'm going to have all of them. This book is all about fun, none of that shy, back and forth nonsense. Jiraiya-sensei, I didn't realize your writing skills had improved so much since we last met. Not bad, huh? Ha ha ha. Jiraiya laughed heartily, a little embarrassed. So, about this book. I'll handle the publishing. I know all the publishers in the Land of Fire, Yuto nodded with a smile. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Thank you so much. With that, Jiraiya handed over his proud creation, The Tale of Ninja Perseverance, to Yuto. He left with a big grin, practically floating as he walked out the door. Suddenly, Yuto remembered something. By the way, the new barbecue place opens in a few days. Will you come, Jiraiya-sensei? No problem. With Jiraiya's enthusiastic reply, Yuto shook his head with a smile. Having one of the legendary Sanin at the opening could definitely boost business. Stretching, he took a sip of the tea that Hyuga Sazune handed him. Anything going on with the Uchiha clan? At that, Sazune's hands paused for a moment. Then she smiled softly and shook her head. Nothing. The chief elder has been very supportive of me. The chief elder? Yuto was stunned. That old stick in the mud. Chapter 22. Tremendous loss. I am Uchiha Setsuna. The Uchiha clan's elder watching over its development from the shadows, with the dream of seeing the clan restored to its former glory. After a busy morning, Uchiha Setsuna slumped onto a nearby rock, weary and drained. Age was catching up to him, now even a few simple movements left his back sore. Back in the day, Uchiha Taijutsu was strong enough to rival the Senju clan. For him to make it to the position of the elder spoke volumes about his strength. Alas, time spares no one. With a deep sigh, he took a cup nearby, scoffing as he downed it in one gulp. He admitted he was wrong that day, as it made sense for Yudo to hire a ninja specializing in taijutsu. No ordinary person could have held so much water. Of course, a waste was still a waste. No matter what, it didn't change the fact that he was a useless ninja who couldn't even handle a mission. Just as Uchiha Setsuna was scoffing, a dignified older woman with clouded eyes approached him. "Be glad someone fetched your water, yet you act so disdainful," Hyuga sneered. "Is this the best of Uchiha manners? Better than the stubborn Hyuga clan?" Uchiha Setsuna retorted, unwilling to back down. "At least our clan doesn't have as much nonsense as yours. Your old bones and stubborn ways haven't killed you yet." "Same to you." "Ha ha ha." Setsuna laughed heartily. "An old person's dance is all it is. These eyes of mine." He pointed to his eyes, "One look, and I've got it down." Plagiarism. No one could beat the Uchiha at it. But Hana only looked at him with her calm, clouded eyes and replied blandly, "So childish, even at her age." Fair enough. She was still herself. She was once the proud white flower of the Hyuga clan, and despite her shorter stature and wrinkled face, she was still that graceful orchid in a white kimono. But alas, he was no longer the Uchiha Setsuna he once was. Setsuna tapped his cane against the ground with disdain, scoffing as he pulled 2 Yudo BBQ meal vouchers from his pocket, saying coolly, "Don't believe me? Then join me tomorrow. Let me show you the Uchiha's true strength." Ridiculous. Hana glanced at the BBQ vouchers in his hand, sneering. "So, you want me to help Yudo Uchiha boost his new business?" After all, she was a prominent figure in the Hyuga clan, so her appearance at Yudo Uchiha's grand opening would have a unique impact. She saw through his ploy immediately. Looking at Uchiha Setsuna, she remarked, "You old fox, scheming now, are you?" At that, Uchiha Setsuna paused in silence, then sighed with a touch of admiration, as expected. "I can't hide anything from you, Hyuga." Exactly. That was precisely his plan. "Well, are you coming?" "Why wouldn't I?" Grand opening sale. Grand opening sale. Spend 3,000 ryo, and get unlimited free beer, plus a complimentary snack with each drink. Sign up now. For the first 100 customers, spend 10,000 and get an extra 5,000. Spend 20,000 and receive an additional 10,000, plus a free upgrade to Yudo Dining VIP. All Yudo Dining and Catering customers will enjoy a 15% discount. 100 ryo vouchers off for every 1,000 spent. Only one voucher can be used per 1,000 spent. Come grab yours now. The grand opening of Yudo BBQ is tomorrow, and the streets are full of children holding flyers. These kids are working part-time from the orphanage, which Yudo Uchiha regularly supports with assistance and job opportunities to help it operate. As the young voices echoed, many villagers paused to take a look. After all, they were already aware of Yudo BBQ. The other day, for some reason, they felt a sudden urge to go in, but it hadn't opened yet. Now it was opening tomorrow. And the deals were amazing? As expected from Lord Yudo. Lord Yudo was known for his wealth, generosity, and kindness, buying without bargaining and often purchasing in bulk. Many shop owners loved this big spender. Rumors has it that Yudo was from the Uchiha clan, a genius ninja who almost became a disciple of one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. But that was obviously a joke. Who would turn down the chance to become a ninja? And the Uchiha? Please. Those people, always with cold expressions, as if everyone owed them millions, always so stingy? There's no way that generous, wealthy Lord Yudo could come from the Uchiha clan. As for becoming a Sannin disciple? Despite recent odd rumors about Jiraiya, he's still a renowned ninja of the shinobi world, unlikely to take a businessman as a disciple. Complete nonsense. It must be other merchants spreading rumors to discredit Lord Yudo. Forget that. Better to show up early tomorrow to line up and try to be one of the first 100 to get 5,000 ryo free with a 10,000 ryo purchase. Such a great deal. As expected from Lord Yudo. Many were impressed, thinking that Lord Yudo must be taking a loss to bring in business. Still, a good deal feels good. Meanwhile, "Yuto, are you sure you won't lose money doing this?" Jiraiya looked at the voucher in his hand. 100 ryo free for every 1,000 spent, unlimited free beer at 3,000? If Tsunade finds out, she could drink you out of business, you know. Although Tsunade's drinking skill wasn't quite on par with the great Toad Sage, her capacity was unmatched. It's rumored she learned to gamble and drink at 6 years old, under the subtle influence of the first Hokage. So, she's a force to reckon with. Of course, it's a loss. Yuta Uchiha sighed, taking a sip of tea. It's a huge loss, but for family. Today, I'll cover the costs myself to thank everyone for their support. Jiraiya-sensei, why don't you start with a 100,000 ryo? You'll get 150,000. Big loss. At this rate, he could maybe afford a Ferrari. If there were Ferraris here. He patted his chest generously, saying, just a small way to repay Hidden Leaf Village for raising me. No need to hold back. Charge it up. Is that really okay? I've got the cash. Go ahead. Family don't stand on ceremony. Yuto said confidently. Whatever you'd like to put in, Jiraiya-sensei, I'll set up your membership right away, VIP treatment. How about 1 million? At that, Yuta Uchiha fell silent. Jiraiya hesitated, too much? Maybe just 100,000, then? No. Too much? Not at all. Yuto said boldly. Anything for sensei. Charge it up to 1 million. No need to be polite. Huge loss. If this keeps up, he might even manage a Rolls-Royce. Though there aren't any here. Still. Yuta remarked, Sensei, remember to tell your friends about this. Missing out on a deal is foolish. It's all for family. Chapter 23. Just call me Dad. You may think you're profiting, but I never take a loss. That's the principle of business. If the timing were right, I'd have even advertised this on the Chunin exam grounds. Unfortunately, there's still some time before the Chunin exams, so it's too late for that. Once the first Yudo BBQ is successfully established and meets the sales target, I'll be able to activate this Yudo BBQ's module and use the current earnings to open branches elsewhere. The first Yudo BBQ needs to reach an opening revenue of 80 million ryo, which means at least 80 more customers like Jiraiya are required. And no cheating allowed. For instance, using my own money to have others spend here won't work. The system has its own algorithm that can detect such tricks. I don't know exactly how it works, but it's impossible to fool. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, it was already the second day. Opening day. At the entrance, the Yuto BBQ was decorated with red ribbons and a custom-made red archway. Early in the morning, people were already lining up to claim the perks offered to the first 100 customers. Dressed in formal wear with a bit of hair gel, Yuto Uchiha stood at the door. This was his second business opening in Hidden Leaf Village, and he couldn't help but feel a bit nostalgic. The first time was the bubble tea shop, but back then, he was shunned after being expelled from the Uchiha clan, and the shop's potential was underestimated. He had to wait patiently until the tea shop's minimum sales target was reached. Starting a business isn't easy. But now, he's wealthy. Every major clan now shows him respect. Since he's been expelled from the Uchiha clan and is no longer a ninja, befriending him wouldn't arouse suspicion among the higher-ups. For instance, a Byakugan-wielding man was approaching with a white-eyed girl by his side. It was Hayashi Hyuga, head of the Hyuga clan, and father of the future crown princess. Yuto glanced at the stoic Sazune standing beside him in formal wear and then at Hayashi coming toward him, bursting out in laughter. Come in. Welcome, Hyuga clan leader. As a businessman, he had to have that business charm. It's no longer like the old days in of his era, where the fiercer the insults, the more popular a store would become. It was so popular that normal people couldn't understand why so many people were looking for trouble. Were they masochists? Getting berated, then cheerfully exclaiming, the owner's so direct, I love it. Isn't that just odd? Here, insulting customers would likely earn a good beating from the ninjas, and the business would shut down the next day. When Hayashi Hyuga saw Yuto Uchiha, he pulled a smile onto his usually stoic face, signaling for an attendant to bring out a flower basket with a congratulatory message. Congratulations, Boss Yuto, Hayashi said with a slight smile, nodding in his clan's traditional attire. Thank you. Yuto gestured for him to enter. After watching Hayashi and his wife go inside, he sighed with feeling. Respect really is a two-way street. He figured Hayashi was grateful for the wedding gift he sent via Sazune at Hayashi's ceremony. It wasn't anything extravagant, just a little money, but it seems he appreciated it. Next came the branch family of the Hyuga clan. Sazune's older brother, who seemed to get along better with her. Hyuga Hisashi was a gentle person, so after exchanging a few words, Yuto arranged for them to sit at a more secluded table for a more relaxed meal. The division between the Hyuga clan's main and branch families is such a mess. Compared to that, apart from the abundance of psychopaths who would wipe out the entire clan over a disagreement, the Uchiha clan really isn't so bad. At least those who awaken their Sharingan are acknowledged as true Uchihas, and even those who don't can still live within the clan. Although he said he could handle things and intended to let Sazune go over to join her brother, She declined, staying with him to welcome guests. Time kept slipping by. Representatives from each major clan arrived one by one, and each addressed him with a respectful, "Boss Yuto." The guests were having a great time. Well, what can you do? Yuto Uchiha has connections all over. Next, even Jiraiya arrived, laughing heartily as he congratulated him with a congratulations. And headed inside. Then, young Asuma and his friends, along with some team leaders, dropped by to take advantage of the grand opening event. Unfortunately, Minato's team hadn't returned from their mission, so he didn't get to see them. Meanwhile, business had begun inside, with many customers seated and grilling away. Fresh meat sizzled on the charcoal, and soon the aroma of grilled meat filled the air. Products backed by the system are always top-notch. Not only did they enhance ingredients, but there was a cooking boost, too. Here, even amateurs could grill tasty barbecue using the system's secret sauce. It also arranged for professional grill masters to be on standby, so any customers who needed help could get free grilling assistance. They had trained for a week and were now more than capable. Everything was progressing smoothly, and the sales were rising fast. At that moment, a familiar family of 4 came over. There was his brother, his sister-in-law, his nephew, and who was this fine-featured kid staring at him with such admiration? It's Shizue Uchiha, Mikoto, seeming to sense Yuto's confusion, explained with a smile. Many in the clan think he resembles you. He has great talent and, like you, loves reading. When we saw him, we invited him with us. So, it's you. The future traitor. Even though it was Danzō who stole your eye, what on earth did you tell Itachi? Instead of taking revenge on your enemy, you turned against your own family, claiming, the Uchiha clan is hopeless. What a betrayal. Like having your phone stolen, only to not report it or catch the thief, then sneaking home to steal your parents' hard-earned money and cursing them for being poor. Such a lack of conscience. Yuto Uchiha's mouth twitched as he looked at the starry-eyed Shizue Uchiha, who seemed genuinely excited to meet him. What's going on? Is he trying to learn business from me? Yuto-senpai, I've read your books, Hidden Leaf Village Youth Speaks, My Hidden Leaf Village, My Hokage, What is the Will of Fire, and The Persistence of the Will of Fire. Every time I read them, I gain a deeper understanding and appreciation of the Will of Fire. Shizue said with admiration. You're truly remarkable, senpai. That profound Will of Fire is inspiring. Though, I must say, the essay on the nobility of the third Hokage and the elegance of the Hokage's wife didn't seem to capture your style quite as well. It felt a bit forced. Kid, you're on the wrong path. That essay was the most important one. The others were just fluff. Seeing Shizue's reverent gaze and the hint of pride on Fugaku's expressionless face, Yuto sighed, looked down seriously at Shizue Uchiha, and, with a deep, heartfelt tone, said, Kid, right now you have the chance to become the wealthiest in the ninja world. All you have to do is call me Dad. Before he could finish, Fugaku's face darkened. Enough. He barked, then turned and walked inside with his wife and child. His foolish younger brother really made him want to hit him more and more. Yuto watched them walk away, sighed, and muttered, the road ahead is long and arduous. Afterwards, he seemed oblivious to Sazun's odd look as he turned back toward the entrance. Only to pause in surprise. An elderly man bearing the Uchiha clan's crest on his cane, alongside an old lady dressed in Hyuga family attire, was slowly making their way over. Chapter 24. Love in the Warring States era. The chief elder? An elderly woman from the Hyuga clan? Their relationship seems quite unusual, doesn't it? At this moment, Yuto Uchiha had paused his guest greeting at the door, quietly following Sazun into the shop. He found a discreet spot and curiously observed the scene. But wait. Elderly folks at a BBQ joint? Can they even chew the food? Wouldn't a karaoke bar suit them better? Oh, right. He hadn't opened a karaoke bar yet. Lost in thought, he watched as Sazun started grilling, seemingly embarrassed under his gaze, her cheeks flushing. I'm a bit hungry. Yuto, want some? She offered. True, we've been busy for a while now, I could use a bite too, Yuto nodded with a smile. Thanks for doing this. Sazun seemed happy that Yuto wanted to eat as well, smiling as she set to work. Thinking of her appetite, Yuto quietly signaled to the waiter to bring some extra food. It's fine for her to indulge a little, it's all going to the right places. Then, he turned his attention back to the chief elder, who was now grilling, his wrinkled face bearing the distinct pride typical of the Uchiha clan. He looked positively smug. His mouth kept moving, saying who knows what as he gestured toward the grilling meat, looking as if he were bragging about a child's achievements. Soon enough, the chief elder finished grilling and, with a slight huff, lifted his chin as he served some meat to the white-eyed old woman with a look that said, I, Uchiha Setsuna, am doing you a favor by letting you eat this. Classic Uchiha pride. The Hyuga elder woman seemed unfazed, wearing a graceful, mocking smile as she elegantly picked up a piece of meat, placing it in her mouth. After a moment, she gave a slight nod as if she were pleased. This made the chief elder even prouder, with a satisfied smile and his chin held high at a 45-degree angle. Yuto couldn't help but twitch at the sight. Their relationship was indeed unusual. Without activating his Sharingan, he could almost smell the sour, stale undertones of their dynamic. It made his stomach twist slightly in discomfort. Just then, "Yuto, it's ready." Sazun's soft, gentle voice broke through his thoughts. Looking down at his plate, piled high with grilled meat, he blinked in surprise, then dug in, eyes lighting up. This is delicious. Even though the store had some quality boosts, what he grilled the other day hadn't tasted nearly this good. Really? Sazun beamed, tilting her head slightly, eyes crinkling in joy as she held her tongs. That's wonderful. You should eat some too. Yuto urged, bringing the plate over as he continued to watch the chief elder, curious to see what the stubborn old Uchiha was up to. He didn't look away as he asked, "Sazun, that old lady. She's from the Hyuga clan, right?" "Oh, she's an elder of the clan," Sazun replied softly, moving quickly to swipe some meat from the plate while he wasn't looking. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she relaxed once she saw he hadn't noticed. "Grandma Hana. She holds a high position in the main family. No wonder. For her to converse so easily with the chief elder, she must be an old acquaintance from his past. And perhaps more than that." Yuto shifted in his seat, his right knee propped against the sofa as he ate and watched. Why did it seem like his plate was never empty? He turned back, only to see Sazun adding more meat, causing him to pause. "What is it?" Sazun's face turned slightly red. "Is it not to your taste?" "No, I like it." He stuffed more meat into his mouth, stealing another glance at the chief elder. By now, it was the Hyuga elder Hana who was grilling, her milky white eyes looking somewhat disdainful. He'd spent enough time around Sazun to understand the expressions that went along with the Byakugan. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder had a slightly humiliated expression on his face but stubbornly held his head high, as if saying, "I don't bother arguing with an old woman like you." Truly curious. What exactly is their relationship? Unfortunately, getting too close might draw attention. Frowning, he pondered for a moment, then asked without looking back, "Sazun, do you know what their relationship is?" As soon as he asked, Senior Hana and the chief elder were once enemies. Yuto Uchiha was momentarily stunned. That flat tone brought an image of his brother's expressionless face to mind. He looked over, and sure enough, there was his brother, his sister-in-law, his nephew, his little admirer. Shisui Uchiha. And the Hyuga branch family head and his wife. Why is everyone here? Yuto glanced over at Sazun, who was blushing slightly while grilling meat alongside his sister-in-law, and then at his brother Fugaku, who was impassively eating his grilled meat. What brings you all here? He hadn't planned on disturbing his brother's family, so he was surprised they had come over instead. After he asked, Fugaku replied calmly, "It seemed interesting, so I thought I'd come have a look." Beside him, Hisashi also nodded with a smile. "Since it concerns the main family, I wanted to see it for myself. It really is interesting." As expected. Even though his brother always wore an expression like the world owed him billions, it didn't mean he wasn't curious. As for Hisashi, as a branch family member observing the main family, his interest was understandable. It was only the head of the Hyuga main family, Hisashi, who hadn't come. That guy was still burdened by his responsibilities as head and probably wouldn't do something like this. At least, not until Naruto eventually helped him to show his true self. However, what Fugaku had said earlier. Enemies? Yuto furrowed his brow and looked at his brother, then turned back to the two elderly figures. They don't look like it. Are they really enemies? In the Warring States period, nearly all ninja clans were enemies, Fugaku said calmly, wiping his mouth. Only after the first Hokage ended the wars and founded the hidden villages did relations between the clans start to settle. "I see," Yuto replied, a picture forming in his mind. This must be one of those tragic love stories from the Warring States era. A love that couldn't flourish amid war, only to be rekindled in old age over a shared meal of grilled meat. The chief elder wasn't an ordinary person, after all. He'd underestimated him. With a sigh of respect, Yuto piled a large bowl full of fatty grilled meat and presented it to Itachi and Shisui, his expression warm and kindly. "Here. You two are still growing. Eat up. Don't waste it. If they're not going to grow up as prodigal sons, I'll turn them into lazy fat otakus instead. It's all the same in the end." Fugaku took a glance but said nothing this time. Eating more was probably a good thing. As he picked up another piece of meat, Fugaku looked at Yuto and Sazun, who was happily grilling beside him. He added, girls from the Hyuga clan don't marry outside the clan. Those who are approved must be joined into the family, especially in the branch family. Marrying into the family is still restricted. And the Uchiha clan doesn't allow joining another family either. The losses from the wars are likely what led the elders to this point. When he finished, the atmosphere around them grew silent. Sazun's hands trembled slightly, but she quickly regained her composure and continued to grill the meat, a smile still on her face as she looked down. Chapter 25. Believe in our friendship finally, they're gone. Yuto Uchiha watched the two departing groups, shook his head with a sigh, then looked at Sazun, who seemed a bit down. What's wrong? He asked, puzzled. Nothing. Sazun replied with a smile, shaking her head. But she didn't look okay, otherwise, why would she leave several plates of meat untouched? That's not like Sazun's appetite at all. Of course, Yuto could probably guess the reason. It was likely because of what Fugaku had mentioned earlier. The Hyuga family's nonsense. The branch family exists solely to protect the main family, with their lives controlled by the main family. In a way, there's no freedom to speak of, let alone anything else. And the solution to this is simple. Just be strong. When Hinata married outside the clan, did the Hyuga family dare to place the caged bird seal on her or her children? The moment they even think of it. Naruto, Sasuke, someone's trying to place the caged bird seal on my wife and child. Sasuke, what are you going to do? Naruto, remember when the Uchiha clan's blood was spilled on that dark night? The Hyuga family might just meet the same fate as the Uchiha clan. Yuto patted Sazun's head and smiled. Don't worry, you're with me, nothing will happen. Who would dare to challenge Yuto Uchiha? Have they seen what happened to Danzō recently? Lately, he's barely been seen. Ever since he established the route, he's been paranoid. With a bounty on his head, he probably feels like everyone around him is after him. He might even think his best friends want to cash in on him. So, he's been keeping a low profile recently. Since Yuta returned, he hasn't heard any strange rumors about Hidden Leaf Village. Sazun felt comforted by Yuto's words. That familiar warmth made her cheeks flush slightly as she recalled the time. She had been sitting alone, watching others enviously. Then, a little boy approached her happily and asked, "Do you want to play together?" She felt her heart lighten and nodded slightly. "I'm fine," she whispered. "Are you full?" "If so." Before Yuto could finish his sentence. "Still. A bit more to go," Sazun mumbled, her head slightly bowed in embarrassment. "Did I eat too much?" she asked shyly. Yuto looked silently at the tall stack of plates beside her, then laughed it off. "Not at all. I'm not full either. Let's keep eating." Time flew by. The guests gradually left, and even Jiraiya, quite tipsy, staggered out. Before leaving, he laughingly invited Yuto to join him for more fun, but Sazun shot him a sharp glare. This old pervert. As if Yuto Uchiha would join him in something like that. After asking where he planned to go, Yuto decided he'd lecture him about it next time, then gave the pervert a firm kick out the door. He actually thought he could invite this rich man? He was underestimating Yuto Uchiha. The chief elder and the Hyuga elder woman also left quietly, coming and going without causing any commotion. Yuto had thought the chief elder would approach him about funding the Uchiha clan, but it seemed he'd truly just come along to have BBQ with the old lady. I underestimated him. Truly underestimated him. After finishing, night had fallen. For many, this was just when the fun began, so as one group left, another arrived. The shop remained as lively as ever. Yuto marveled again at Sazun's appetite, and since he'd eaten so much, he walked her home to digest the meal. Meanwhile, two simply dressed old men appeared at the entrance of Yuto BBQ. One of them held a tobacco pipe, smiling as he looked around, while next to him, a man wrapped in bandages scanned his surroundings warily. His eyes were filled with suspicion. As if any diner nearby might rob him. "Welcome. This way, please." Following the server, the two chose a discreet corner to sit. "This place is nicely decorated," Saratobe Hiruzen, in a simple disguise, nodded approvingly, picking up the menu and smiling. "They have quite a variety. That kid truly has a knack for business." After he finished speaking, he glanced at Danzō, who was still watching his surroundings with suspicion, and sighed. "Relax, no one in Hidden Leaf Village is going to make a move on you. Humphrey. A ninja must remain vigilant at all times." The ever-suspicious Danzō scoffed at Hiruzen's reassurance, took a sip of the tea the server brought, and said seriously, "Hiruzen, you really are getting old. Still as stubborn as ever." Saratobe Hiruzen chuckled helplessly and opened the menu. "What do you feel like eating?" "I don't care, let's just eat quickly. I should get going. This is a complete waste of time." Though Danzō was in Hidden Leaf Village now, he couldn't shake the feeling that everyone around him was untrustworthy. It was always like this, but recently, it had grown worse. As he thought, Hidden Leaf Village had really gone downhill under Hiruzen's management, to the point where even Danzō himself felt uneasy. Suddenly, Danzō noticed someone sneaking glances his way for about 3 minutes, and he tensed up immediately. Are they a hunter sent after me? Fixating their gaze on one spot, avoiding eye contact, acting all suspicious. There's definitely something behind this. Could they be after his head? Root. Where's my backup? Get someone over here, quick. However, this strange behavior caught Hiruzen's attention as he was ordering. What's wrong? He asked. Someone's got their eye on me. We need to send a root ninja to arrest them. Someone might be planning something in the shadows. Where? A spy? Hiruzen grew serious, but after seeing who Danzō was pointing at, he sighed. That's just a regular family, they run a bathhouse by the village gate. As expected, Danzō had indeed become too paranoid lately. Was it a spy? If he was, how could he? The Hokage, who constantly monitored and cared about all of Hidden Leaf Village with his crystal ball. Not know? And why were they staring at Danzō? Likely because his trench coat was wrapped up too tightly, causing others around them to glance over. Shaking his head with a sigh, he closed the menu, finished ordering, and called the waiter. Once the waiter had walked away, he spoke, "Don't worry, we're here to relax tonight. A mere 360 million ryo isn't enough to make someone take a risk here in Hidden Leaf Village." Before he could finish, a loud commotion erupted nearby. It was a group of Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. Did you hear? I heard there's a record-breaking bounty on the black market, even higher than the first Hokage's. I heard. It's been rising recently. It's up to 370 million now. That's insane. Who is it? Should we team up for it? With a bounty that high, this person is no ordinary target, higher than the first Hokage himself. We gain and should stop kidding ourselves. You never know. Remember Lord Yudo's words, it's good to dream, it might just come true. True. Then our dream is to take down that target and claim the biggest bounty. Cheers erupted, voices boisterous as they toasted their impossible dreams. Wasn't it supposed to be safe? Danzō shot Hiruzen a dark look, his eyebrow twitching as he felt uncomfortable all over. Hiruzen, you. Nothing. Don't worry, it's just 370 million. Hiruzen smiled, gazing at Danzō. You know, how could I harm my best friend? With that, their food arrived, and Hiruzen quickly invited Danzō to eat. Come. Let's eat. Would you like a beer? Orders over 3,000 ryo come with free drinks. It's rare to have time off. Why don't we stay until we can't walk? As if a mere 370 million ryo could shake the friendship between Hiruzen Sarutobi and Shimura Danzō. Believe it or not, even if Danzō passed out right next to him, he wouldn't touch a single hair on his friend's head. A measly 370 million ryo. However, no. Danzō refused without hesitation. A ninja. Drinking could lead to mistakes. From now on, he resolved to quit drinking, starting today. But still. Who dared to put a bounty on me? Once I find out. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Achoo. As autumn arrived, Hidden Leaf Village's nights turned chilly. At that moment, after walking Sazune home, Yudo Uchiha watched her disappear inside, shook his head with a sigh, and turned to walk home himself. Then he stopped. Squinting slightly at the lone figure silhouetted in the night, he smirked and murmured, "Is he finally back?" Chapter 26. Obito embarks on a path of no return. My name is Obito Uchiha. A genius ninja of Hidden Leaf Village, in his own opinion, a man destined to be Hokage, again, in his own opinion. Currently, there are two people in the village I can't stand, one is that self-righteous Kakashi, and the other. This annoying guy. So, the mission failed? Yudo Uchiha looked at Obito, who seemed a bit down but immediately put on an irritating smirk upon seeing him. Of course, Yudo didn't mind. A 12 or 13-year-old with that kind of attitude was only natural. Completed it. Obito retorted grumpily, "What mission is impossible for me to accomplish? Then you're heartbroken? I heard from my father that there are plenty of fish in the sea. Just move on to someone else, there's no need to be a bootlicker. But if you really want to, why not learn from a certain someone who's both a bootlicker and a frequent visitor of brothels, so happy there he doesn't want to leave. He is even in the village now. Want me to arrange a little party for you? Don't worry, it's on me." Can a person even say things like this? Obito gave Yuto a deadpan look, not even bothering to respond to his invitation to call him dad. Who's as disgusting as that? It's a big world. There are all kinds of oddballs, Like people who want to destroy the world over losing a girlfriend. But those details don't matter. Yuto sighed wistfully, shaking his head as he looked at Obito. So, you completed the mission but still managed to make a fool of yourself, huh? Obito, you know. Before he turned dark, he failed almost any challenge he took on. Not because he lacked skills. His abilities were decent, but somehow, bad luck always seemed to follow him. After he darkened, things improved a bit, probably thanks to his shift from a starry-eyed kid to a slightly unhinged one. The Uchiha clan's power is strange. They start off weak, but the moment they awaken their Sharingan, they become elite at the same level. If they're Genin, they become elite Genin. And if the ambition is strong enough, well, even a novice Uchiha can turn into a powerhouse with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Except for my second nephew. Whether his eyes are open or closed, he is always getting smacked around. Even in the era of tattoos, if he tries to show off, he just ends up getting thrashed. That guy must be cursed. So, was it a fire style that got stuck in your throat, a kunai that slipped, or did you see the enemy and pee your pants? This guy's words are infuriating. But still. Yuto ignored Obito's frustration and spoke in a serious tone. Remember, you're not without options. If being a ninja doesn't work out, you can always come back and inherit your dad's fortune. Idiot. I'm not your son. Obito snapped, his face darkening. I'm going to be Hokage. If he were a ninja, I'd show him the true strength of Obito Uchiha. With a huff, Obito, who had come out for some fresh air after feeling down, was now even more irritated. He wanted to go challenge that self-righteous guy again. He'd show him. This time, he only messed up because he let him win. Obito scoffed, hands shoved in his pockets, flipping his head as he turned. I'm going back. Boring. Trying to act cool now? Yuto smiled slightly, squinting as an idea struck him. Grabbing Obito's head, he asked, want to get stronger? Grabbing Obito's head was a must. As the younger brother of the Uchiha clan leader, Yuto Uchiha felt it was his responsibility to guide these orphans in building healthy mindsets. To help them form the right outlook on life, values, and the world. To understand that while there's darkness, there's also light, and to manage their sorrows correctly to avoid tragic fates for the Uchiha clan. If you're interested, I'll teach you. Obito rolled his eyes, looking at Yuto with disdain, as if saying, you? Just an ordinary person? Underestimating me? Back then, I was a genius ninja who graduated earlier than Kakashi. I was just too good to flaunt it, Yuto boasted, as if reminiscing about his youth. But I can still teach you a thing or two. No need. Obito replied grumpily and turned to leave. Are you still frustrated by your failures? Still hurt by not beating your rival? Still confused about how to get the girl's attention? If you just stop and listen to me for a few minutes, all your worries, sadness, and confusion will disappear. Yuto's voice was enticing as he spoke slowly. What are you waiting for? This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. You don't have to spend a ryo, so listen up, and you'll profit instantly. After he finished speaking, Obito's shoulders shook, and he stopped in his tracks, his eyes showing a hint of hesitation. After all, he wanted to get stronger, defeat Kakashi, and catch Rin's attention. But he had no way of doing so. Kakashi really was a genius. However, he couldn't shake a bad feeling about stopping to listen. This guy was really so annoying. As Obito hesitated. You're interested? Yuto Uchiha's leisurely voice came again. Trust me. I was once a genius ninja too. Obito Uchiha stayed silent, taking a deep breath as he turned to Yuto and asked seriously, you're really not lying? Of course. Yuto put on a friendly, business-like smile. I'm a businessman, and integrity has always been my business principle. Fine. What are you going to teach me? Don't rush. First, you have to study a ninja theory formulated by a great ninja. I found it in the Uchiha clan's ancient records. I was astounded when I saw it. No ordinary person could write such a supreme theory, so I suspect it was left behind by that legendary strongest ninja. You mean? Obito was stunned. As Uchiha, he knew exactly who that ninja was. Knowing this wasn't just something this guy made up, but rather a secret legacy of the strongest Uchiha, he grew even more excited. But Yuto covered his mouth and gave a serious shh, saying solemnly, now listen carefully as I explain. Seeing Obito focus seriously, Yuto released him and began, his voice as steady as a pine tree, kunai smeared with, beep, the ninja god will be reborn. Grab the, beep, with bare hands, the 6 paths will be in distress. Use explosive tags for the kill in, beep, the tailed beasts will suffer. Strike his, beep, he'll collapse in pain. Beep, on his face, the god will descend. Speak no more, and you're sure to win. all in one go. Yuto then looked at the wide-eyed Obito in satisfaction. Did you remember that? With those words, Obito snapped out of it, his face darkening as he swatted Yuto's hand away. I can't believe I fell for that. I'm an idiot. How could a legendary ninja say things like that? Someone who could even fight the first Hokage, the god of the ninja world, would never say such nonsense. It had to be a scam. I'm heading back. Don't be like that. This really is a powerful ninja technique passed down from him. It's how I became a genius ninja back then. You just can't understand its depth yet. Memorize it, and one day, you'll grasp its true meaning and become a genius ninja like me. But Yuto wasn't about to let him go just yet. If he couldn't turn him into a prodigal son, he could at least mold him into a rogue. As long as he had a resilient mindset, he wouldn't crumble in the face of despair. Yuto added earnestly, he also left behind a matching forbidden technique, but it's very destructive, so you shouldn't use it lightly. His enticing voice rose again. Want to learn it? I can teach you if you do. With those words, Obito Uchiha stopped in his tracks, looking at Yuto with a mix of suspicion and longing. He paused before asking, really? Absolutely. I can teach you, but you must remember. Don't use it recklessly. Alright. Given Yuto's seriousness, it seemed this might not be a joke after all. Under Obito's expectant gaze, Yuto brought his hands together, crossing them. Now, quickly extend both index and middle fingers, as well as the thumb, overlapping them. The tiger seal. I know this. It's the starting seal for powerful jutsu. Obito was thrilled. It was real. Yuto nodded in satisfaction. A promising student indeed. He then adopted a more serious tone. Now pay close attention, and remember it. With that, Obito stared intently, watching with full concentration. Then, he saw Yuto Uchiha form the tiger seal with his hands, then swiftly jab upwards, retracting his hands with a smile as he looked at Obito. Did you get it? What kind of technique was that supposed to be? Chapter 27. Let's go. A few days later, Team Minato set out once again. Recently, the situation across the ninja world has become increasingly tense. Most of the village's ninjas had started taking on missions outside the village, and even Jiraiya, after a few days of fun, had departed for the battlefield. The village had grown noticeably quieter. Rumors suggested that the Hidden Stones village ninjas at the front lines were sneaking around suspiciously as if something unusual was brewing. Spies from Hidden Clouds village also reported frequent large-scale movements within Hidden Clouds village, prompting Hidden Leaf village to arrange its defenses promptly upon receiving this news. Meanwhile, Yuto Uchiha continued living his quiet life. His business had already reached a new level, earning him a reward, and both his body and mind had grown significantly stronger. He could now open branch stores throughout the Land of Fire. Despite the economic downturn and low consumer spending due to the war, a certain baseline of demand remained, so expanding sooner had its benefits. In addition, wars between ninja villages. Aside from Hidden Mist village attempting a distant trade, no war had yet entered the Land of Fire. The battles generally took place in other countries or along the borders. So, things remained quite peaceful within the Land of Fire. Currently, the bubble tea shop in Hidden Leaf village was still managed by Uncle Sato, while the BBQ joint was temporarily run by a civilian member of the Uchiha clan who had not yet awakened his Sharingan. Yuto specifically chose a calm and ordinary person without any mental issues. It's worth noting that the Uchiha mental issues came in two varieties. One type smiled at everyone and acted friendly but became completely unhinged when triggered. At best, they drown themselves, at worst, destroy the entire clan or even the world. The other type had a perpetual poker face, looked down on everything, and seemed arrogant. This second type wasn't as bad. When triggered, they mostly just liked showing off. So, to avoid any future conflict, it was crucial to carefully select the resident manager. Of course, the Uchiha took their work seriously, almost to the point of a strange compulsion or maybe some latent psychosis. Because they were so meticulous, the Hidden Leaf village police force often acted like a hard-nosed authority, enforcing the law so rigidly it ended up angering everyone. Then came the Nine Tails incident, and as rumors spread, long-standing conflicts erupted, giving Danzō the excuse he needed to act. This just shows how powerful rumors can be. And how much worse it is when you're not even allowed a chance to clear your name. As Yuto enjoyed the massage techniques of Sazun's gentle fists, he couldn't help but let out a soft moan. The Hyuga clan's gentle fist techniques were truly impressive. Just then, as he let out a quiet the door opened. Yuto, you! Kushina appeared in the doorway, looking at him with flushed cheeks and dazed eyes, and immediately froze. She quickly shut the door again, saying, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. Interrupt what? It was just a massage. Was there really a need to be so surprised? Yuto Uchiha kept a calm face as he adjusted his clothes and glanced at Sazune, who was blushing slightly and adjusting her own clothes. Why are you adjusting your clothes? He shook his head helplessly, opened the door, and saw Kushina sneaking a peek. With a hint of irritation, he said, "There's nothing to see. We were just discussing business." Is it that strange for a boss and his assistant to discuss business in the office? What do you need? It's just that Minato left, and now it's boring. I don't feel like going for the barbecue alone, Kushina said with a sheepish smile. That stupid Ninetales has been making a fuss non-stop. I can't even take a nap in peace. I suggested it play some card games you taught me, like Fight the Landlord, but it refused. So, I came by to see if you were free. No way would I want to be the odd one out in Fight the Landlord. Yuto sighed helplessly. Aren't you, the Ninetales Jinchuriki, worried that if you keep running to us Uchiha, the Hokage might come looking for trouble with me? Relax. Kushina gave Yuto a hearty slap on the shoulder. You're not a ninja, so what's there to worry about? So, what did you come to find me for? To play Fight the Landlord? No way. Minato works hard enough for his money. Let's save some of it for him. Kushina glared at him. Did he think she was some gambling addict like Tsunade? Then how about a round of double-handed poker? That's too quick. No thrill in it, Yuto said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Let's play mahjong. We can play for small stakes, and a single round will last long enough. 3 people and 1 beast. Perfect? Sazune's joining too? It's fine. Yuto shook his head and opened his Sharingan, giving Sazune a reassuring smile. Just remember not to tell anyone. Both Minato and Kushina already knew about the Uchiha family secrets, and he called her sister, so the two of them had promised to keep his secret. In return, he'd promised to keep it confidential. Especially since Kushina might beat him up if he didn't. He promptly closed the door. Let's go. And with that, the two of them arrived at a damp place. Sazune looked around in shock, then, understanding the importance, nodded solemnly and whispered to Yuto, I won't tell anyone. Yuto. He wasn't as simple as he seemed. Even if she didn't fully understand why, Sazune still trusted him. At that moment, hey, Uchiha brat. Boomed a loud voice. Bringing more weird people again? There's 4 this time. 1 more than usual. No Fight the Landlord today. Yuto waved his hand, summoning a mahjong set and table. Looking at the Ninetales trapped in its cage, Yuto recalled how he once joked with Kushina that she could try to befriend the Ninetales. Surprisingly, she had actually managed to do it. Over time, they'd even become card-playing buddies. In the name of studying the Ninetales chakra, he'd ended up a card buddy too. We're playing mahjong. Mahjong? You'll see soon enough. Humphrey. Boring. This old fox has lived for ages, there's nothing I haven't seen. Just a little curious. The prideful Ninetales huffed disdainfully but kept sneaking glances at the mahjong table. If it weren't for my immense power that made Senju Hashirama tremble back then, forcing him to fight me in a grueling 300-round battle, before using underhanded techniques to seal me away, I'd have devoured you all by now. Sure. Yuto held back a laugh. The story didn't exactly match the version where Hashirama pinned it down like a duck, but he let the Ninetales boast. Today, are we betting chakra again? Or want Kushina to cover your losses? He had a dream. To one day play mahjong with all 9-tailed beasts. The Ninetales hadn't finished speaking when Kushina interrupted. No way. Kushina refused instantly. Following Yuto's explanation, she eagerly began arranging her tiles. Come on. Let's start. Humphrey. The Ninetales stiffened, then let out a cold snort, saying arrogantly, Fine. I have plenty of chakra. Looking like a bossy old fox, as if it had all the wealth in the world. And with that, the clattering of tiles began as the first ever mahjong game in the ninja world commenced within the sealed space. Meanwhile, Minato's team was in a crisis. Obito, holding a kunai, guarded Rin alongside Kakashi, cautiously watching their opponents. After completing many missions, he had grown, no longer as nervous as he once was when facing enemies. But now, Minato-sensei had drawn away one group of enemies, but somehow, another group had appeared. They were now facing 2 enemy Jonin, while they were only Geinin. This was dangerous. What do we do now? No one answered, and Obito understood that words were pointless against such foes. His hand holding the kunai trembled slightly, and his mind raced for a plan. Suddenly, he noticed something strange behind the Earth-style user in front of him. A suspicious dark mass that didn't look like something any human could leave behind. For a second, he remembered that annoying guy's words from that night. Chapter 28. Feels like a hero. 3 little brats, thinking they could carry out a reconnaissance mission? What a joke. Once their Jonin leader was lured away, their fate was sealed. What a pity. But with tensions high, there was no time to waste. Otherwise, this uncle would have enjoyed toying with these cute kids a bit longer. A sinister grin appeared on the Hidden Stones village ninja's face as he looked at the boy with black hair and goggles in front of him, especially noting the Uchiha clan fan symbol on his clothes. A little Uchiha brat from Hidden Leaf Village? How interesting. With that, he took a step forward, grinning viciously as he licked his lips. Looks like we can at least recycle your corpse. Obito Uchiha felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Minato-sensei had been lured away, and it didn't look like he'd be back to rescue them anytime soon. They would have to rely on themselves. Only a Jonin. But an Hidden Stones village Jonin, though. With just the three of them, defeating him would usually be impossible under normal circumstances. Of course, if Kakashi. He glanced at Kakashi. He'd probably make it out on his own. That jerk was always spouting things like the mission comes first, so he'd probably ditch them and run for it. Looking over at the equally cautious Rin, Obito knew they couldn't wait any longer. Remembering some advice from before, he gritted his teeth and said, "Here goes." With that, under the mocking gaze of the Hidden Stones village ninja, Obito launched into an attack, running in a curved path around the Jonin, throwing kunai in a seemingly random pattern. Using the unique Uchiha ''S. Obito's distinctive throwing technique. He flung them haphazardly, sending about a dozen kunai flying erratically toward the enemy. In the blink of an eye. Thunk thunk thunk. They all embedded in the ground and trees nearby. Missed entirely. The scene fell into silence. Kakashi sighed with a mix of exasperation and expectation in his eyes. Ha ha ha, is that the famous Uchiha throwing technique? The Hidden Stones village ninja snapped out of his initial surprise, bursting into laughter. That's it? Suddenly, the other Hidden Stones village ninja facing off against Kakashi stiffened, shouting, "Wait, they're tagged with explosive tags." That's right. Obito had wrapped explosive tags around the kunai. A common ninja trick. But, just as the Hidden Stones village ninja's partner had warned him, he grew a bit more alert, thinking, I got too careless. Then he noticed the distance between him and the nearest kunai. And paused. At this range, what's the point? He dodged casually, moving to pull back out of the blast zone. The explosive tags detonated. But as he predicted, he wasn't fazed. At this distance, the explosion's shockwave was minimal. Barely enough to ruffle him. The Hidden Stones village Jonin laughed heartily, "Little Uchiha brat. Better go back to ninja school." Before he could finish, something happened that only Obito had anticipated. A black, foul-smelling mass hurled itself directly toward him, splattering in an instant. Right over his eyes, mouth, and nose. His whole face. Everyone froze, watching as the disgusting substance fell like a filthy rain. Even Kakashi's expression darkened, and he quickly moved out of the blast zone. But with the force of the explosion, avoiding the spread was no easy task. As everyone scrambled to dodge, one figure alone stood firm, looking every bit like a hero, bravely facing the mess head-on, with a smear of filth across his face, unfazed. All he could remember was that advice, the one Yudo gave him that night, and he charged toward the enemy. Taijutsu? No chance with taijutsu. Ninjutsu? Ninjutsu wasn't going to cut it either. So, only one option remained. The thing that guy talked about, the forbidden technique. A legendary jutsu passed down by the legendary Uchiha ninja. But Obito Uchiha still felt a bit disgusted, so he decided to use his kunai instead. With a serious expression, he gripped his kunai tightly, ignoring the foul black substance flying everywhere as he swiftly approached the Hidden Stones village ninja from behind. However, as a Jonin, the Hidden Stones village ninja wasn't one to be underestimated. Although he was repulsed, with the foul stuff even in his mouth, he knew that in battle, a fight is a fight. Pity. His eyes were covered, making it hard to clean off the mess. Just as he was about to turn around, Obito had already moved behind him with lightning speed. Feet in a crouched stance, he remembered the position that guy had taught him. Taking a deep breath, Obito steadied his kunai, and with a resolute expression, he lunged forward. Suddenly. Ah! Moments later, with a scream echoing through the air, a figure stood there, a true man amidst the chaotic spray, clutching his blood-stained kunai. He looked at the hunched-over Hidden Stones village ninja sticking his bleeding butt out. A hint of a smirk appeared at the corner of Obito's mouth. He had won. With perfect timing, location, and his wits, he'd defeated an enemy Jonin. Everyone around was stunned by this feat from Obito. At that moment, Obito felt an indescribable sensation inside him. A feeling of defeating a higher-ranked enemy. It was the power of a legendary forbidden jutsu, a technique left by the legendary Uchiha who could rival the god of the ninja world. It was effective. He casually flicked his head and looked at Kakashi, who was equally stunned. Just as he was about to throw out a taunt, suddenly, a blob of black mass flew straight into his mouth with a splat. You. What's wrong, Yuto? It's nothing. Maybe I am feeling a bit nauseous from playing for too long. Yuto Uchiha shuddered involuntarily and tossed out a tile. Glancing at the fox's pair of bright red eyes, he hesitated. How about we call it a day? After all, since they were using chakra and mental energy to be here, some physical discomfort was normal. A small wager is good for relaxation, but gambling too much is harmful. Moderation is key. However, I've only just started. The Ninetales, having lost a few rounds and even accidentally helped the others win, wasn't pleased. Ignoring Yuto's suggestion, it refused. You think you can just leave after winning? Keep playing, brat. Typical, Yuto thought. This creature was clearly going stir-crazy. Every time they started gambling, the fox would go wild. Especially after several losses, its eyes seemed to turn even redder. Yuto glanced at Ninetales' slightly thinner tails. Were they even balding? In the sealed space, the flow of chakra was limited, and pulling out one of its tails had led to it becoming thinner. Sighing, he shook his head. Just a friendly game. Keep losing like this, and you'll end up as 8 tails. Humphrey. A mere Uchiha brat, dared to talk big? Ninetales felt that he was being looked down upon. So, the fox fluffed up its chakra-made fur. A tiny bit of chakra, see my tails? 9 of them. They'll grow back. You've only won a little fur, and you're acting so cocky? Alright. Do as you like. You can't reason with a gambler. Now he was a little worried. If Naruto really became a Jinchuriki, and that simple-minded, kind-hearted kid turned into a gambler, how great that would be. With 3 gamblers, Hidden Leaf Village would surely flourish. With a sigh, Yuto nodded. Fine, come on. Meanwhile, Sazune sat nearby, still in a daze, mindlessly shuffling tiles as she stared at Ninetales' 2 fingers poking through the bars of the seal, stunned. So, this was the Ninetales? Chapter 29. The legendary ninja's reputation takes a hit. The Ninetales. This was the Ninetales. The strongest of all the tailed beasts. Even the powerful first Hokage once spoke of how terrifying the Ninetales was. This fact is recorded in Hidden Leaf Village's history, and in the end, the first Hokage's wife had to personally seal it. This speaks to how terrifying the Ninetales truly is. Yet now, here it was, lying on the ground, scratching its head with one paw and using a clawed hand to fiddle with the mahjong tiles. Its fearsome fox face looked oddly troubled. Was this really the Ninetales? Could it be that it had fallen under Yuto's Genjutsu? Thinking back to Yuto's eyes earlier, Sazune realized he truly was a genius. Even without formally becoming a ninja, he had awakened his Sharingan. As for why he hid it, Sazune didn't give it much thought. Since Yuto wanted to keep it a secret, she would definitely keep it. At this moment, the Ninetales misplayed again, doubling its losses. Its fox face twisted in frustration, and Kushina had to calm it down. After all, the Ninetales' chakra was incredibly powerful. If she wasn't careful, she might lose control. Well, let's call it a day. Yuto Uchiha used the Uzumaki clan sealing technique to seal away some of the Ninetales' chakra. This sealing technique wasn't something he learned from Kushina, but from Kanna. Kushina knew she had 2 fellow clan members out there, though she wished to see them. She understood her current identity and Hidden Leaf Village's current state, so she decided to play it safe. Kanna's unique constitution was already an issue, and Nagato's eyes were even more so. If they came to Hidden Leaf Village, especially during wartime, well, someone would certainly try to recruit them in the name of the Will of Fire. Kanna might be easily swayed with her gentle nature, but Nagato was different. Hidden Leaf Village was the village that took his parents from him. If he unleashed Shinra Tensei, it would be disastrous. So, it was best that Hidden Leaf Village knew nothing of their existence. We'll play again next time. Maybe one day, he could even open a mahjong parlor or host a tournament. But for now, with the war and lack of systemization, without any security or guarantees, it was simply too dangerous, so he had to put the idea aside. Uchiha kid, don't say I didn't warn you. The Ninetales withdrew its claw, scoffing haughtily, as if it hadn't just misplayed. I don't know what you plan to do with my chakra, but tailed beast chakra isn't easy to control. If it drives you mad, don't blame me. Don't worry, it's just for some small research. This was the full Ninetales, possessing both yin and yang chakra, and its research value was second only to the cells of the god of the ninja world. Next time, he could let Kanna study it. Yuto waved his hand. Alright, we'll be off. Before he could finish his sentence. Wait a minute. The Ninetales shouted again. Yuto looked at it, puzzled. What else? Next time, make the mahjong set bigger. The Ninetales turned its fox head arrogantly. This time I was just getting started. Next time. I won't lose to any of you. Ha, this fox. Meanwhile, on the other side, Minato hurried back and, seeing his team unharmed, finally breathed a sigh of relief. But when Obito proudly recounted his unusual victory over the Jonin, complete with a vivid description of the intense smell and the defeated Hidden Stones village ninja's less than dignified posture, Minato couldn't help feeling a bit shocked. That was a Jonin. He actually took him down. Then, with a slight smile, he nodded and said, "Well done, Obito. A ninja must use anything useful around them to defeat the enemy." Even though the odor was intense, he could understand it. He looked at Obito, who was grinning with pride, covered in smudges of something dark all over his face. Actually, all over his entire body. Minato's mouth twitched. He could only imagine how intense that fight must have been. It had clearly been beyond anything he expected, especially considering the Hidden Stones village ninja's undignified position and the scabbed wound on. Well, that spot. Internally, he sighed, it seems they also went through a lot. Then, he looked down at Obito. "So, Obito. How about a bath first?" "A bath?" Obito blinked, coming out of his victorious days from the solo kill of the Jonin. Looking down at himself, he immediately. Ugh. He leaned against a tree, vomiting, while Minato and Kakashi both grimaced. Could this guy really not have noticed until just now? Rin wanted to help but felt slightly nauseated herself and was reluctant to get close. Especially now that things had calmed down. That scene kept flashing in her mind. Obito, alone, charging forward heroically toward the enemy, using, well, a technique she was far too embarrassed to describe. Blood spurted out. And he stood there proudly behind the Hidden Stones village ninja, like a victorious hero. Rin realized she could no longer look at this kind-hearted, helpful Obito in quite the same way. She didn't quite recognize him anymore. As everyone else watched with varying degrees of discomfort, Obito began to recover a bit. But between the vomit and, well, the rest, his face, or rather, all of Obito, was simply unrecognizable. Everyone's stomachs churned just looking at him. No worries. Obito flashed a confident thumbs up, but his teeth were covered in dark smudges, giving everyone an unsettling feeling in their stomachs. It was just a tough battle and made me a bit dizzy. Please. Just stop. Obito. Minato hesitated before finally managing an awkward smile. In the future, if you can, try not to use this move so easily. If every ninja used a technique like that. He could hardly imagine the scene. There'd been no dignity left in the art of the ninja. With that, Obito looked at Minato in confusion. Why? This was a powerful forbidden technique left behind by the legendary Uchiha. Well, it has too much lethality, Minato said seriously. It shouldn't be used carelessly. I understand. Obito nodded knowingly. It was indeed true. And just as he was ready to make a promise. Idiot. Kakashi muttered with a roll of his eyes. Obito, irritated, shouted, I took down a Jonin all by myself. Idiot. Kakashi said dismissively. Ha. Obito was unhappy. Every time he saw Kakashi like this, he was very unhappy. So, he issued his challenge with hands on his hips once again, let's fight now if you dare. But this time, Kakashi didn't ignore him as he usually did. Instead, he hesitated, even reflexively tightening his legs, and said flatly, boring. Haha. You're scared. Obito laughed, hands on his hips, Kakashi, you're actually scared. Obito. Minato sighed, rubbing his forehead, just go take a bath. These two sure had a strong bond. However. Don't worry, sensei. This time I'll show this arrogant guy just how powerful I am. Obito smirked, come on, Kakashi. If you don't dare, remember to call me Boss Obito whenever you see me. After that. Kakashi paused, turned back with a look of disdain. Once you've had a bath, we'll talk. Then he ran off without looking back. Little did Kakashi know. That single remark would bring him so much trouble. Chapter 30. An unexpected incident a few days later. The weather was bright and breezy, a crisp autumn day. Aside from the somber atmosphere in the village due to the war, it was actually a pretty good day. Early that morning, Yuto was having a bowl of ramen at Akiraku Ramen and took the opportunity to discuss business strategies with the owner. Although Akiraku Ramen wasn't yet as popular as his own milk tea and barbecue joints, sharing a bit of business insight never hurt. Especially when it came to him. Yuto Uchiha. Hidden Leaf Village's legendary businessman. In just a few short years, he'd built a massive business empire with the help of, well, his internal system, and it was still growing strong. The future looked promising. For many, Yuto Uchiha had become a role model in business. If he were to publish a book on his business philosophy, it would likely sell out immediately. Who cares if he got help from his system and didn't have much hands-on business experience? As long as he was successful, people would cheer even if he shared the most basic business advice. Just like now. This has been truly eye-opening. Boss Ikiraku said gratefully as he put away his notebook, looking at Yuto with admiration. Lord Yuto, you're indeed a business genius, rising to become one of Hidden Leaf Village's wealthiest in just a few years. That VIP membership idea has really opened my eyes. Just exchanging ideas. Yuto laughed awkwardly as he finished his soup, wiped his mouth, and said, I'm done, so I won't bother Boss Ikiraku any longer. Ikiraku-ramen. Maybe they could try a 1 free bowl for every month of visits promotion. Or perhaps a spend 100, get 50 free deal? Maybe in the future, there'd even be a chain of Ikiraku ramen shops. Waving off the owner's invitation to stay, Yuto strolled toward his milk tea shop. These days, other than overseeing the construction of new branches, there wasn't much else going on. And with all the ninjas coming and going, it seemed the outside world wasn't exactly safe, so he decided to stick around the village for now. In a few days, he'd go back to the Uchiha clan to bring some high-calorie snacks for his nephew. After all, he was a caring uncle. He wanted little Itachi to eat enough and become plump. Yuto. Hearing his name, Yuto Uchiha stopped and turned, surprised to see Minato's team back in town. But why was Kakashi, the cool-headed kid, being carried by Minato? Even Obito wasn't injured, yet somehow Kakashi was? What a mystery. You're back? Yuto smiled, then, with a hint of hesitation, asked, what happened to Kakashi? He didn't get to finish. Rin's face turned bright red, Obito looked down in guilt, Kakashi looked away, not wanting to explain, and Minato just smiled awkwardly, clearly not keen on elaborating either. So, what happened? He got a little hurt on the mission, Minato quickly explained, I'm taking him to the hospital now. But from the looks of it, there didn't seem to be any visible injuries. And wasn't Rin a medical ninja herself? It must have been bad if they needed to take him to the hospital for treatment. Yuto was taken aback, his curiosity about the future 6th Hokage growing even stronger. Where is he hurt? Haha. Minato laughed awkwardly, glancing away before sprinting ahead with Kakashi on his back. Sorry, Yuto, we'll catch up another time. Kakashi's injuries are quite serious, he needs medical attention right away. I don't see any serious injuries. But that stoic expression looks surprisingly pitiful. Yuto muttered, watching Minato's team rush away, and noticing that Obito hadn't followed them. Your close friend is hurt, and you're not going with him? And also, what kind of injury was it, exactly? I'll go later. Obito replied with an awkward laugh, a hint of guilt in his eyes. I just thought I'd buy him a milk tea before visiting Kakashi. Really? You truly are a good friend. Who said he's my friend? Obito, displaying typical Uchiha pride, lifted his chin. I just feel sorry for him, that's all. It's just. I'm only apologizing because I feel like I should. What did you do to feel guilty towards him? Why does that sound so strange? Obito stared speechlessly at the annoying guy in front of him but eventually fell silent. Hesitating, he asked, that technique you taught me. Was it really from the legendary Uchiha ninja? Why would I lie to you? Yuto Uchiha replied confidently. What's the matter? You don't believe me? Remembering Kakashi's pitiful expression from earlier, Yuto paused, looking at Obito, who seemed to be showing a hint of guilt. You didn't actually use it on Kaka. Before he could finish. No. Obito denied it immediately, laughing awkwardly, eyes shifting. No way. Obito Uchiha, would never do something like that. Let me tell you. Alright, don't get worked up. Yuto patted him on the shoulder and sighed, shaking his head. I was just going to remind you that technique is too powerful to use recklessly, that's all. So Obito Uchiha really did try it on Kakashi. What a twisted fate. Could it be that, in the future, Kakashi saw shades of Obito in Naruto and decided to teach him a lesson in return? With a serious tone, Yuto continued, you have to understand the personality of that legendary Uchiha ninja who left this technique behind. He was exceptionally powerful, and his forbidden techniques were hidden for a reason. They're not to be used lightly. I know that. Obito said, lifting his head defiantly. I was just asking, that's all. Remember the chant passed down by that legendary ninja? Yuto Uchiha said solemnly, kunai smeared with, beep, the ninja god will be reborn. Grab the, beep, with bare hands, the 6 paths will be in distress. Use explosive tags for the kill in, beep, the tailed beasts will suffer. Strike his, beep, he'll collapse in pain. Beep, on his face, the god will descend. Speak no more, and you're sure to win. Keep women out of your heart, and your ninjutsu will ascend. Terrifying, isn't it? Wait, why is there an extra line? I just didn't finish last time. This is nonsense. Why would having a girlfriend be a problem? Think of that legendary ninja. Did he have a girlfriend until his death? Yudo looked off into the distance with a wistful gaze. That's why I abandoned my dream of being a ninja. Then Obito began, flustered. The path of a ninja is a deep and all-encompassing path. Women will only slow the speed of your ninjutsu. Without full dedication, how can you become a powerful ninja? But the first Hokage had a wife. And the third Hokage has a spouse too. Think about it. Who did the first Hokage spend more time with? His wife or that legendary ninja? According to the Hidden Leaf Village records, not long after he left, the first Hokage passed away too. That's the power of bonds. I thought the first Hokage died of an illness? That was just to throw people off. With his sage mode and godlike physique, do you really think he would die so easily? Obito Uchiha stood there, stunned. Could it really be true? Chapter 31. No. I'm not. Perhaps his words were too shocking, because when they got to the shop, Obito Uchiha still looked dazed. Yudo didn't expect that Obito would actually believe his offhanded nonsense. Not like Nagato, who wasn't the slightest bit gullible. Not a cute kid at all. If Obito really did meet Madara one day, that would be a sight to see. Would Madara faint in outrage over the damage to his reputation? The shop was bustling with customers that day. Even Asuma and his group were there. Boss Yudo. Guy was the first to greet him as he entered. After all, Guy had once worked here delivering orders to earn extra cash. Although he was now in a squad and went on missions outside the village, he was still grateful. When they saw Obito, everyone looked around and asked, "Huh? Where's Kakashi?" "Kakashi? Kakashi's in the hospital." Obito averted his gaze, unsure of how to explain. And fair enough. In hindsight, it was pretty embarrassing to have used that technique in front of Rin. After hearing Yudo's words, Obito made a decision. He would never use it again. Obito Uchiha was aiming to be Hokage, after all. Such a trivial technique. He didn't need it to grow stronger. Just then. Huh? Was your mission that dangerous? Asuma, the carefree second son, sipped his tea and looked at Obito. Even Kakashi was hurt, and yet you're fine? Not very ninja-like, huh? Obito's brow twitched, and he shouted, "I'm strong. You should know I took down a Jonin single-handedly this time." Hey. Except for Guy, everyone else looked skeptical. "Alright, since you're here, can your dad get us half off on our orders today?" Asuma teased, picking his nose. "Haven't seen you in a while, but it seems like your bragging's only grown, Obito. Before, he'd just make up little stories, but now he's claiming he soloed a Jonin? Where did he get the nerve? Was it Rin? My dad's been dead a long time, you jerk." Obito was furious that his rare moment of glory was being dismissed. "I really did beat a Jonin. Ask Minato-sensei if you don't believe me." At that, everyone looked a bit surprised. After all, if he was telling them to check with Minato-sensei, maybe it was actually true. You really took down a Jonin by yourself? Shiranui-jima picked his senbon needle up from the table in shock. No way. Even if you flunk kunai randomly and somehow hit the target, that's just not possible. They'd been classmates for years. They knew each other well. If Obito could even throw a kunai without missing, it would be a miracle blessed by the Hokage himself. "Humphrey. I'm going to be Hokage, so a Jonin's nothing," Obito said proudly, lifting his chin. It was easy. Yep, that's the same Obito. So, they didn't believe him. Except for Guy, who clenched his fists in a fit of inspiration and shouted, "I can't believe you've become so strong, Obito. I challenge you." He believed him. Guy had planned to challenge Kakashi this time, but seeing how strong Obito had become, he decided to start with him and leave Kakashi for later. Kakashi would surely be even stronger. Just as he spoke. "Alright, Guy. Obito's just had a stroke of luck this time," Asuma said, throwing an arm around Guy's shoulder. "No need to bully him. Let's just make him buy us milk tea." This comment. It made Obito, who was about to refuse, raise an eyebrow and say proudly, "I accept your challenge. It's time for you all to see the power of the future Hokage." "What? You're really going to fight him?" Some of them looked at Obito in surprise. "Maybe don't. Let's all just drink milk tea since it's rare to see each other. Someone's bound to get hurt. A lowly Geinin isn't going to injure me," Obito insisted. To the training grounds. We're just worried you'll get hurt. But it looked like there was no stopping them now. There's plenty of space out back. Yuto, ever the fan of a good spectacle, smiled. You can fight out there. And if Obito wins, I'll cover your orders today. That's why you're Obito's. I mean, that's why we respect you, Yuto-senpai. Asuma decided not to egg on the already fuming Obito. Alright, let them fight. It's Obito, after all. No way it'll be fatal. After a short while, the group arrived at the courtyard. Obito stood on the right, Guy on the left, both glaring at each other. Alright. Begin. With the referee Shiranui Genma's casual call, both let out a battle cry, charging at each other like two kids about to scuffle. Halfway there, Obito abruptly halted, forming hand seals with both hands. The crowd immediately recognized it. It was the Great Fireball Jutsu. They stared at Obito in amazement. Could it be that Obito already knows how to use the Great Fireball? Before they could finish, Obito's face turned red, as if his throat was blocked. At that moment, Guy had already closed in. With a yell, Guy leapt into the air, extended his right leg, and, under everyone's stunned gaze, kicked Obito square inches the face. Bam! Obito was sent flying. The crowd covered their faces. A tense silence filled the air. A gentle breeze blew, but it couldn't dispel the awkwardness. Still the same, huh? Asuma muttered irritably. That Jonin he took down. Could it have been some kid with the name Jonin? It was possible. Alright, stop it with the banter. Kurenai said, exasperated. Let's go check on Obito. But before they could do that, Obito managed to stagger back up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Humphrey. Didn't expect you to get so strong, Guy. I was just going easy on you. And with that, let's go again. What, again? The crowd looked on, exasperated. This is youth. Guy was fired up. Not waiting for anyone to stop him, he charged forward. Obito, you really have gotten stronger. In the past, he'd be down with just one kick, but now, Obito was standing back up. That was progress. With a sudden dash. This time, Obito didn't go for the Great Fireball. Instead, he flung a barrage of shuriken. The surprise attack briefly stalled Guy's advance. In that instant, Obito, used to this rhythm, swiftly maneuvered behind Guy. As quick as lightning. He bent both knees, straightened his torso, and, with his hands forming a sign, struck decisively. Before anyone could react. And under the shocked gaze of Yuta Uchiha, a scream pierced the air. Guy collapsed, clutching his rear, his face twisted in pain, eyes filled with disbelief. With a trembling left hand, he pointed at Obito. You're so dishonorable. With that, everyone snapped out of their shock, looking in horror at the defiant figure standing tall, then glancing back at Guy. Quick! Where's a medical ninja? Sunset. As the sun dipped behind the horizon, the golden autumn light bathed the village as though it were ablaze. A golden glow covered everything. Meanwhile, in Hidden Leaf Village's hospital. Inside a certain hospital room. Kakashi looked out at the sunset, sighing and shaking his head. He was thinking he should probably request a team change from the Hokage. With Obito around, he was definitely not feeling any of the bonds that Minato-sensei talked about. Suddenly, the door opened. A hospital bed was wheeled in, carrying a familiar figure lying face down with his buttocks up. Kakashi's eye twitched at the familiar sight. Could it be? Young people these days play so recklessly. The medical ninja muttered, shaking their head. Lie down. An hour minimum before you can sit again. If you've got questions, ask the guy next to you. He got here before you. No. Don't ask me. I don't know anything. I want to be discharged. Just as Kakashi felt his stomach clench in anxiety and thought about going home. Yo. Guy turned his head, brightening as he saw Kakashi. It's Kakashi. Could it be that you? Before he could finish. No. I'm not. Kakashi's shout cut him off, and he rolled over, pulling the covers over his head. This is it. I need to change teams. Chapter 32. 7 cups of milk tea a day today, returning to the Uchiha clan grounds. The Uchiha clan had yet to be forced to relocate to a remote area, so the grounds were still extensive. Almost like a village within the village. Hidden Leaf Village's 3 major clans. Uchiha, Hyuga, and Senju. All lived in this village within a village style due to their numerous members. However, later on, the Senju clan disappeared for various reasons, leaving a bunch of empty houses. If Tsunade hadn't sold them off later, she could have become a landlady by Boruto's time. Unlike the Uchiha, whose properties were confiscated, leaving the sole Uchiha heir saddled with a mortgage. So, What a prodigal son. A prodigal son with no skills to show for it, making Yudo feel like smacking his older brother's kid every time he saw him. Was there no better way to resolve things? Killing Danzō and leaving the village would have been better than wiping out the entire clan. As for the Sarutobi clan, they truly stood out during the Fourth Great Ninja War, even more so than the last of the noble clans. The Hyuga family. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed Yudo became, especially when looking at this little 2-year-old brat. Why start as a ninja at such a young age? Is that really your calling? Yudo squinted slightly, smiling kindly as he said, Itachi. Children should eat plenty of food. At least 7 cups of milk tea, 6 bags of chips, and 5 hamburgers a day. Here, take these new snacks from the shop. Don't hold back. I'll have someone deliver them to you daily. Just look at you. You've already lost so much weight. Thank you, Uncle, replied a still innocent, unscarred Itachi, nodding as Yuto pinched his cheeks. All he knew was that Uncle Yudo brought him lots of tasty treats. There was just a bit too much. Little did he know how sinister the world is. Some people just like to make others eat, thinking that if you gain weight, then they must be getting thinner. How sinister. Meanwhile, Fugaku Uchiha, who'd been ignored, raised an eyebrow, saying calmly, the Uchiha clan is not the Akimeki clan. After all, even an Akimeki child wouldn't eat that much at 1 or 2 years old. What, were they trying to raise him as a pig? The Akimeki clan can consume that much food because they can use their secret techniques to store it as energy, ready to unleash terrifying power at a moment's notice with the right pills and skills. So, Fugaku, arms crossed, looked at Itachi with the stern face of a father. To become a great ninja, you must eat properly. I understand. Itachi replied seriously, like a little adult, father. No wonder he grasped the meaning of peace by 4 and was praised for his Hokage-level mindset by 6. Boys maturing too early can be problematic. Brother, that's outdated thinking, Yudo said sternly, looking at Fugaku with heartfelt conviction. We focus on relaxed education now, letting children develop freely. And here you are, denying him a bit of junk food. Brother, the more you hold back, the more likely issues will arise. How about letting me, your younger brother, handle it? He patted Itachi's back, smiling benevolently. I guarantee I'll raise my nephew to be a pillar of the Uchiha clan. With that. Hey. Fugaku gave a dismissive scoff, a hint of disdain on his expressionless face, but he said nothing more. As for relaxed education, this is the ninja world. It's kill or be killed here. To enjoy freedom, you need great strength. Otherwise, the only path is death. He took a small sip of hot tea, casting a quiet glance at his misguided younger brother, and said nothing more. So what if you have more money? In the end, you're still at the mercy of others, aren't you? Unfazed, Yudo handed Itachi a cup of milk tea and watched him drink with a smile. Since Itachi was still just a child, and with his uncle's kind smile and father's silent approval, he started drinking the milk tea. It was actually pretty tasty. Except his father wouldn't let him drink it all the time. And the chips and hamburgers tasted pretty good, too. The little guy nibbled away like a little prairie dog, yet unlike other kids, he didn't make a mess. He was actually very neat. Unlike that guy Obito, who still ate like a kid. Recalling Obito's antics from the other day, Yudo's mouth twitched. Obito Uchiha. A real daredevil. Rumor had it that Kakashi and Guy were still in the hospital. Estimating it was about time, Yudo Uchiha stood up, glanced at Sazune, who was chatting with Mikoto, and said, it's getting late. We should be heading back. At that, Fugaku put down his teacup, his usually stoic face furrowing slightly as he looked at Yudo. There's a clan meeting tonight. You're not going to participate? Nope. I've already been kicked out of the Uchiha clan, so what's the point of attending the Uchiha clan meeting? Yudo chuckled. Besides, a bonfire gathering isn't that exciting. I'd rather not join in. Every year, the Uchiha held a clan meeting to strengthen the bonds among family members. Typically, they would honor the ancestors, do a little dance, boast a bit, and the Uchiha clan's dance was actually quite fascinating to watch. Truly impressive. Of course, as time went on, after the Nine Tails incident sparked tension, the meetings gradually turned into venting sessions with everyone grumbling about the third Hokage. But not quite to that point yet. During the Third Great Ninja War, the Uchiha were still the Uchiha, a prestigious clan of Hidden Leaf Village. Other prominent clans also held similar festivals. For instance, the Hyuga clan. Sazune mentioned that they held regular clan gatherings and that the main Hyuga family would even have a grand celebration for a child's 3rd birthday. A significant event where nothing would interfere. At that, Fugaku let out another cold huff but said nothing more, sipping his tea in silence. Mikoto, on the other hand, gave a gentle smile and asked, "Why don't you stay for dinner?" "No thanks," Yuta replied cheerfully, shaking his head. He was just here to sit for a while. Then, as he and Sazune said their goodbyes and were about to leave, Yuto suddenly thought of something. He stopped, pulled out a stack of money, and handed it to Itachi, who looked puzzled. "Here. Take this. It's some pocket money from your uncle. Buy whatever you want. Don't worry about your dad." "This guy." Fugaku's eyebrow twitched, and he let out a cold huff. "Get out of here." "Alright, I am leaving. And brother, don't keep that frown on your face all the time. It's bad for your health. If you're ever feeling down, let me know. Next time, I'll take you out for some fun." "Who'd even want to go to a place like that?" Fugaku watched as Yuto slipped out, then, with a blank expression, shook his head in exasperation, muttering, "This rascal." He gave Mikoto a knowing look. Mikoto smiled, understanding, then walked over to Itachi, who was still looking at the money in his hand. She gently patted his head and said softly, "Itachi, you're still young." On the other side, as they left the clan leader's quarters, Yuto and Sazune continued walking, with people along the way greeting him as Yuto-sama. The recognition was genuinely pleasant to hear. Though he had been cast out of the Uchiha clan, as the wealthy younger brother of the current clan leader, he still held quite a bit of respect within the clan. But then, shortly after they'd left, Yuto suddenly paused, pulling Sazune to a stop as well. He smiled at the elderly, hunched figure in front of him. "Second elder, did you need something from me?" Chapter 33. That's the youth that has passed away. Ishizawa Uchiha, the second elder of the Uchiha clan. This man was one of the hardliners in the clan, just like the chief elder, always wanting to restore the Uchiha to its former glory. For some reason, though, the chief elder had recently become obsessed with dancing at the senior citizen center and was rarely seen anymore. Ah, the power of love. Of course, he wasn't optimistic about this late-in-life romance. Not to mention the whole matter of ancestral feuds between two major clans, the higher-ups would never let the Uchiha and Hyuga unite. Years ago, the second elder had also taken care of him. The second elder was wholeheartedly devoted to the clan and treated talented children very well, hoping the Uchiha would produce another legendary figure. Sadly, though the clan had many talented members, most of them were either indecisive or had issues. They practically destroyed the Uchiha from the inside. "Yuto, you're still an Uchiha." Ishizawa Uchiha huffed, "Now you've made a little money, you think you're too good for the Uchiha? Even in front of me? What does that mean? When did he ever dismiss the clan?" Yuto looked at him in confusion. Is this a poor relative seeking a handout or something? Before he could ask, Ishizawa Uchiha huffed again, "Wasting your money on such pointless things. Do you know, because of you, the chief elder, in his old age, has to get up at dawn every day to clean up your messes, only returning home after dark." The more he spoke, the darker his tone grew. "Do you even know how old he is? Yet he's forced to drag his tired body all over the place because of the trouble you've caused, you brat. So what on earth happened?" The more he listened, the more confusing it sounded. Wasn't the chief elder supposed to be having the time of his life? Yuto was completely baffled. "Second elder, He didn't get to finish. "Ah. Everyone's gathered here." An aged voice sounded from behind, seemingly with a hint of anxiousness. Everyone turned and, indeed, saw the stooped figure leaning on a cane. "The chief elder?" The chief elder grinned and said, "Yuto, did you come to attend the clan meeting?" "Chief elder?" Yuto shook his head. "I just came to see Itachi." After a moment's hesitation, he frowned at the elder. "Just now," the second elder said. "Miles per hour." Before he could finish, the chief elder clamped a hand over his mouth. He didn't see that coming. Despite his age, the elder's movements were surprisingly quick. But why was he covering his mouth? "Chief elder, what are you doing?" Yuto pried the elder's hand off, frowning. The second elder said, "MMPH. I understand, the chief elder said with a sigh. "If you don't want to attend the clan meeting, don't. No need for any more talk, you're busy enough as it is." "But I wasn't talking about that. MMPH. And with that, they both fell silent, staring at each other. The chief elder looked at Yuto calmly. "Understood?" Yuto nodded. He got it. The issue wasn't with him, it was this old man, who clearly had some hidden pride. "So," he said seriously, "I suddenly remembered I have some business matters to attend to." With that, he grabbed Sazune and ran off. Go on, go on." The chief elder nodded in satisfaction. That brat at least had some sense. And that grip just now. Not ordinary strength. Watching Yuto Uchiha and his companion leave the clan grounds, Uchiha Setsuna let out a sigh and shook his head. "Oh, you fool. Brother, you." The second elder frowned, hesitating as if he wanted to say something, but before he could speak. "Don't underestimate Yuto," the chief elder said earnestly. "Yuto has always been clever, with his own ideas." The elder patted him on the shoulder, his hunched figure conveying the weight of his words. "I told you already, the waters here. They run deep." He sighed deeply. "Get ready, the clan meeting is about to begin. The ninja world is restless this year. Don't do anything unnecessary." With that, he ignored Ishizawa and turned back inside. He had returned early, specifically for the clan meeting. A slight smirk appeared on his face. "Without me around to help, I bet that old hag would be in a mess, Humphrey." Meanwhile, Ishizawa Uchiha stood alone in the courtyard, watching the chief elder's hobbled figure disappear. So frail, so unsteady. At last, he too sighed deeply, gazing at the setting sun. "Are the waters really that deep?" "Deep. Damn deep. Too deep," Yuto muttered as he walked along, shaking his head. Now he understood. It turned out the real fools were him and the second elder. "Yuto, you." Sazune looked at him, noticing how he had been muttering non-stop since they left. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Yuto shook his head, letting out a sigh. Gazing at the sunset, he asked, "What do you see out there?" Sazune paused, glancing at the half-sunken sun and musing that it's almost dinner time. "Yes, it's getting late." Yuto was silent for a moment, then sighed again. "It's just. That's youth that has passed away. Sunset hues. That proud old man. All right, let's get dinner. What would you like, Sazune?" "Ramen." Sazune smiled softly, almost shyly. "It's been a while since we had ramen together. Suddenly, I really want some." "All right. Ramen it is tonight." Meanwhile, at Ikiraku Ramen, Minato looked over at Kakashi, who was recently discharged from the hospital. Though he still seemed to walk a bit stiffly, he'd be fully recovered with a few more days of rest. As for Guy, it seemed he would be discharged tomorrow, too. What a relief. Minato smiled, trying to keep his expression gentle. "Would you like some ramen?" "It's on me. I'd planned to take you three to Yudo's BBQ for some barbecue, but the doctor said no spicy food for you right now." He paused, catching Kakashi's mournful gaze, and quickly laughed. "Order whatever you like. I'll even throw in an extra slice of meat if you want." However, Kakashi didn't order right away. He had come straight over the moment he was discharged, not pausing even for a minute, because he had something important to discuss with Minato-sensei. Looking at Minato with utmost seriousness, he pulled out a carefully prepared sheet of paper and handed it to him. "Sensei, I'm requesting a team transfer." Minato went silent, taking the paper and reading the transfer request. He looked at Kakashi with a serious expression. "Have you really thought this through? You know, team changes aren't something that can be done lightly. And Obito didn't mean it. He's already promised to apologize to you. There won't be a second time." "Last night, Guy slept next to me in the hospital," Kakashi said flatly. Minato laughed awkwardly. Let's eat first. I'll check with the Hokage later, and you can think about it some more." He watched Kakashi struggle to sit on the seat, and his heart trembled. What a mess. Chapter 34. Another ink race. "Is that so?" "Yes, Hokage-sama. Kakashi really has been through a lot." Sarutobe Hiruzen, the Hokage, sighed as he removed his pipe, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He found himself at a loss for words, the situation both puzzling and frustrating. Finally, he asked, "How is Kakashi doing now?" "His injuries aren't severe, but this is his first experience with something like this, so he's still adjusting." Minato, feeling a bit responsible as the team leader, gave an awkward smile. "No need to worry, Hokage-sama. It was his own fault. He hadn't taught Obito well enough. That once kind-hearted child had changed so much." "That's good." Hiruzen nodded, sighing. "Obito is a good young man. I had hoped that by being with him, Kakashi would form an important bond, but I never expected something like this to happen." "So, what exactly happened to turn such a helpful, optimistic young man towards something so shocking? Was it love?" He pondered this and then looked at Minato. "Minato, what do you think? Do you support Kakashi's request for a transfer?" "I think we should wait a bit longer." Minato thought for a moment, then gave his warm, reassuring smile. In truth, they're already indispensable partners. Kakashi understands that deep down. Otherwise, why would he accept Obito's challenge? Things just developed in an unexpected way, catching everyone off guard. It truly was an accident. I'll work with Obito to make sure he doesn't misuse that power. Minato, You've already become a fine teacher, Jiraiya would be proud. Hiruzen nodded approvingly, smiling gently. My own thoughts are also to wait a bit longer. Taking a long drag from his pipe, he said with a sigh, the situation in the ninja world is tense. Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Clouds Village are both secretly mobilizing their forces. Just as everyone fears, a new ninja war may be on the horizon. It's inappropriate to randomly change teams at this time. It would damage their teamwork. Hokage-sama. Minato opened his mouth to speak, but Hiruzen interrupted him. I know what you're about to say. Don't worry, the Chunin exams are coming up. There won't be any large-scale conflicts for now, or perhaps there might not even be a war at all. That might just be my own imagination, haha. Hiruzen's reassuring laughter lightened Minato's heart as well. At that moment, Hiruzen retrieved a paper from his desk. I also have a new mission request specifically for you, Minato. He paused, hesitant. If Kakashi still needs time to recover, let him rest a few more days. Yes. Thank you for your hard work, Minato. As Minato left, Hiruzen watched his back, sighing as the door closed behind him. I really need to keep an eye on Kakashi. Danzō had been watching him from the start. Darkness was taking root in his heart. The intention was for Obito's optimism to guide Kakashi back onto the right path. But now, things had escalated rapidly. He just hoped that Kakashi's heart wouldn't sink further into darkness. So the next focus is war preparations. Picking up another document, a faint smile appeared on Hiruzen's face. The daimyo's office has been especially generous, funding was released surprisingly quickly. Maybe they've noticed the growing tension in the ninja world? Regardless, the funds were here, and the rest wasn't the Hokage's concern. Glancing at the bounty poster beside him, he paused briefly, then chuckled softly and returned to his paperwork. A mere 370 million ryo. There was no way he'd target an old friend over that. They had a bone going back years, ever since they were young. Both dedicated to protecting Hidden Leaf Village. In a way, Danzō was his closest companion, his dearest brother. There's no way I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would betray my friend for some money. Ridiculous. Danzō-sama. Danzō's whole body shuddered slightly as he snapped back to reality, looking at the subordinate below with a calm expression. Did you find out which fools dared to place a bounty on me? Since the bounty had been placed, he couldn't shake a bad feeling. It felt like everyone's gaze toward him was filled with hidden malice, especially just now. For some reason, a wave of unease sent a sudden chill down his spine. As he thought, someone out there definitely wanted a piece of him. He had to find out who was behind this. Of course, he suspected that it might be that person who placed the bounty. The disappearance of the root ninja he had dispatched was followed by a bounty on him only days later. This only deepened his suspicions. The problem was finding a reason or the right moment to act. That person had been in the village this whole time, even donating a substantial amount to Hidden Leaf Village over the years, without doing anything out of line. Taking action rashly would definitely unsettle the other clans, making it seem like he was killing businessmen for wealth, which would be detrimental to Hidden Leaf Village's development. Especially now, with the ninja world in a state of turmoil, all other matters had to be set aside for now. After a moment of silence, as he looked at the root ninja lowering his head without a word, Danzō knew what had happened. Useless, he muttered coldly. And then, Danzō fell back into thought. This bounty had really disrupted a lot of his plans. Now, he couldn't even head to the Land of Rain to investigate the legendary Rinnegan. That so-called demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander, wasn't the benevolent type, and seeing his current state only added to Danzō's unease. He worried that Hanzo might just turn against him and refuse to cooperate. Danzō sighed inwardly, though his expression remained calm as he looked at his subordinates below him. At least I'm safe here. After Root's rigorous brainwashing, his subordinates were loyal, they would never think of betraying him for a bit of money. But then, with a swish, another Root ninja ran in, kneeling with a conflicted look on his face. Danzō-sama. What is it? Danzō's eyelid twitched, a sudden bad feeling rising in his heart. As he finished speaking, the Root ninja respectfully pulled out another bounty poster. It had the same familiar description, the same familiar photo, and Danzō's mouth twitched, his face turning an ashy color as he looked at the bounty amount below. 10, 2 zeros. After the initial 4, the rest were all zeros. 400 million? Damn it. He cursed. They dared to toy with him like this? Shouldn't it have only increased by 10 million? Now, whoever was behind this bounty, they had to die. Chapter 35. A lifelike painting. What do you do after making money? Celebrate, of course. So, he casually decided to raise the bounty on Danzō a little. Since he was close to rounding off the amount, he thought he might as well save time and make it an even number. Danzō was likely thrilled about it. After all, even the god of the ninja world didn't receive such a high bounty back in the day. Surely, Danzō must be delighted to have surpassed the legendary figure in this regard. However, early this morning, why were there so many masked ninjas hidden around him? Uchiha finished brushing his teeth, opened the window to enjoy the morning breeze, and paid no mind to the ninjas lurking in the shadows, pretending not to see them. After all, he hadn't done anything wrong. He was just making money and teasing a few people. He hadn't broken any laws. No way they'd actually arrest him, right? And as for the bounty, well, that was issued from elsewhere. What did that have to do with him, Uchiha of Hidden Leaf Village? He knew nothing. Just an ordinary, wealthy citizen. After dressing up, he left his apartment. Thinking about it, he realized he'd rented this place for a while now. After graduation, he had left to start a business, unable to return to his family estate, so he'd rented an apartment to save on startup costs. Now, though, this little apartment no longer suited his status. Of course, building a house would have to wait until the ninja world had calmed down. Now wasn't the right time. He strolled through the streets. The village had been quieter recently, with several cleanup missions issued, likely in preparation for the upcoming Chunin exams. Even with the tense atmosphere, the exams would still proceed. First, they were primarily to assess the capabilities of each ninja village. Second, to demonstrate power to the rest of the ninja villages. And third, to promote exchanges between villages. Therefore, unless there was a major incident, the exams were rarely cancelled. Sometimes, certain villages would send their talented ninjas, already at Chunin or Jonin level, to participate undercover, posing as ordinary genin to surprise their opponents. However, the situation this year was particularly tense, with Hidden Sand Village acting more frequently, and each village seemingly plotting in secret. Overall, it felt like everyone thought they'd grown strong enough and were ready to make a move. No telling how many villages would participate this time. But that didn't stop him from subtly advertising his wares to visiting ninjas from various villages. If peace came, his milk tea business might spread to other villages and nations. Later, he planned to visit Mikado Hamura. Though Saratobe Hiruzen's team was incompetent at everything, the problem was that as they were getting older, each member held an important position. As for why he wouldn't go straight to the Hokage, it would be too easy to leave a bad impression. Going through back channels was better suited to someone in a lower position. Noticing the fresh fruits in the village, Yuto, the wealthy Uchiha, took a taste. It was juicy and sweet. With a grand gesture, he said, "Pack these 2 boxes nicely for me, boss." "Got it, Lord Yuto." The vendor knew him well, especially since he wasn't the type to haggle over prices. Unlike other wealthy patrons who quibbled over a few apples, Yuto was generous. As soon as he entered, the vendor came to greet him, offering a discount and suggesting, "Would you like us to deliver this for you?" "No need, I'll carry it myself." A small gift box didn't need a delivery. Besides, backdoor deals should be kept discreet. After paying, Yuto made his way toward the Hokage building. Soon, he arrived at Mikado Hamura's office. Once the guards announced his arrival, he entered, closed the door tightly, and placed 2 boxes of fruit on the table. Saying nothing, he sat down. Hamura raised an eyebrow, glanced at the high-end fruits, then looked at Yuto Uchiha and spoke with a composed tone. "I know why you're here. Take this back. Do you think a mere box of fruit can buy me off? I'm trusted by the Hokage and won't betray that trust." His voice was righteous, unyielding. "There's no way you can advertise during the Chunin exams. Do you think that's an appropriate place? With so many esteemed guests present, letting you mess around would ruin Hidden Leaf Village's reputation." As he finished, Yuta remained silent, simply placing a thick envelope atop the fruit box. Hamura glanced at the envelope, his face darkening. "You insult me? Do you think a bit of fruit and cash is enough to make me break my principles? That's right. This is such a poor gift. Wouldn't it just give people a reason to criticize?" Yuto Uchiha straightened himself and, with a righteous tone, retrieved the envelope, speaking as Hamura's eyebrow twitched. "Mikado-sama, you misunderstand. I simply admire you as a person. You've quietly contributed to Hidden Leaf Village and upheld noble ideals. As a member of the village, I merely hope to gift you some fruit to help keep you in good health. After all, if you were to fall ill, it would be a huge loss for Hidden Leaf Village. Nothing more. I have no hidden intentions. If that's the case, then why did you take the money back?" Mikado Hamura cleared his throat and pointed to the door calmly. "If there's nothing else, leave now, Yuto Uchiha." His tone was firm, almost unyielding. Unfortunately, Yuto was also well versed in the business side of things. He ignored Hamura's words, maintaining a cheerful expression as he lowered his voice and said, "I heard that you recently received a painting personally created by the first Hokage. I've always greatly admired the first Hokage. Would you allow me a chance to see it and pay my respects? Hamura raised an eyebrow. How do you know about that? Just accidentally happened to hear it. It's true. Really want to see it? Yes. Very well. Hamura paused, as though making a critical decision, gritting his teeth. Since you admire the first Hokage, I'll let you take a look. But remember, only look. Don't touch. He opened a drawer, and with Yuto watching eagerly, he pulled out a piece of paper and laid it on the table. The paper was blank. There was nothing on it. But Yuto Uchiha gazed at it, entranced, as if it held a masterpiece. What a painting. Truly, the first Hokage's skill is unmatched in both ninjutsu and art. Is it really that good? Hamura's brow furrowed, rubbing his hands with pride over his collection being appreciated. Yes, absolutely. It's lifelike. Yuto smiled at him. I'd say it's worth at least 5 million ryo. Truly captivating. I wonder. He paused. Would you consider parting with it, Mitokado-sama? Give me a chance? He placed yet another thick envelope on the table. In a small forest near the land of Earth. After defeating his enemies, Minato looked at the figure before him, then at the defeated enemies sprawled on the ground in extremely indecent poses. Remembering the brutal scene, he felt a chill down his spine. Why had Obito become like this? I need to find time to talk to him. After a sigh, Minato clapped his hands, smiling warmly. All right, everyone, come over, I want to tell you something. The three gathered around, though Kakashi, whether intentionally or not, shifted a bit farther away from Obito. Minato-sensei, is something up? Is there more to our mission? Not exactly, Minato shook his head with a smile. Don't worry, it's just that the Chunin exams are coming up soon. I wanted to know if you'd like to participate. I respect your choices. Kakashi looked indifferent, Rin surprised, while Obito excitedly pumped his fist. Haha, it's finally here? I'm definitely becoming a Chunin. He looked determinedly at Minato. Sensei, I want to participate. Minato's eye twitched, a sudden sense of unease creeping in. He forced a smile. I think you might need a little more training. Maybe. Skip this time? Really? Just listen to Sensei this time. Chapter 36. The passionate will of fire. The time for the Chunin exams was drawing near, and the village had started its preparations, making the atmosphere more tense. To ensure the successful hosting of this Chunin exam, Sarutobi Hiruzen called a small meeting just before the event. At the moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's team was gathered in a small meeting room. Of course, their close friend, Shimura Danzō, was absent from this meeting for various reasons. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the new bounty poster with 400 million written on it, feeling a bit melancholy as he took a puff from his pipe. Danzō. Does he really not trust me? He sighed, lamenting that his old friend didn't even attend his meeting. If I saw someone with my bounty posted on their desk all the time, I wouldn't trust them either. But as Sarutobi Hiruzen's close friend, Mitokado Hamura couldn't say this aloud. Instead, he sighed and commented, it's grown a bit excessive, hasn't it? It hadn't even been that long, and it was already up to 400 million. And it was still rising, likely tempting some rogue or assassin ninjas. Even though the village was generally safe, there was always the risk that someone might sneak in, gunning for Danzō's head. Hamura paused thoughtfully. I hear the bounty didn't come from just one source. What has Danzō done to warrant such widespread attention? That's enough, said Udatane Koharu, shaking her head. Regardless, this bounty is starting to interfere with our work. We need to investigate which village or individual is behind such an exorbitant sum. When the first Hokage sold off the tailed beasts, it wasn't this outrageous. Who knows how high this will climb? Turning to Hiruzen, she added, but right now, we should focus on the upcoming Chunin exams. Haha, indeed. Hiruzen put the bounty poster away, frowning slightly as he looked at his old friends. As you may have noticed, the other villages have been acting strangely. This means we need to tighten village security for the Chunin exams. Let's have the police force cooperate with the Anbo's actions, suggested Koharu. The Sharingan will be quite useful for that. Very well, we'll do as Koharu suggested and call a meeting with the clan leaders later, Hiruzen nodded with a smile. And as for the village's reception, I've already made arrangements for that. Before he could finish, Mitokado Hamura, looking scholarly and composed, adjusted his glasses and said seriously, Yuto Uchiha, a man with a deep will of fire, has taken the initiative. Though he's been removed from the Uchiha clan and is no longer a ninja, his success in expanding his tea shop across the land of fire shows he has business acumen that far surpasses others. He paused. Moreover, he loves Hidden Leaf Village, is generous, and often contributes to the village. He is an excellent Hidden Leaf Village citizen. Recently, he approached me, offering to share the burden for the village, help host the foreign ninjas, and support the Chunin exam. I have a good feeling about him. A mere businessman involved in ninja affairs. Koharu frowned slightly, pondering for a moment. It's inappropriate. It is indeed inappropriate. Hiruzen took a puff on his pipe and nodded. He hasn't been a ninja for years, and this is a crucial Chunin. Before he could finish, Hamura continued, he agreed to provide free meals, drinks, and sunshades to all villages during the exam. He is also willing to cover guidance for entering the village. Furthermore, he's prepared a personal donation of 50 million ryo. If we agree, he'll transfer the funds tonight. With that, both Saratobe Hiruzen and Uchiha Koharu fell into silent contemplation. After all, who could turn down extra funding? Each additional million meant the village could accomplish more. And Yudo wasn't looking to meddle in the exam, only to do his part. What a remarkable hidden leaf village citizen. Hiruzen said with a satisfied sigh. Through Yudo, I can truly sense the passionate will of fire that loves Hidden Leaf Village, loves the Hokage, and loves the citizens. So, Hiruzen, does this mean? Since he's offered so sincerely, how can we turn him away? We'll still assign ninjas to oversee things. Hiruzen nodded, visibly pleased with Yudo's pro-village attitude. Now, let's bring in the clan leaders and the Jonin staying in Hidden Leaf Village for the meeting. He paused. Also, let someone notify Danzō. Glancing at the 400 million ryo bounty, he smiled with a benevolent expression. After all, he's an important partner of ours. Understood. Mikado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu nodded and got up to make arrangements. Once they left and closed the door, Saratobe Hiruzen looked at the intel on his desk and fell into silence. Finally, he burned the note with his pipe and sighed with emotion. The painting left by the first Hokage? 5 million ryo. He raised his head with melancholy, looking at the white light on the ceiling. Hamura, don't let yourself fall into temptation. Don't forget our original intention and keep in mind our dreams back then. As the messenger ninja delivered the orders, the clan leaders promptly received the third Hokage's summons and rushed to the Hokage building for the meeting, not daring to delay. The usual format involved the Hokage's advisory council assigning tasks, with the clan leaders nodding in agreement and only raising questions if something was unclear. As the Uchiha clan leader and head of the Hidden Leaf Village police force, Fugaku Uchiha also attended the meeting. By the time it ended and he returned home, night had fallen. I'm back, he said in a calm tone. Fugaku, you're home? Mikoto Uchiha smiled as she saw him. Dinner's ready. I'll warm it up, please wait a moment. Fugaku nodded, handing his ninja vest to Mikoto and relaxing as he sat down. Nothing beats being home. Noticing Itachi quietly sipping his milk tea nearby, Fugaku's mouth twitched. That really is something else. He'd promised to send tea and snacks, and sure enough, starting the next day, he'd been sending a constant supply. Way too much of it. It would be wasteful to throw it out, but it's all junk food, and eating too much isn't good. With a sigh, Fugaku maintained a stern expression as he looked at Itachi. Don't eat too much of this stuff. Yes, father. Itachi nodded obediently. I only ate some after asking mother because I didn't want it to go to waste. Tomorrow, I'll give the rest to others. Before he could finish, Fugaku seemed to sense something. He furrowed his brow and looked at Itachi seriously. Come here. Father. Itachi said, puzzled, as he walked over. Then Fugaku lifted his young son, still with a serious expression, and weighed him in his hands. After a moment, he spoke gravely, Itachi, have you become a bit fatter? The 2-year-old looked at his father in total confusion. Chapter 37. Obito's realization. What's wrong with a kid being a little fatter? Yudo couldn't understand his older brother at all. Fugaku had stormed over, scowling, and scolded him fiercely over something so trivial. Wouldn't it be better if he spent more time at home with his kids instead? With a sigh, Yudo mused, honestly, as the Uchiha clan leader, he's really too irresponsible. Kids shouldn't eat too much of that kind of stuff, Sazune said with a gentle smile. But Yudo, you can't go spoiling them like that. Sometimes Yudo could be quite unpredictable. I just want them to have a happy and complete childhood. Yudo shrugged, spreading his hands. Brother Fugaku, on the other hand, is so reserved. He cares about his kids but doesn't know how to show it. He won't talk about what's on his mind and wouldn't even think of disciplining them. I'm genuinely worried about Itachi's healthy growth. Everyone seemed to understand him, except Sazune gave him a puzzled look. If that's the case, why do you want to discipline the kids? It's all for their own good. Sometimes I don't understand your reasoning, Yuto, Sazune said with a faint, exasperated smile. She didn't pursue the topic further and changed the subject. By the way, everything you asked to be prepared is ready. What should we do next? It's all set? Yuto paused, then smiled, stretching lazily. By the way, are the flyers ready? Yes, just as you asked, with a big discount for the Chunin exams. Ninjas from all villages with a headband get a 20% discount. But we haven't been open that long, and with discounts like these, aren't you afraid of losing money? Don't worry. We won't lose a thing. Yudo's eyes glinted as he stood up. Alright, let's go check it out. Okay. Yudo had invested a lot to get this promotion rolling, so he made sure to plaster ads for his BBQ joint and milk tea shop all over Hidden Leaf Village. If it weren't for the requirement to hang the village's welcome message at the main gate, he would have draped a huge banner right over it. So, for now, he had to put that idea on hold. Everywhere in Hidden Leaf Village. Shopfronts, houses. He'd placed his Yuto BBQ and Yuto bubble tea ads in prominent spots. He even put advertisements on free napkins, tables, chairs, and public restrooms. After inspecting everything, Yudo felt quite satisfied. With the third Hokage's approval, he'd even posted a few D-rank missions at the Hokage's office, and the ninja had diligently carried them out. For the most part, the ninja of this era, especially from the 5 great villages, had a solid sense of duty. As long as a mission was reasonable, they'd strive to complete it. So, after ensuring everything was in place, Yudo rewarded his helpers with a nice meal at the BBQ joint. With the preparations mostly done, all he needed to do now was wait for the Chunin exams to begin. After dinner, the evening was winding down. As a devoted and warm-hearted boss, Yudo was now walking his secretary home. The two strolled side by side under the moonlight, Yudo deep in thought. Suzune occasionally glanced at him, a soft smile on her lips, but suddenly, Yudo halted, clutching his stomach with a pained expression as he stared ahead. Suzune blinked, a bit worried. What's wrong? Then she looked where he was staring. A young boy stood ahead, clenching his fists with a sorrowful expression, staring fixedly into the distance. His eyes. They've awakened? The Sharingan? Obito Uchiha. But why did Yudo look like he had a stomachache? The timeline shifts back a bit. The night was approaching. Minato's team had returned to the village after completing their mission. I'll go handle the mission report. You guys. Take a few days off to rest, Minato said, smiling helplessly at the eager trio. Since he couldn't stop them from entering the Chunin exams, all he could do as their teacher was cheer them on. Thank you, Minato-sensei. Make sure you rest too, sensei. Got it. With the 3 responding excitedly, Minato felt a bit relieved. After a brief hesitation, he called out to Obito, who was walking away. Obito, wait a moment. What is it, Minato-sensei? Obito turned back, slightly impatient. I was about to ask Rin to go out for milk tea with me. The banner he'd seen earlier. I just want to hold you in my hands. Was such a beautiful advertisement. It made him want to invite Rin out for milk tea right away. Why were there suddenly so many milk tea ads around the village? And barbecue ads too? What happened to the Hokage? Why did he allow that man to plaster ads all over Hidden Leaf Village? Ugh, that guy is so abominable. Obito sighed in frustration and looked at Minato curiously. Did you need me for something, Minato-sensei? Nothing. Seeing the innocent friendship in his student's eyes, Minato smiled gently. Did Rin agree? No. Obito said, disappointed. Rin has been acting a bit different lately. She used to always go out with me. Hey. That ninjutsu of yours. Girls would definitely be scared if they saw it. It's terrifying. Minato forced a chuckle, then, taking a deep breath, he looked at Obito seriously. If possible, try not to use that ninjutsu during the Chunin exams. Huh? Obito didn't understand. Why? Well, it doesn't look good. Minato sighed, patting Obito on the shoulder. That technique isn't exactly a proper ninjutsu. Obito, if you can avoid it, you should. Alright. Obito nodded. He actually felt the same. Although he'd inherited a legendary Uchiha skill, it didn't seem like a proper ninjutsu. Sometimes it made his hands smell bad and got him dirty. And ever since he'd used it on Guy, he'd earned respect, sure, but he also seemed to have lost some friends. People didn't joke with him like they used to. So, if he didn't need it, no need to use it. Obito puffed out his chest, smiling proudly. I'm going to be the future Hokage, so if I don't need to use that ninjutsu, I won't. I believe in you, Obito. Minato nodded with a smile. You'll definitely become a great ninja. After hearing Obito's promise, he felt a sense of relief. After all, in the Chunin exams, if Obito went too far, he'd be quite embarrassed as the team leader. Well, I'll leave first. Give it your all, Obito. With that, Minato disappeared in a flash. Obito shrugged, smiled, stretched, and mumbled to himself, since Rin's not coming, I'll just head home. It's been a while since I visited Grandma. I wonder how she's doing now. Is she still dancing every day? Turning around happily, he started running toward home. But then, after running a short distance, he suddenly stopped, staring ahead in shock. Rin? And Kakashi? The two of them were walking into a kairaku ramen together. Why would Rin turn down his milk tea invitation to go eat ramen with Kakashi? If she wanted ramen, he could have done that too. Why had she refused him just moments ago? Standing there in shock, he stared at the scene ahead. The autumn wind blew gently, brushing past the figure who stood frozen, gazing at the entrance of a kairaku ramen. Amidst the gazes of passers-by, the young figure seemed especially desolate. Why? Obito's face filled with sorrow as tears involuntarily welled up in his eyes, whispering to himself over and over, why? Why? The three questions of life. Suddenly, he thought of how distant Rin had been with him recently. Was it inevitable? Sadness filled his heart. Pain shot through his eyes. Obito quickly covered his eyes but kept staring at a kairaku ramen. Standing there silently. At that moment, he seemed to understand. Keep women out of your heart, and your ninjutsu will ascend. Chapter 38, Uzumaki Blue Taro Ball Zero. With 2 days left until the Chunin exams, many ninjas have returned to the village to prepare for the upcoming trials. Among the newcomers is the new generation of Hidden Leaf Village, the same mage group as Kakashi. Most of them are quite talented, and their instructors have submitted their names for the exam. Surprisingly, even Kakashi, already a Chunin, has been discreetly pushed by the village's higher-ups to join the exams again, showcasing Hidden Leaf Village's youthful vitality to both other villages and prominent spectators. So, with the village now bustling with ninjas from both within and outside, there's a lot of excitement in the air. Yudo's business really is booming. Minato exclaimed, marveling at the advertisements plastered everywhere. It's even hung at the Chunin exam venue. It's incredible. How many times has Hidden Leaf Village held a Chunin exams? But this was the first time. Plenty of returning ninjas were shocked to see the ads, looking utterly bewildered. How did you even manage that? Minato asked. With love. Yudo Uchiha declared righteously. My deep love for Hidden Leaf Village's will of fire touched Hokage-sama's heart, so he gave me this opportunity. Thank you, Hokage-sama. It's true. It was all pure and without any under-the-table transactions. Hee hee. Minato chuckled, not pressing further. Some things were best left unspoken. Those who understood would understand. Then, as if remembering something, he reached out excitedly. Oh, and my new ninjutsu is complete. Thanks to you for allowing that trip to your kitchen. With a surge of chakra, the air around them seemed to twist, and in an instant, a translucent, light blue orb, resembling a gem-like sphere, appeared in Minato's hand. Yudo fell silent. Minato had visited his kitchen to observe how the spinning pearls and taro balls were made in order to perfect his ninjutsu. In the end, he seemed to have drawn inspiration from the spinning taro balls, leading to the creation of this iconic hand CLS technique that would shock the ninja world in the future. Rasengan 1.0. This process of inspiration. Could it be that, in the future, Naruto won't train with water balloons but with taro balls? Regardless of how it happened, the spotlight was on Minato, who, at this time, outshone even one of Hidden Leaf Village's Sannin, or Orochimaru. Of course, Yuto never told Minato that someone long ago, a certain young, wealthy, and dashing individual, had also developed this ninjutsu and spread it in the Land of Rain. It didn't really matter, after all. There are no bad ninjutsus, only bad ninjas. The same ninjutsu in different hands will always have different outcomes. For example, Obito. He'd heard that Obito had been quite active lately. The stories were full of blood and filth, and even Minato would sneer every time he talked about them. As Yuto mulled over this, Minato assumed his silence meant he was deeply impressed by his ninjutsu. With a sigh, he said, "It's a shame that you're no longer a ninja, Yuto, otherwise, you'd be able to learn this too." Then he paused for a moment as if he remembered something and his face lit up with excitement. Oh, right. Since this jutsu was inspired by taro balls, looks like a large blue taro ball, and since Kushina loves to eat taro balls, I'm naming it Uzumaki Blue Taro Ball Zero. What do you think? Not great. I'd call it Digging Hole Ball instead. Good fellow, you just don't want a name with 3 characters, so you're swapping 3 characters for an 8-character name? Yudo's mouth twitched, and he sighed with emotion. Let's go with a different name. He couldn't picture a future where Minato would use this Rasengan while shouting out Uzumaki Blue Taro Ball Zero. So embarrassing. You don't think it sounds good? Minato frowned, scratching his head. I thought the name was pretty good. It's too long, it's not good. Too long? Others have said that too, but I thought it was fine. Minato stroked his chin, pondering, what about Taro Ball Sphere? Or Pearl Sphere? Kushina said she likes the sound of bubble ball. What a good name. Yuto grinned in pain, not sure what to say, feeling a bit exasperated. Rasengan. Let's call it Rasengan, a ninjutsu formed by the rotation of chakra. If they keep coming up with names like this. Giant Taro Ball? Wind-style Taro Ball? This ninja world has no hope. Might as well just call it Digging Hole Ball. After Yuto's words, Minato froze, then furrowed his brow thoughtfully. Rasengan? That's actually a pretty fitting name. It just seems right. For some reason, he was suddenly touched, and then he raised his hand with a smile. I'll check with Kushina and Jiraiya-sensei about it later. Then, with a slight sigh of regret, he added, though, I still think Uzumaki Blue Taro Ball Zero has a nice ring to it. It'd be a shame to waste it. Maybe I'll use it for the next ninjutsu? A good name should be saved for the right moment. Yuto Uchiha praised quickly, eager to change the subject. By the way, has anything been going on with Obito lately? Recalling the other night. That lonely, defiant figure, clenched fists, eyes blazing red, looking almost like a stray dog. Things seem to be taking a different turn. So, he's awakened his Sharingan? At this rate. If Kakashi makes it to third base, Obito might just awaken the three Tomoe, get a Mangekyo after marriage, and have a kid with the Rinnegan. Wow. Talk about a genius Uchiha. The classic tale about the wrath of a spare tire. Madara himself would probably be dumbfounded if he saw this. What a stand-in he's chosen. Always so emotional. At this rate, Madara might just arrange a wedding night for Kakashi and Rin to help Obito's growth. Obito? Minato paused, furrowing his brow thoughtfully before shaking his head. Nothing happened. I saw him a few days ago. He has become much more stable. Did my words get through to him? Has he finally let go of that jutsu and grown up? What's wrong? Nothing. Stable? That's an early symptom of a mental illness. At this moment, Minato sighed. I still have no idea who taught Obito that taijutsu. Such a bright young kid, now. Sigh. Thankfully, he turned back before it was too late, otherwise, he'd be disgraced across the ninja world. Exactly. That guy is so despicable. Yuto Uchiha agreed, nodding seriously. Teaching a kid such improper jutsu. He deserves a serious reprimand. A certain legendary Uchiha ninja taught him that move. Really? That's what Obito said. By the way, is Obito also participating in this Chunin exam? Yes. Minato forced a small, reluctant smile on his exasperated face. Obito, Rin. They're both excellent. And yet, for some reason, he couldn't shake a bad feeling deep down. Maybe he was just overthinking things. Obito had already promised not to use that jutsu during the Chunin exams. Minato took a deep breath, forcing a cheerful smile. I believe they'll definitely do. Before he could finish speaking. Oh no. Minato-sensei. A panicked voice interrupted him. The two turned, and there stood a frantic, breathless Rin, rushing toward them. What's wrong? Minato frowned, moving closer. Don't worry, Rin. Take a breath and tell me, what happened? Why? Did he feel that unsettling feeling again? Rin took a deep breath, glancing at Minato with lingering worry in her eyes, and quickly said, it's Obito and the others. They've gotten into a fight with the ninjas from Hidden Clouds Village. Chapter 39. A bad premonition 1 hour earlier. Although he was thrilled that Rin had invited him out, the sight of Kakashi joining them filled him with deep pain. Even though he had unexpectedly awakened his Sharingan, he just couldn't forget. His mind was still occupied with memories of his student days with Rin. When he was injured, Rin bandaged him. When he failed, Rin comforted him. When he was ridiculed, Rin encouraged him. And when Rin was thirsty, he'd stand in line for hours to buy her milk tea. Those were beautiful moments. Why didn't she just drink milk tea that night? Obito clenched his fist as he looked at Kakashi beside him. Flames seemed to ignite in his eyes, and he felt an uncontrollable urge rising within. This intense gaze didn't go unnoticed by Kakashi, a genius ninja of Hidden Leaf Village. He shuddered involuntarily. This feeling was dreadful. He took a step back, frowning at Obito. Something wrong? Why is he just staring at me? But Obito shook his head lightly, saying, it's nothing. This scene, however, didn't seem so innocent to Rin and Kakashi. They were both puzzled, as Obito didn't usually act so cold. Obito, are you okay? Rin asked, worried. Did something happen? You can tell me, maybe I can help you? Her caring gaze seemed to soften Obito for a moment. But in the end, he responded calmly, it's nothing. He had already realized it. Left with no choice, Rin decided to drop it, though she couldn't help but keep it in mind. wondering what had happened to Obito. She tried to calm her own thoughts and smiled brightly. Then let's head to the Yudo bubble tea shop. Maybe we'll run into Asuma and Kurenai. She glanced around excitedly. There are so many people here today. Suddenly, she noticed a group gathered ahead. Is that Asuma and some of the Hidden Clouds village ninjas? What's going on? Up ahead. At the entrance of Yudo BBQ. Nearby, an employee was apologetically trying to intervene, but neither group paid him any attention. One of the Hidden Clouds village ninjas even had his sword drawn. They looked about the same age, likely there to participate in the upcoming Chunin exams. What exactly happened? The three glanced at each other, then ran up. At that moment. Hey, we were here first. Why are you cutting in line? Asuma said cockily, picking his nose as the local kid. Get lost. We're going in. You already left, and now you think you still have a spot? A blonde Hidden Clouds village ninja sneered. Is this the quality of Hidden Leaf Village's ninjas? Cutting in line even in their own village? For some reason, seeing this barbecue place while passing by gave him a sudden craving to try it. He had even received a discount voucher at the door and heard that all ninja could get a discount here, so he thought he'd give it a shot. But he had to admit, Hidden Leaf Village has really fallen into depravity, with all these full trashy ads all over the place. Get out of the way, don't interrupt our meal, or else don't blame us for getting rough. Country bumpkins from Hidden Clouds Village. Do you think just because you're in line, it's your turn? See this ticket? Asuma scoffed, holding it up. It's our number, our turn. Lacking class. Look at yourselves. And see this card? He pulled out a red card engraved with a leaf symbol. It's a VIP from Yudo's. We're VIPs. Do you know what that means? The Hidden Clouds Village ninjas immediately grew upset, feeling ridiculed. Hidden Leaf Village monkey, what did you just say? When has Hidden Clouds Village been humiliated like this? Let me tell you. Today, this spot belongs to our Hidden Clouds Village ninjas. Oh, come on, don't argue. Just wait a bit longer, there'll be seats soon. However, no matter how the waiter called out, no one paid any attention to him. At this point, it was no longer a question of seats. Especially Asuma. As he felt insulted, his hair seemed to stand up in rage, looking rather like a monkey. This is Hidden Leaf Village. Acting cocky here could get you beaten up. Beaten up? Are you kidding? Do you dare to do it? The Hidden Clouds Village ninja scoffed, ignoring his comrades' attempts to stop him. Come on. Hit me. You make the first move. No, you start first. Come on, punch me. Do I look stupid? Hidden Leaf Village was known for its polite reputation and typically refrained from starting fights. Asuma sneered, is this all Hidden Clouds Village can manage? If you don't want trouble, get lost. And from now on, stay clear when you see Lord Asuma. All you know how to do is run your mouth. What's your name? Stinking monkey. Who are you calling a monkey? I'm calling you that. Hit me if you dare. The onlookers sighed in exasperation, even the teachers leading the groups didn't interfere, as this was a chance to observe the third Hokage's son, Saratobi Asuma, and see what the son of the Hokage was capable of. And as for this trip to Hidden Leaf Village, all those ads around proved Hidden Leaf Village had really fallen. Just like the third Raikage had said. The future belonged to Hidden Clouds Village. It was clear neither side would actually throw a punch, so they might as well gather more intel. However, the Hidden Clouds Village team leader underestimated youthful impulsiveness. As soon as one of the Hidden Clouds Village ninja taunted, hit me if you dare, Asuma's fist shot forward. I've never heard of such a request before, Asuma chuckled, blowing off his fist after landing a punch square on the Hidden Clouds Village ninja's face, leaving him stunned and saying with a cheerful smile, Uncle Asuma will satisfy you. Hidden Leaf Village usually wouldn't strike first. Unless someone asked? The Hidden Clouds Village ninja was taken aback, then came back to his senses and suddenly became so angry that his fist holding the sword trembled. You bastard. As soon as the words fell, Kakashi and Obito stepped forward, joined by an exasperated Shiranui Genma and Kurenai. Meanwhile, Rin had already been secretly signaled by Kakashi to fetch a higher-ranking Hidden Leaf Village ninja. But even though they had 5 on their side, the opposition had 3 teams. A full 9 ninjas. Plus the Hidden Clouds Village team leader. They were soon surrounded. However, to the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas' surprise, Hidden Leaf Village's group didn't seem eager to fight. As Kakashi arrived, Asuma and Genma quickly restrained Obito, who looked ready to jump in. Lord Obito, you don't need to get involved here. We've got this. These little Hidden Clouds Village ninjas aren't worth your trouble, just sit back and watch. If he got involved in front of so many people, it would have a bad impact. What's the matter? The Hidden Clouds Village ninja paused, watching this bizarre scene, then eyed the Uchiha youth with his clan's insignia. Is he strong? Intrigued, he sneered mockingly. Scared? What a bunch of cowards, Hidden Leaf Village. Why don't you kneel down and apologize to me, and I might forgive you. It's just for your own good. Asuma glanced at Obito, noticing his calm demeanor and feeling a sense of foreboding. This isn't the usual Obito. Turning back to the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas, he added, I'm just worried you might get hurt. Why don't you leave now? At this, the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas, initially dismissive, were infuriated by Asuma's cockiness. They couldn't just let this slide. Attack. Let's show these Hidden Leaf Village guys what Hidden Clouds Village ninjas are made of. How dare you? Wait a minute, Lord Obito, we've got this, we've got this. Asuma intercepted Obito, seeing his determined look. No need for you to step in. Hidden Leaf Village has gone too far. Let's see what's so special about this Uchiha. Suddenly, a female Hidden Clouds Village ninja with yellow-greenish hair stepped in front of Obito and launched an attack, stopping Asuma and the others. Recently heartbroken, Obito was feeling unhappy and wanted to vent some frustration. And as for it being a girl, that didn't matter to him. Uchiha throwing jutsu. However, she dodged all of it. Cat claw. The girl swatted away his kunai with a paw-like strike and charged forward. Obito reacted quickly but without activating his Sharingan. Meanwhile, another Hidden Clouds Village ninja appeared behind him and kicked him hard. The two attacked in tandem. Bang. That's it. The Hidden Clouds Village ninja with the sword was stunned. Watching Obito flying backward, he scoffed. I thought he'd be stronger. In that case, I could handle two of him myself. As expected, Hidden Leaf Village's decline was evident, even their fighters weren't as tough as they were made out to be. The observing Hidden Clouds Village Jonin, who was busy recording intel, was also stunned, surprised at how weak that Hidden Leaf Village boy seemed. Too weak. Amoy, who said you could interfere? The girl was annoyed. He's my opponent. Sorry, I thought he'd be strong. Amoy shrugged. But this is the result. I'm really not interested. Then. Suddenly. Obito got back up from the dust, looking resolute, and gazed coldly at the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas, like a tenacious warrior. Asuma and Gemma's expressions changed immediately. No, Obito. Leave it to us. We'll take them down. Unfortunately, Obito ignored them. He felt humiliated. After all, he was an Uchiha with the Sharingan. He said calmly, come at me, all of you. With that, he formed hand seals. A shadow clone appeared. Then, he charged forward, forming more seals with both hands. Tiger seal? A jutsu? But the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas didn't pay much attention, they had just seen his skills. He wasn't impressive. Damn it, stop him. Sweat started to form on Asuma's forehead. Quick. Don't let him get close. Humphrey, with that level of skill, we Hidden Clouds Village ninjas don't even need to dodge. Before he could finish his sentence, one of Obito's clones appeared right in front of him, while another flipped over him from above and landed behind him. As the Hidden Clouds Village ninja watched the start of his technique, though he didn't recognize the jutsu, a sudden chill crept over him, especially as he looked into those intense, scarlet eyes. He was about to pivot and guard with his sword. But too late. As everyone looked on, stunned and bewildered, Obito suddenly crouched down. But then, bang! A figure appeared between them. That's enough. A blonde-haired ninja, his hair like rays of sunshine, had firmly grasped Obito's hand. Obito, didn't you say you wouldn't use this? And Sharingan? At that moment, Minato silently cursed, and the bad premonition in his heart only grew stronger and stronger by each second. Chapter 40. Yuta Uchiha will go bankrupt eventually. When the Hidden Leaf Village Jonin arrived, the commotion quickly came to an end. The Hidden Clouds Village ninja team leader scolded his subordinates, ordering them to stop, and exchanged a few polite but hollow words with Minato. And with that, the matter was settled, and they went on to enter the Yuto BBQ joint. No tables available? The server promptly cleared a spot as soon as that odd black-haired young man appeared. But Yuta Uchiha? Are members of the Uchiha clan without ninja talent going into business? But after gathering information from their earlier observations, the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas understood the purpose of those banner ads. Being able to advertise during such an important time. That person must be something else. Could it be that he's using the Uchiha clan's name? As expected. A ninja clan going into business like this is simply irresponsible. Even the noble Uchiha clan of Hidden Leaf Village has fallen. It seems Hidden Leaf Village's back-to-back wins in the Ninja World Wars have made them arrogant, teaching them only to indulge in pleasures. This time, maybe it truly is the chance Hidden Clouds Village has been waiting for. You must know that since their repeated defeats by Hidden Leaf Village, their great Rukongai had begun to work hard to govern the village, quietly strengthening it and intensifying the training of Hidden Cloud's village ninjas. As one side gains, the other loses. With Hidden Leaf Village declining as Hidden Cloud's village gains strength, they would be victorious. Minato no Mikaze. The Hidden Cloud's village ninja team leader muttered, deep in thought, such unbelievable speed. Earlier, he hadn't even noticed Minato's arrival. Rumor had it that a Hidden Leaf Village ninja had learned the space-time jutsu of the second Hokage, and that ninja's name was Minato no Mikaze. And that little Uchiha is his student. Judging by the reactions of the Hokage's son and other Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, that Uchiha kid must possess some terrifying jutsu or extraordinary skill. But from his scuffle with Amoy and Niyojito just now, he seemed rather ordinary. Why is that? Could he be hiding his true strength? Or perhaps he's a jutsu-based prodigy? The Hidden Cloud's village ninja team leader couldn't be sure if his guess was right, but there was no doubt. Another genius had appeared in Hidden Leaf Village. Even earlier, Minato had watched his student with an intensity that suggested he was expecting something serious to happen if Obito used that jutsu. That scene was just too odd. Even the Jonin looked tense. A genius. A genius, no doubt, of extraordinary caliber. And then there's Kakashi, a famed heir of the Hatake clan, along with the Hokage's son. Hidden Leaf Village truly lives up to its reputation as the cradle of geniuses. It's clear now that for the upcoming Chunin exams, Hidden Leaf Village intends to showcase its strength and its future prospects to the other villages. After analyzing the information gathered so far, the Hidden Cloud's village ninja team leader's face shifted uncertainly before he sighed, shaking his head, and murmured, Hidden Leaf Village. Truly a cradle of geniuses. Bah. Genius? Amoy, standing beside him, scoffed disdainfully. That kind of skill is genius? Don't be ridiculous. Is that all Hidden Leaf Village ninjas are capable of? They're just full of themselves. Shut up. The Hidden Cloud's village ninja team leader shouted, glaring at Amoy. Looking back at the other Hidden Cloud's village ninjas, who seemed equally unimpressed, he frowned. Is that what you all think? Sensei, isn't that right? Amoy looked bewildered as his teacher's tone suddenly turned serious. Even the one they were most afraid of, I sent flying with a single kick. As for the others. Hey. If you all think that way, you'll suffer a great loss. Fools. The Hidden Cloud's village ninja team leader laughed bitterly. Noticing the confused expressions of his subordinates, he took a deep breath and continued, remember the Hidden Leaf Village Jonin just now? When that little Uchiha was about to use his jutsu, even the Hidden Leaf Village Jonin was deadly serious. That means that kid is definitely hiding a terrifying jutsu. The Hidden Cloud's village Genin snapped to attention, remembering that moment. Those Hidden Leaf Village ninjas did seem genuinely fearful that the kid would use some kind of jutsu. Could it be? He really was hiding his strength? Amoy also frowned, because at that moment he remembered the sight of those scarlet eyes. In that instant, he'd felt an inexplicable fear. A chill ran down his spine. It was as if something terrible was about to happen. Hearing this, Amoy muttered to himself in confusion, what kind of terrifying jutsu could it be? Insufficient intel, even I don't know it either. The Hidden Cloud's village ninja team leader shook his head and, looking solemnly at his subordinates who were beginning to grasp the gravity of the situation, said, but without a doubt, it's a very dangerous jutsu. At least A rank, maybe even a forbidden jutsu. For someone so young to have learned such a formidable technique, there was no question about it, he's absolutely a genius. So, sensei. What should we do? The Genin participating in the exam also grew serious. Don't worry. Seeing the concern on his subordinates' faces, the Hidden Cloud's village ninja team leader offered a reassuring smile. Now that we're aware of it, he won't be able to catch us off guard. Hidden Leaf Village's geniuses have quite a few villages watching them. Tomorrow, if you get the chance, strike first. Don't give him the time to perform his jutsu. And if there's an opportunity. A flash of malice appeared in his eyes, kill him. A genius? Only a genius who survives is a true genius. And besides, they have secret weapons. The Hidden Cloud's village ninja team leader glanced at the blonde-haired girl on his team, then looked deeply at the girl in front of him and murmured, a Hidden Leaf Village genius. Obito Uchiha, is it? Obito. You've awakened the Sharingan? Minato looked at Obito in front of him with relief. He did seem more mature. Was it because he had grown up? However, didn't I tell you not to use that jutsu unless there's a real danger? Minato said seriously, looking at Obito. Why did you use it again? With so many watching, including ninjas from other villages. If he'd ended up using it against a female ninja from Hidden Cloud's village. Did Obito realize how serious the consequences could be? However, Obito stayed silent, offering no explanation or answer. In that moment, he only wanted to win. If he were a genius like Kakashi, would Rin then join him for milk tea? No. I'm not the same as before. He became determined again and thought of that philosophical saying in his mind, yet a moment later he recalled Rin's sweet smile, leaving him conflicted. Women? Or ninjutsu? He felt lost. As expected. Was it that his resolve wasn't strong enough? But to everyone else, he looked deeply troubled, almost helpless. Even Minato, who had been ready to give him a serious lecture, softened his tone, speaking gently. Obito, are you dealing with something difficult? If it's hard to handle alone, share it. Sensei will help you. That's right, Obito. Rin said, taking his hand with a look of genuine concern. If you have any worries, please share them. We're here to help you, Obito. Seeing Rin's concern only made Obito feel more torn. In that moment, the confidence his Sharingan gave him seemed to fade away. As expected, Rin still does have me in her heart. A warmth filled his heart, and that silly smile appeared. Taking the chance to confess his feelings, he started, Rin, But before he could say more, thwack! A sudden smack on the back of his head. And a familiar, exasperated voice chimed in, why are you so sentimental at such a young age? Feeling down? If you're unhappy, I'll take you out to have fun. Your Minato-sensei is an old customer and knows all the best spots for a good time. Let him take you out to relax. An Uchiha with psychological issues, just as expected. This silly kid was getting all philosophical, even when he's only unlocked a single tomoe. Damn it. And with that, everyone stared at him in silence, and Minato awkwardly scratched his head. Yudo's just kidding. I have no idea what he's talking about. As for Obito. You bastard, it took so much for me to gather that courage. Obito was back to his usual self. He scratched his head in frustration, glaring at Yudo Uchiha. Remember this. When I become Hokage, that'll be the day you go bankrupt. Chapter 41. Minato, your student's gone crazy. Soon, nearly all the ninja villages sent their genin for the Chunin exams, with only Hidden Sand Village missing for various reasons. Even small villages like Hidden Star Village and Hidden Grass Village sent representatives. As a result, with so many people around, passing by the milk tea shop and barbecue restaurant, people got hungry. Yudo took this opportunity to earn quite a bit and even boosted his reputation. He figured that one day, he'd be able to expand his business into other nations during this underdeveloped commercial era. With his sales just a bit shy of the next level, the business boomed thanks to the barbecue joint, though he still didn't know what the next stage of development would be. Today, as the joint Chunin exams began, the intelligence, cheating, test in the morning had already ended, and now, the remaining genin were led by Hidden Leaf Village examiners to the legendary Forest of Death. After some explanation, Obito finally understood. That night, it was only about having ramen, and Rin hadn't invited him for milk tea simply because he'd seemed overly eager for it. So, it was all a misunderstanding. He hadn't told Rin clearly enough. What he wanted was to be with her, not the drink itself. If not for Rin, he wouldn't want that despicable Yudo guy making a single coin from him, Obito Uchiha. Just then. Clap. 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 A clapping sound filled the air, attracting the attention of those who'd been bragging about how easy the exam was, claiming they could pass it with their eyes closed. I am the examiner for the second exam, Orochimaru. As the words fell, all the genin were stunned, looking at the eerie man with feminine features. A ninja legend. One of the legendary Sannin. Lord Orochimaru. Even Asuma and Obito, who had been walking around confidently, were taken aback. Lord Orochimaru? What was he doing here? Wasn't he supposed to be on an assignment outside the village? But Orochimaru didn't bother explaining his sudden return to these genin. Instead, he licked his lips and, with a feminine yet sinister smile, said, "This exam is very simple. All you have to do is survive in this forest for 3 days." Everyone was dumbfounded. It sounded way too easy. However, someone complained that this was too simple. So, you all probably know that I have a summoning beast called Manda? The name Manda sent a chill down everyone's spine. It was one of the legendary powerful summoning beasts of the 3 sage regions. A beast that would gulp down any kid in a single bite. Don't be nervous. I'm not asking you to defeat Manda. Although if you could, I'd be very impressed. Orochimaru smiled and, seeing that his audience had fallen silent, continued, I placed 22 stone tablets near Manda. That's right, as you may have guessed, to pass, you must retrieve a tablet from Manda and bring it out of the forest. So. He licked his lips, there are 44 teams, but only 22 will pass. Then, ignoring the panicked faces around him, he cheerfully added, now, If you agree to participate, come sign this death waiver. If you're afraid, it's not too late to quit. A heavy silence settled over the area. Hearing the name Manda had made some ninjas hesitate. After all, people could actually die in there. Just then, a black-haired boy wearing the Uchiha clan symbol stepped forward. Don't be ridiculous. I'm going to be Hokage. How can I give up my ninja way here? Obito declared, his fist raised in determination. If you're scared of this, then why become a ninja? Where do I sign? I will never die before I become the Hokage. His foolish courage seemed to resonate with the other ninjas. That's right. If you're not even brave enough to take the exam, then what's the point of being a ninja? Only the weak would choose to run away. That guy looks a bit stupid, but unexpectedly what he said makes a lot of sense. Hey, who said that? Come forward and meet Lord Obito. Idiot. Damn it, Kakashi, fight me if you dare. Get lost. The enthusiasm among the participants soared, except for the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas, who noticed Obito seemed very different from a few days ago and felt a chill in their hearts. Sure enough. We were all fooled by him. They exchanged glances, nodding subtly, seeming to reach a decision. No one else hesitated, they all signed the death waiver and, under the guidance of the Hidden Leaf Village ninja, resolutely entered the Forest of Death. Obito's team also separated from Asuma's team. I will definitely pass it. Obito, who now believed in love again, returned to his usual silly self, giving Kakashi a confident grin. You might as well take it easy, Kakashi. Idiot. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Just don't use that trick. Do you believe I can do it with one hand? But suddenly, Kakashi's expression changed as he scanned their surroundings. What's wrong, Kakashi? Obito walked over curiously. Are you scared? Shut up. Kakashi ignored him, his gaze fixed on their surroundings as he whispered, We're surrounded. As he finished speaking. Boom. A loud explosion echoed. Kakashi and Obito's expressions shifted as they turned to the source. It was just 3 meters away from Rin. Rin. They shouted in unison as she was sent flying through the air. Not bad, looks like the medical ninja has been dealt with. You really are the famous Kakashi Hatake. I've heard of your reputation. A mocking voice came from above, in a tree. Compared to that idiot, I think you're the real genius. Kakashi and Obito immediately looked up, spotting the figure standing in the tree. A Hidden Clouds Village ninja. And it's you. Obito's eyes turned red, his face contorted with rage as he glared at the man. You bastard. What have you done? I'm going to kill you. Seeing the enemy made his eyes blaze red. This was the same Hidden Clouds Village ninja who had ambushed him at the barbecue joint, kicking him when he wasn't paying attention. And Rin. She was injured. Although she hadn't died. She'd been hurt, even though she had managed to treat it. Obito, I'm fine. Calm down. Rin, pale-faced, clutched her right arm and said, just a minor injury. I've already taken care of it. However. Obito Uchiha. Everyone says you're a genius, Amoy sneered, taunting Obito. But I, Amoy, don't believe it. I originally wanted to face you, but there's no time, so I won't play with you anymore. Today, Hidden Leaf Village's so-called genius will die right here. As he finished speaking. Swish. Several figures appeared, more than a dozen people surrounding the 3 of them. Among them were even ninjas from Hidden Mist Village. Stop wasting time, let's get started. Suddenly, Obito's expression grew serious, and he and Kakashi stood back to back, protecting the injured Rin. Damn it. Hidden Clouds Village ninjas, Hidden Mist Village ninjas. I'm gonna beat you all to a pulp. Haha, still talking big? Amoy sneered. Could it be that hidden ninjutsu? I heard you have a very powerful hidden technique. Use it. At these words, Kakashi and Rin's expressions changed. Obito, you. Before he could say anything else, they saw Obito's eyes grow even redder as he glared at the Hidden Clouds Village ninja with fierce determination. In a low voice, Obito muttered, Sensei, I'm sorry. Aku. Minato, did you catch a cold? Yudo looked at Minato across the table, taking the 30,000 ryo Minato had just lost. You're off your game today. You can't even beat the Nine Tails. Although the Nine Tails hadn't appeared directly, it was working together with Kushina, disrupting the game. Its constant interference was driving Kushina up the wall. The Nine Tails was just too loud. If Kushina didn't play the way it wanted, it would pester her incessantly. Such an annoying beast with a massive attitude. No, I just suddenly felt a bit uneasy. Maybe I've been playing too long. Minato chuckled, stretching his arms and looking at his tiles, a sly smile on his face. Yuto, looks like this round is mine to win. With that, he drew his tile, his eyes lighting up as he prepared to win the game. Suddenly, a ninja burst in, looking frantic. Minato. You're here. The Hidden Leaf Village Jonin spotted Minato and, gripping his arm excitedly, said, come on, come with me to the Forest of Death. What's going on? Today's my day off. Minato looked at the Jonin, confused. Did someone call in, and you need me to cover because of some trouble? No one is in trouble. It's you who's in trouble. Minato, you are in trouble. What's going on with me? Did I lose too much money? As Minato looked on in bewilderment, the ninja spoke in an exaggerated, excited tone, he's gone crazy. Minato, your student's gone crazy. Huh? Chapter 42. Forsaking the way of the ninja Hidden Leaf Village. Hidden Leaf Village has no ninja ethics. So shameless. This is too much. Ouch. As Minato approached the Forest of Death, he couldn't help but twitch at the sounds echoing from within. The tremor in those cries painted a clear picture in his mind of what was happening inside. It must be a living hell for them. After all, this wasn't the first time he'd seen something like this. Obito, How could it come to this? What an excellent young ninja he once was. Even the elders of Hidden Leaf Village praised him. How had he turned into this? Was this a failure in his teaching? A wave of regret and self-blame washed over Minato, wishing he had done more to guide Obito onto the right path. But in the end, with a steady breath, he remembered that he was still Obito's teacher, and with a determined and heavy step, he continued forward. Suddenly, the view became clear. It was a flat grassland littered with kunai, shuriken, and telltale scars from exploding tags. And on the ground, 6 genin were lying there, their buttocks sticking up, wailing pitifully. Around and on them was a spread of foul-smelling, yellowish sludge. This move. Minato was also familiar with it. It was Obito's infamous exploding tag filth bomb. Obito often used this messy maneuver to disorient his enemies. It was effective, though sometimes he'd end up a victim of it himself, which is why Minato, along with Rin and Kakashi, had strictly forbidden Obito from using it in their presence. And yet here he had done it again. It must have been an intense, stinky, and nerve-wracking fight. Noticing the reddened, scabbed wounds on the middle of the raised butts, Minato was sure they were in rough shape. Obito must have been really angry at that time. Minato sighed, turning to the medical ninja beside him and hesitated, Are they all right? The words fell. The medical ninja looked up, giving Minato a peculiar look. He knew well who Minato was, the talented and renowned disciple of Lord Jiraiya. But how was he raising his students? Such young ninjas, yet pulling these kinds of stunts. The medical ninja was silent for a moment before answering, They're all right. I've dealt with this before. Hee. Minato gave an awkward laugh. Thank you for your trouble. Yes, but... Lord Minato, you really have to guide the child well. This child? The medical ninja hesitated a bit before adding, I think he may have some mental issues. What normal ninja would ever do this? That's right. This is certainly a vulnerable weak spot, but what ninja would do such a thing? If all ninjas behaved like this, would they even be considered true ninjas? Besides, getting close enough to an enemy's back isn't easy. It requires speed, sharp eyesight, and the right timing. And as for that kid, just looking at the foul yellow sludge covering these fallen ninjas makes it clear how he managed to pull it off. Is this something any normal ninja would come up with? As a team leader, it's not enough to just teach jutsu, you also have to consider their mental development. I'll keep that in mind. But this really is an accident. How Obito even learned these techniques, Minato had no idea, but under the stares of so many incredulous eyes, he could only nod helplessly with a sigh. The Hidden Mist Village and Hidden Clouds Village ninjas. Had they joined forces? Minato glanced at the 6 defeated ninjas with their butts sticking up and the 2 who were completely unconscious. Particularly, one of the Hidden Mist Village ninjas caught his eye. Minato froze. Is he all right? The ninja was wrapped in bandages from head to toe, with only his eyes exposed. What did Obito even do to him? Oh, that one? The medical ninja followed Minato's gaze. He was already wrapped in those bandages. Don't worry, most of them don't have any other injuries aside from, well, on his butt. Is that so? Why did it all sound so weird? Minato sighed and was about to ask the nearby ninja what to do next when a shadowy figure approached. He also knew that Lord Orochimaru had returned. Minato knew of him, after all, he'd heard Lord Orochimaru was a strong contender for the next Hokage. Therefore, it's normal for him to come back temporarily to preside over the Chunin exams. Lord Orochimaru. Ah, it's Minato. When I heard that the boy's teacher was you, I was quite surprised, Orochimaru said, licking his lips. I thought he might be another one of Jiraiya's new students. After all, only someone like him could raise a kid capable of doing that. Hee. Minato gave a sheepish chuckle. He hadn't expected that innocent boy to learn such unconventional jutsu. Lord Orochimaru, now. Don't be nervous. Seeing Minato's hesitant expression, Orochimaru waved his hand dismissively, smiling softly. This is the Chunin exams. Unexpected things are bound to happen. Even if the other village leaders find out, it won't matter. At this, he cast an odd glance at Minato, who visibly relaxed, then shook his head with a faint smile. But you still have to remind that boy not to misuse techniques like this. It could cause problems. Hee, I know that too. Minato chuckled awkwardly again. Thank you for the reminder, Lord Orochimaru. Then, The Chunin exams haven't ended yet. I asked you to come here mainly to remind you, Orochimaru said, shaking his head. As for the other ninja villages. His eyes flashed with a cold glint. Don't worry about it. But as for the old man. You still have to go there in person. Then Minato gestured to the group of defeated ninja with their butts sticking out. Of course, they've been eliminated, Orochimaru replied with a smirk. This is also a battle. Then I will report to Lord Hokage first. Minato nodded, and with everything settled, his usual smile returned. Then I'll leave this place to you, Lord Orochimaru. With that, after Orochimaru's nod, he disappeared. After watching Minato leave, Orochimaru smiled slightly, then lowered his head and looked back at the defeated ninjas with their butts sticking up, his interest peaked. After 2 days of rest, they'll be out of bed, the medical ninja next to him muttered, adjusting his glasses. A lot of skin and muscle got burned, so it might be inconvenient to go to the toilet these days, but fortunately, there's no danger to life. It's just they need some time to recover if they want to move normally. He eyed the foul yellow filth with a helpless sigh. It seems that cleaning is also quite troublesome. It was tempting to just walk away from this mess. And this time, the injuries seemed worse than the last, with an added burning sensation. What even caused this? The medical ninja fell silent as Orochimaru crouched beside one of the injured, examining a spot where a scabbed-over wound was visible on the ninja's butt. He raised his eyebrows, his mouth twitching slightly as he murmured, Minato really has raised an interesting student. Chakra. There were traces of lightning nature chakra in the wound. Hey, what are you doing? The ninja squirmed uncomfortably under Orochimaru's intense gaze at the center of his butt, instinctively clenching up and gasping again. You. What else are you Hidden Leaf Village ninjas planning to do with my buttocks? Orochimaru was stunned, his mouth twitching. Then, narrowing his eyes slightly, he gently patted the ninja's butt, licked his lips, and muttered, what a handsome curve. The surrounding ninjas looked on in horror at Orochimaru. Hidden Leaf Village's ninjas have really fallen? It's terrible. At the same time, in the depths of the Forest of Death, in a secluded cave, Rin was enduring the stench as she bandaged Obito's hands. Looking at his face, also smeared with foul yellow filth, she hesitated for a moment and said, Obito, that jutsu. It's too dangerous. You'd better not use it anymore. Beside her, Kakashi instinctively tensed, clenching his buttocks and nodding in agreement. In his mind, he was already resolved. He would never respond to Obito's challenge again. That scene was just too horrifying. Chapter 43. Let's call it 1000. Kakashi vaguely remembered. At that moment, Obito's eyes had turned red. With his Sharingan activated, his speed and reflexes improved significantly. It was as if he had transformed into the god of the ninja world. Even against more than a dozen enemies, he didn't lose the upper hand at all. Tags exploded when he said they would, and behind the buttocks. He appeared when he said he would. All his swift maneuvers terrified the opposing female ninjas, leaving them trembling and cursing loudly, shameless Hidden Leaf Village ninja. Then, without looking back, they fled. Yes, there had initially been more than a dozen enemies. After Obito's dazzling display of skill, fewer than 10 opponents remained. His relentless moves, combined with a flurry of attacks, left the enemy panicking and dodging frantically, but Obito fearlessly pressed forward. As the tide turned in their favor, the three of them managed to surround and defeat their enemies. Especially that final Hidden Clouds Village ninja. Amoy. Obito's expression grew intense. His hand suddenly crackled with lightning, resembling a lightning spirit as bolts danced around him. His speed increased further, and his scarlet Sharingan locked onto his target. In the blink of an eye, the enemy was defeated. The scream that followed was louder than usual. Kakashi hesitated, looking at Obito. That ninjutsu. Oh, you mean that ninjutsu? Although Obito's hands were temporarily injured, he couldn't hide his confident grin. He felt victorious, especially in front of Rin. It's something I came up with on the spur of the moment, inspired by Sensei's taro balls. I tried it today and didn't expect it to actually work. Of course, it's not fully developed yet, but because the lightning nature jumps around like the chirping of 1,000 birds, I decided to call it 1,000. As soon as the words fell. Shut up. For some reason, Kakashi felt an urge to yell in his heart. What's wrong? You yelled at me? Why did you yell at me? Obito frowned and looked at him. Are you jealous because I developed a ninjutsu? Jealous? Oh, I'm so jealous. Kakashi stared at the babbling Obito with a complex expression and sighed. Obito. He paused for a moment. You're really a talented person. Ha ha ha. I've already told you that I'm a genius. As Obito laughed boastfully, Kakashi added with a conflicted tone, also, the corners of your mouth. There's some stuff on it. Ah. Obito jumped up, panicked, and glanced nervously at Rin, who turned her head in embarrassment. I'm going to brush my teeth first. This couldn't keep happening every time he did it. It was ruining his glorious image. I need to figure out how to avoid this from happening in the future. As Obito dashed off, Rin and Kakashi looked at his retreating figure with complicated expressions. Finally, both of them exchanged a look. They sighed and nodded seriously. This technique is forbidden. They agreed they needed to report to Minato-sensei and stop Obito from using it recklessly. Aku. Minato, are you feeling unwell? Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts were interrupted by Minato's sneeze. The Hokage frowned and looked at Minato with concern. Should I have a medical ninja examine you? No need. Minato shook his head with a polite smile. My nose just felt itchy. Thank you for your concern, Lord Hokage. Still, his smile seemed slightly strained. Hiruzen, however, could guess the source of Minato's troubles. He sighed and shook his head. Thank you for taking care of Obito. It must be tough. No, this is something I should do. That kid seems to have strayed onto the wrong path in his pursuit of strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, rising from his seat and setting down his pipe. He gazed out the window thoughtfully. After all, it's natural for young people to be competitive, but I hope you can guide him back to the right path. Is it because of Kakashi? Yes. Kakashi is indeed a genius. I will, Minato replied with a wry smile. I heard he's awakened the Sharingan? Yes. What a genius. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed before smiling gently at Minato, who stood with a wry smile. Don't worry. Obito will definitely understand that he's walking the wrong path. His technique relies too heavily on surprise. If other ninjas knew of it, they would definitely be prepared, and that's not difficult. The limitation is too great, such as its range of attack. Therefore, it is only effective when catching opponents by surprise. Once it is known, it's actually very easy to counter. Looking at Minato, who seemed to nod in understanding, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled again. You may go now. Don't worry. Since Orochimaru doesn't see it as a problem, it means everything is fine. After all, this is the Chunin exams. Yes, Lord Hokage. Minato visibly relaxed, bowed respectfully, and walked out, carefully closing the door behind him. And Sarutobi Hiruzen, now alone, genuinely didn't seem to care. After all, a Genin with a One-Tomoe Sharingan pulling off a clever trick wasn't worth fretting over. At this moment, the thing that worried Sarutobi Hiruzen more was Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Mist Village. From the beginning, both villages had been testing the waters, targeting Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. If the two villages truly joined forces. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, shaking his head sadly. What a troublesome era we live in. He rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Then, his gaze shifted to the bounty document on the table. His best friend's worth, 400 million ryo. Frowning, he muttered, I wonder what Danzō has been up to lately. That Danzō has sent so many people to follow us for so many days. What does he want? Yuto glanced outside, shaking his head in exasperation. You know, I'm just an ordinary rich person. Inwardly, he made a decision. That's right. It was time to raise the prices. Over the past 2 days, rumors about Hidden Leaf Village ninjas and Hidden Clouds Village ninjas fighting over Yuto BBQ had unexpectedly boosted business at his barbecue joint. It felt almost like a grand festival. The profit he made was substantial. With the Yuto VIP system and its special customer-attracting features, Yuto was confident that the Yuto brand would gradually gain widespread recognition. He was already halfway to success. The other half would come when he expanded his businesses into other countries. Of course, that was still a bit premature to consider now. And yet, he couldn't help but wonder about Obito's so-called gone crazy. Could it be that something happened to Rin? Had she encountered a tragedy, causing Obito to awaken his Mengekyo Sharingan and begin a frenzied slaughter to create a world where Rin existed? Impossible. Thinking about the recent rumors of Obito's great display of power during this period, Yuto's mouth twitched again. Impossible, right? Didn't Minato tell him this was just an exam and not to go overboard? This could be bad. If Obito went completely berserk and stabbed everyone. Yuto didn't even want to imagine it. He worried that Obito might end up following in his ancestor Madara's footsteps, walking a similarly lonely path. To forge a world that recognizes him through the power of the 1,000 years of death? With a sigh, Yuto thought, Madara, the stand-in you picked is truly exceptional. Don't worry. Meanwhile, Kushina had left, taking that sly little fox with her. As a Jinchuriki, she couldn't linger too long around someone like him. Uchiha, even if he hadn't awakened his Sharingan yet. Who knew what the higher-ups might start suspecting? Maybe they were already suspecting this rich man of having ulterior motives? Yuto shook his head sadly, glanced at Sazune nearby, and pondered for a moment. In a few days, would you like to go watch the Chunin exams together? The first 2 rounds weren't open to the public, but the final one-on-one matches were. Many people visiting Hidden Leaf Village during this time came specifically to enjoy this unique ninja sports festival. Sazune blinked in surprise before nodding softly. A small smile appeared on her face as she replied, yes. Soon. The 3-day survival competition in the Forest of Death concluded successfully. Rumor had it that Hidden Leaf Village had produced a formidable ninja. As soon as he appeared, the surrounding enemies avoided him, unwilling to risk a confrontation, and willingly surrendered their stone tablets. Even team leaders from other villages expressed understanding and didn't blame their teams. It was a truly bizarre scene. Afterwards, following a day of rest, which gave Yuto's BBQ another income boost. Today, under sunny skies and warm weather, the final stage of the Chunin exams arrived as scheduled. Chapter 44. Through love, nothing is impossible. Welcome to the Chunin Joint Exams, proudly sponsored by the leading brand Yuto Milk Tea. Enjoy milk tea, watch the matches, and cheer for your favorite ninja. Refreshing passion, limitless energy. Let's welcome the lucky participants who've advanced to the 3rd stage of the competition. As the host's enthusiastic voice echoed, the audience in the stands froze in stunned silence. This was unlike any Chunin Joint Exams they had ever seen. Especially the team leaders from other villages. Thinking about the unfair treatment their young ninjas had endured in the Forest of Death just days ago left them seething with anger. They're just kids. How could they suffer such a fate? The reports they had received left them trembling with fury, drenched in cold sweat, and paralyzed with shock. Seeing their ninja lying face down on hospital beds, with their butts sticking up, clenching the sheets with their teeth in unspeakable agony that could not be described in words only deepened their anger. Hidden Leaf Village has fallen. Rumor had it that even the legendary Sannin nearly attacked the kids during the ordeal. This was truly unforgivable. These were heroes. Heroes who dedicated themselves to their villages. The scabs on their pets and the dirt on their bodies were symbols of their heroism. The already fallen Hidden Leaf Village was unfit to shoulder the future of the #1 village. Hidden Clouds Village, Kiri, Hidden Stones Village were determined to take its place. Many leaders from other villages smirked as they watched the ridiculous spectacle unfold. The stench of merchants had already permeated the entire Hidden Leaf Village. Hidden Leaf Village. Is it even a pure ninja village anymore? Sipping the free milk tea labeled Yuto milk tea in their hands, they shook their heads and muttered to themselves, Hidden Leaf Village has fallen. Then, they took another sip of the milk tea, a sneer curling on their lips. On the Hidden Leaf Village side, for this opening ceremony that was unlike any before, all their faces twitched. How on earth did the Chudo Uchiha pull this off? How could the Hokage agree to this? This didn't seem in line with the will of fire. Little did they know, Sarutobi Hiruzen himself was wearing a forced smile amidst the spectators' stares. He had thought Yuto merely wanted to hang a few banners in the Forest of Death. It was spacious enough, after all. But he hadn't expected Yuto to involve the event's announcer in his advertising campaign. Though his face maintained the calm demeanor of the leader of the first ninja village, inwardly Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, I didn't charge him enough. Brother, why are you looking at me like that? Eat some fries and fried chicken. Today is mainly about relaxing. Don't think about other things. Fugaku Uchiha stared at his cheerful brother, silent for a moment, before speaking with the same expressionless face. How did you manage this? What do you mean, how did I manage this? Yuto was stunned for a moment, then nodded as realization struck. Looking at Fugaku seriously, he replied, all my wealth was earned through hard work with my partners. I didn't take a single ryo from the family. I didn't ask you that. Fugaku's mouth twitched. He glanced at Yuto indifferently, pointing at the banners and then at the announcer below. After a pause, he repeated, how did you manage this? It wasn't just the advertisements everywhere. Even the announcer was promoting Yuto's brand. Would the third Hokage and his council have agreed to this? Impossible. However, Seeing Fugaku's persistence, the corners of Yudo's mouth curled up slightly. With a faint smile, he replied calmly, through love. Lord Hokage was moved by my ardent love for Hidden Leaf Village and my fiery dedication to the Will of Fire. So, he gave me this chance. Thank you, Lord Hokage, and thank you to all Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. Hey. I don't believe you. Fugaku snorted, clearly not buying it. He gave up trying to reason with Yudo but couldn't help feeling conflicted as he looked at his brother. That once earnest little brother. He was so cute, so diligent, training and studying with utmost sincerity. How had he turned into such a smooth talker? What had he experienced to become like this? The proud Uchiha clan was known for being direct and forthright. Fugaku's musings were interrupted by the announcer's voice. Next, the Hidden Leaf Village Ninja, Obito Uchiha, will face the Hidden Grass Village Ninja. Now, please invite the ninjas from both sides to come onto the stage. Hearing the host's words, Fugaku's expression stiffened again. He stayed silent, watching the young man wearing the Uchiha clan crest step onto the stage. His gaze grew more complex, and he let out a soft sigh. 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 A sigh came from beside them. Yudo Uchiha turned to look curiously at the blonde youth wearing a peculiar sun-shaped mask, who had arrived with Kushina. He was stunned and hesitated for a moment before asking, Minato, what's with the mask? What's wrong with you? Did he suddenly get freckles or something? Yuto, clan leader Fugaku, Minato greeted them in his usual calm tone, though there was a faint bitterness underlying his voice. Still wearing the mask, he added, excuse us, we're sitting here too. Fugaku responded with a nod, acknowledging the greeting, but his gaze lingered on Minato, finding some strange mix of emotions in his eyes. Sympathy? Helplessness? Annoyance? How strange. Your students are competing up there, Yuto said, puzzled. As their team leader, is it really okay for you to be sitting here as a spectator? Shouldn't you be keeping an eye on them? It's better if I don't show up during this period, Minato replied with a slightly awkward laugh. Don't worry, I've arranged for other Jonin team leaders to assist. If he showed up now, it might cause chaos. Didn't they see those ninjas from the other villages leaning over the railings with their butts sticking out? Yes, those same ninjas who, just days ago, had been confined to hospital beds. Alright, I understand what's going on, Yuto said, offering a polite smile. After a brief pause, he added, I'm sure things will only get better from here. With that, he perked up excitedly, taking out the bag of snacks he had asked Sazune to prepare. Without hesitation, he stuffed them directly into the hands of the two kids next to him. Itachi and Shizui. Yuto couldn't help but notice how thin Itachi looked. Was it just him, or had the boy lost weight since the last time he saw him? Brother, did you starve the child at home? Yuto asked in dissatisfaction, ruffling Itachi's hair. Look how skinny he's gotten. Come on, eat more. If there's anything you want in the future, just come to your uncle. Starving? What nonsense. Telling lies with open eyes. Couldn't he see Itachi's chubby cheeks? Still, Fugaku said nothing, folding his arms and maintaining his stoic gaze on the arena below. And Itachi hesitated, then gently shook his head. Uncle, I've already eaten. I can't eat these. It's okay, snacks go into a different stomach. Don't listen to your dad. Kids should eat plenty. That's how you grow up strong and healthy. As your uncle, how could I harm you? With a kind smile, Yuto patted Itachi on the head. Such a sensible child. Brother, how could you deprive him of snacks? Look how cute he is now. How did he turn into that peculiar adult later on? Itachi froze, unsure of how to respond. No excuses. Eat. If you don't, you're disrespecting your uncle. Faced with such insistence, Itachi glanced at his father, who said nothing, and then nodded, breaking into a happy smile. Thank you, uncle. Honestly, he quite liked snacks. But Shizui, on the other hand, politely declined, shaking his head with a warm smile. I'll pass, Yudo-senpai. I'm currently in training and need to watch my diet. Training is all the more reason to eat. Was this kid seriously bringing the will of fire into snack time? Kid, what do you want to do? Yudo's eye twitched slightly, but he maintained his benevolent demeanor. Eat more. You need food to grow. Don't hold back. This is what our family does, after all. No, just eat. Oh, right. As if recalling something, Yuto suddenly pulled out a book titled, The Tale of Ninja Perseverance. With a sly smile, he said, Shizui, since you love reading so much, I have a book for you. It's written by the great Ninja World author, one of the 3 legendary Sannin, Lord Jiraiya, the inheritor of the Will of Fire. This book captures his profound thoughts on the Will of Fire. I'm sure you'll love it. Chapter 45. Dyer hair young Shizui was stunned, staring at the book in his hands. The Tale of Ninja Perseverance, author, Traveling Toad. This was written by Lord Jiraiya. Yes, Yuto nodded with a smile. I was deeply touched by it, and I believe Shizui can also gain some insights from it. What's the point of reading those meaningless books? It's better to read these meaningless books. At least they're fun to read. Like Kakashi. Thanks to the Kika series, he had an outlet for his solitude during the quiet of the night, which probably kept him from turning dark. Thank you, Yuto-senpai, Shizui said with a smile, clearly moved. I'll treasure it. A book by Lord Jiraiya. I have to read it with great care. Good. You're truly worthy of being Shizui. With you and Itachi. The Uchiha clan's future is bright. Amid his joy, Yuto felt someone tugging at him. Turning his head in confusion, he saw Minato, wearing his peculiar sun mask and smiling faintly. What's wrong? Letting such young kids read Jiraiya-sensei's books. Minato lowered his voice, sounding uneasy. It's not good. As Jiraiya's student, he knew all too well the kind of content his teacher's books contained. Don't be fooled by the serious title. The contents were anything but serious. Don't worry, this one's a serious novel. Yuto assured him with a smile. I've reviewed it. Sure, it had a tiny bit of indescribable material, but it wasn't a big deal. The little brats in the ninja world matured faster. By the age of 4 or 5, they were already pondering world peace. What's wrong with reading something different? Perhaps it could help speed up mental growth. As he said that, Yuto pulled out another copy and handed it to Minato. Here, I saved one for you. It was published by his company, Yuto Bookstore. So, he had plenty of copies printed. His current businesses included a system-supported milk tea shop and a barbecue joint, as well as his self-built bookstore and a soon-to-open mahjong parlor. While the non-system businesses didn't have special abilities, expanding his ventures wasn't a bad idea. These things didn't cost much money, and who knew? Maybe one day they'd catch the system's attention. As Minato glanced at the book, his eyes widened, and the tips of his ears turned red. Yuto said with a smile, how about it? Jiraiya-sensei's book this time is good, isn't it? Minato's face. He was behind the mask, making his expression unreadable. But. Yes. Yes. Minato's exposed eyes flickered. He glanced at Kushina beside him, nodded, and said calmly, right. Yes, right. Jiraiya-sensei's books are getting better and better. Though the protagonist, at such a young age, touched girls' bodies and peeked at them during baths. Minato Namikaze must criticize him. But. Can kids really read it? Meanwhile, Obito stepped onto the stage, facing his opponent. And then. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, the opponent bowed slightly and quickly ran off. The Hidden Grass Village ninja surrenders. The winner is Obito Uchiha of Hidden Leaf Village. The audience was stunned. That Hidden Grass Village ninja. Why did he surrender without a fight? Is he still a true ninja? And why was his posture so strange as he left the stage? Did he walk stiffly with his buttocks tightly clenched? It seems his body was still trembling. Could it be that Obito Uchiha was some kind of very powerful ninja? Of course. Those who understood the situation sighed and said nothing about it. There was no need to say anything. It's the Chunin joint exams, after all. If you were publicly humiliated here, wouldn't that be a case of social death? And so, the pattern continued. Every time Obito entered the stage, his opponents surrendered without hesitation, leaving with clenched movements. Even some Hidden Leaf Village ninjas followed suit. Many spectators were surprised at first, but now they were shocked. They looked at the proud, black-haired ninja standing in the center of the stage with disbelief in their eyes. A Hidden Leaf Village genius. Even Kakashi, another of Hidden Leaf Village's geniuses, had surrendered to him. It seems he is not just an ordinary genius ninja. Could it be? He is a genius on par with the Sannin? Hidden Leaf Village is really the cradle of geniuses. Many people immediately sighed with sincere admiration. Kushina couldn't help but laugh when she understood what was going on. Minato beside her laughed awkwardly, seeming to feel uncomfortable all over, but also a bit relieved in his heart. It's good this way. It's good this way. At least there won't be any accidents. He remembered what the medical ninja had told him a few days ago. He sighed inwardly and muttered to himself, could it be that Obito really has some mental issues? It seems like I need to find some time to have a good talk with Obito. What's wrong? Has the clan taken a fancy to him? Yuto Uchiha asked, glancing at Fugaku, who was frowning as he watched Obito with a serious expression. Are you planning to train him? Yuto's words brought Fugaku back to his senses. He glanced at Yuto calmly, then turned back to the stage with a complicated expression. After a sigh, he shook his head. No. Huh? Why not? The Uchiha clan wasn't known for shying away from nurturing talent. Just look at Itachi and Shizue later on. Though those two turned out to be a bit of an exception. Now that Obito had awakened his Sharingan, that alone made him a genius among the Uchiha. However, this time, Fugaku didn't turn around. He crossed his arms, his face as stoic as ever. It's too easy to make enemies. True enough. Yuta Uchiha chuckled awkwardly, though a hint of worry crept into his mind about the future. What if Obito turned out like Madara Uchiha, walking a dark and terrible path because he wasn't understood? Madara, I want to create a peaceful world without ninjas. Obito, I want to create a world where I can be free. The momentum dropped several notches. Everyone around fell silent. It seemed today would be the day Obito gained fame. And if he achieved merit on the battlefield through his unique methods, this era might truly belong to Obito and his teacher, Minato. Minato has trained an extraordinary student. Minato shot him a side-eye glare. Hee. This is not what I taught him. At that moment, it was Obito's turn again. His opponent was Nayujito from Hidden Clouds Village. A young, energetic girl with yellow-greenish hair, whom he'd once seen outside Yudo's BBQ shop. However, just when everyone assumed this girl would follow the other's example, fearing the strength of the Uchiha genius and retreating with a clenched posture, something unexpected happened. Shameless. Pervert. Degenerate. Nayujito glared at Obito with fiery eyes. I, Yujito, will definitely defeat you. And the audience erupted into cheers. While others had backed down, here was a ninja willing to stand her ground. How amazing. Even the other Hidden Clouds Village ninjas were stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Meanwhile, the so-called Uchiha genius, Obito, was momentarily taken aback by the girl's courage. But, having recently cleared up misunderstandings, his heart was now wholly focused on Rin. With a scoff, he declared, "You are just a Hidden Clouds Village ninja. I can defeat you with just one finger." One finger. This made Nayujito's face flush red with anger. Shameless. Have the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas fallen so low? I will never lose to someone like you. And, at that moment, Obito's friends on the Hidden Leaf Village side started to panic. Lord Obito, please don't fight with a girl. If you really have to, please use all your fingers. If he pulled that move in front of a crowd, especially against a girl, it'd spell disaster. They'd all suffer the fallout. Yuta Uchiha sighed, glancing at the silent Minato next to him. Looking at Minato's bright, sun-like golden hair, Yuta hesitated before patting his shoulder. If it gets too bad, dye your hair. Get lost.